Did I lose myself in it? This writing games are making me so sad. Oh, I better go. Yeah! Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Allow us to take you back to 2020. We needed a new way to challenge our top players, to push them to their limits and to give them the opportunity to prove their worth and to earn a title worthy of their performance.
That is when the PUBG Mobile Global Championship was born, a tournament that brought the best teams in the world and pinned them against each other head-to-head to find out who truly is the best.
Nova Esports were the first to win the PMGC, and they will always be remembered as the first team to win it back-to-back, cementing themselves as one of the best teams to ever play the game.
S2G showcased that every single fight matters. When their tournament life was on the line, they can clutch it from the brink of elimination to champions of the world.
IHC, with their ferocious firepower, proved to us that eliminations were the name of the game. And in the final moments of those finals, they claimed their title.
And today, you will have the chance to write your story. You will have the opportunity to immortalize yourselves in PUBG Mobile history.
And with no one to defend their title, in 2024, we will have a new world champion.
Welcome to Championship Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this crucial moment before we begin our final day of competition and crown our PMGC champion, we are also excited to share with all the players some new game plans for PUBG Mobile in 2025. So, check out this video. Yes, that is right. The 7th anniversary version of PUBG Mobile is coming in March 2025. Time rewinds, the dynasty returns, and 7 years of stories will converge in PUBG Mobile once more. In addition to the anniversary excitement, Rondo is also set to make its much-anticipated debut in PUBG Mobile in March 2025. The 8x8-kilometer battleground of Rondo is inspired by a blend of traditional Oriental architecture and modern cityscapes. The upcoming Metro Royale Chapter 24 is also set for release in January 2025, and it will introduce an exciting new gameplay mode, alongside updated blue zone mechanics and enhanced airdrop systems, bringing more immersive experiences to the Metro Royale mode. Players' creativity has also achieved exciting results. World of Wonder has gathered over 1 million creators and over 3.3 million maps. There have been over 24 billion matches played in World of Wonder. That's billion with a B. And in 2024, $50 million of resources have been invested for the co-creation ecosystem. Now, it is time to showcase the wonderful creations from players and express our highest respect for them. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Creative Vision Awards Ceremony 2024. In PUBG Mobile, players are more than just participants. They can unleash their creativity and transform it into fantastic creations. Today, we gather to celebrate our creators and thank them for their efforts in pushing the boundaries of PUBG Mobile. Let's jump into the most exciting part of today's ceremony, the awards presentation. First up is the World of Wonder category. Let's see which creations will win. Our first award is for the best theme design. The award-winning creations interprets different themes with brilliant creativity. Each creation offers enjoyable experiences which are truly refreshing and impressive. Congratulations to all of our winners. Our next award is for best scenery design. The award-winning creations perfectly integrates gameplay with the scenario, immersing players in the game, delivering a powerful visual impact. Congratulations to all of your winners. Our next award is for best stage design. These award-winning creations achieve a fun and challenging experience through ingenious stage design, immersing all of our players completely. Our next award is for best stage design. These award-winning creations achieve a fun and challenging experience through ingenious stage design, immersing all of the players. Congratulations. Our next award is for Best Fun Factor. The award-winning creations include plenty of fun designs with imaginative ideas that clearly bring a lot of enjoyment to all of our players. Congratulations to all of our winners. Next up, we have our most popular award. The award-winning creations have attracted the love of many players, becoming popular works in the World of Wonder due to their outstanding creativity and design. Congratulations. Thanks to everyone in World of Wonder and to all of the creators. It is your passion that has brought endless possibilities to PUBG Mobile. We will do our utmost to inspire and celebrate every creator's ideas. This year, PUBG Mobile continues to celebrate the creativity of PvP with a series of creation contests and creator programs. Check this out. Ladies and gentlemen, PDP saw over 270,000 entries in 2024, submitted by more than 250,000 creators from across the globe, with over 4.5 million votes in PDP events to select contest winners. We are delighted to see more and more creative players from around the world participating, and we will honor the winning representatives of the year. The first award to present is for Annual Incorporated Design. These designs blend seamlessly with the overall creation while being compelling to players and have become skins in the game, receiving a lot of attention and praise. Great job. Our next award is for Most Popular Design. Congratulations to the winners that you see on your screen. Your creations have become the most popular PDP designs of this year, leading the fashion trend of PUBG Mobile. Great job. Next up is our Best Fan Art Award. Delicate style and beautiful compositions brought more sense of stories to the world of PUBG Mobile. So thank you so much to everyone for all of your hard work. Next is our Regional Spotlight Award. Your creations successfully incorporate elements of local cultures and customs. Nice work, everyone. Next is our Best Rookie Award. Cheers to all of the winners. Your creations bring new creative energy to PDP. So congratulations. Our Most Creative Award is up next. So, congratulations to everyone. Your works push the boundaries in terms of concept, expression, and design. And they look absolutely brilliant. Next up is our Best Outfit Design Award. These outfit designs demonstrate the player's insight into culture and fashion and are designed in a delicate and avant-garde way, which is innovative and practical, while also being visually striking. A phenomenal job from everyone involved. Our next award is for Special Contribution. You have made key contributions, all of you, in crucial moments and have made a positive impact on the community by supporting and guiding other creators. So great job. Now, we would like to invite our winning representatives of World of Wonder and PDP to the stage. Night Queen, Pam Ryder, and Shaz Tokyo, please come up here to receive your awards. And please give them a round of applause. And here to present their awards, please welcome to the stage Xiang Huanchui, Head of PUBG Mobile Publishing at Crafton, and Herman Zhao, General Manager of PUBG Mobile Publishing and Global Esports, and Head of Emerging Markets Publishing at Tencent Games. You may now present the awards. Please now step forward. We'll take some lovely photos of you. Please step forward. Thank you very much. We sincerely thank all of the World of Wonder and PDP creators, although you could not be here in person, your boundless creativity has enriched PUBG Mobile with a variety of designs and a spirited creativity of energy. We appreciate having all of you here with us, and thank you so much to our winning representatives, Xiang Huanchui and Herman, for joining us here on the stage. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Congratulations, everyone. Congrats. Now, PUBG Mobile has always been committed to creating a fair, competitive gaming environment. We continue to invest in anti-cheat, protecting players' accounts, combating illicit operations, and striving to provide every player with a fair and secure gaming experience. In 2024, many outstanding investigators have contributed significantly to maintaining our game environment. Now, today, we will honor the top 50 outstanding investigators of 2024, expressing our gratitude to them for their tremendous contributions. As they cannot be here in person with us today, we have a very special commemorative rewards for them later. Each and every investigator has contributed significantly to the game environment. So let's give them a warm round of applause to all of the passionate and responsible investigators as we express our sincere gratitude. Once again, thank you so much to all of you. And now, it is time for Championship Sunday to begin. So let's head over to the desk and get these underway.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of PMGC 2024, the final day, Championship Sunday. Before we get started, we do have two amazing show matches, Max. We're going to be starting off with World of Wonder.
Yeah, World of Wonder is going to be great. We have so many different modes, and since update 3.5, actually, we have a new addition to World of Wonders. You actually have destroyable terrain, which is going to be changing the whole dynamic of your maps here, and it is going to be a part of this 4v4 map with a sniper. It's going to be a great time, and we have some big names, by the way, playing this show match.
Talking about big names, I mean, we can see one right off the bat, too, with Rosemary. They're going to be having the AMR.
And the
ARM? They're going to be able to pick and choose on this one. You can see Cole is going to be picking an elimination first. And World of Wonders, you can see it right there on your screen. Max, I know you have played Worlds of Wonders before. Tell me about it.
I played it so many times for, like, mainly just to test out my ammo, how I spray down on new weapons, right? Or just when I get a new cool skin. I like to go in and see, like, you know, the crates I get from it, the elimination broadcast and all of that is definitely some great maps to have and test out on that one. And also, I like the parkour ones, typically I go for. Though, I have to say, I'm looking at this map, I would definitely not move in one of these apartment complexes. Middle of the water, before a sniper battle with, again, destroyable terrain, this is going to be great to see who can hit the sickest headshot with the AMR or the ARM.
Yeah, and especially I wouldn't be going out in the open when you're going up against some of the players that we just saw here, right? You have just absolute champions. I think I saw one of the players being Luxy, Microboy, Ryzen. Besides Rosemary and a bunch more, I just wouldn't want to go up against them. I think my fingers just don't do what their fingers do.
Oh, the reaction time is on point. You know what? At least for Horizon, there's not going to be a bush here, so you can't really use it in the middle of this World of Wonders map. We'll need to add it, but so many headshots coming on through with the ARM, with the AMR, and again, going to try and destroy some of the walls of these buildings and see who's going to be able to get himself the advantage.
And for everybody currently watching, make sure you guys log in into PUBG Mobile, click on the World of Wonder mode, choose your favorite map, and search based on your preference. There's always a map that will meet your needs and provide you with an exciting and surprising game experience. And I mean, you were talking earlier about parkour, but you know what? Let's focus a little bit more here on what's going on in regards to these shots, because Rosemary having to lay down there, trying not to get shot. He's been a little bit risky there. He needs to end up moving because, I mean, if you stay there for too long, you're going to end up getting popped, Rosemary.
Yeah, and look, I mean, here you just saw the wall explode. If they have too much cover, just destroy the cover. That's something brand new you can do in World of Wonders in update 3.5. And Rosemary's been definitely taking some pretty sick shots. Ryzen's going to be taking a headshot to the bloody face. He's not going to be enjoying that one with the ARM and trying his best to come back. But currently, Team 1's going to be up to 20 eliminations already, and they've been hitting 6 shot after 6 shot. And of course, you got this middle pathway that you don't want to go because you're not going to survive the encounter here.
Honestly, I was saying Rosemary maybe needs to move there, but after I saw him being able to get 9 eliminations, what do I know, right?
Exactly.
Don't end up doing. Just keep doing what you're currently doing, as we're going to be switching over to this other team. John Smith right now with 3 eliminations. Arthur Channel has those 7 eliminations. And you can see the objective is going to be up to 25. Team 1 right now already at 22.
Yeah, that's going to be a real close one. 3 more eliminations with the Sniper, the Lynx MR, or of course the Orm, and you'll be done and dusted for the first show match. See, can you hit it? Oh, Yuhai, unfortunately, not going to be getting anything out of that. And his staircase is going to be completely destroyed and wrecked to smithereens. Not going to have any cover anymore. Now they have to go lower and lower, man. There's nothing remaining of these apartment complexes.
Team 4 is making a bit of a comeback, though. Look at this score. 20. Oh, I was about to say 23 to 22. 2 eliminations were able to get done in just a matter of seconds, and Saber2 Tiger ends up winning that first show match.
Rosemary for MVP.
And if you guys want to be able to play that map, it is called Sniper 4v4 Destructible.
Yeah, you also have the map code if you want to play it with your homies and destroy their apartments, apparently. You can do that right.
I might invite my homie, little boy.
Yeah, you know what? We'll have to do a 1v1 Sniper show match and see who's the best at that. I think
you'll...
7.
I'm actually going to give you the win on this one.
Oh, really?
I think you would. AMR, I'm not that good. Though, maybe?
Wait, Rosemary had 11 eliminations right there. He was popping off in that game. But here we go for the Ice Maya Frontier show match now. This is going to be the lineup. We're going to be having some familiar names, as we saw already on the first show match in World of Wonders. Any names that stand out to you specifically here, maybe, Seb?
Some that I mentioned earlier. Luxy. Rosemary. And I know you want to talk about this dragon.
Oh my god, man, this guy is rough to take down.
The Frostborn dragon.
We actually took it down yesterday with Jason. It is literally, I've said it many times on this broadcast and the pre-shows, this is by far, in my opinion, the best update we've had game mode-wise in PUBG Mobile, bringing it over to Erangel. And of course, when you go into this, you got 2 main locations we can see on the map here, Seven.
Yep.
It is going to be Frostheim that spawns over on the quarry area and of course over to the mill to power area. And you want to spawn there because even if you don't survive, guess what? You have a second life.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, we've done that before in previous modes too. We always tend to kind of push the action. We always want to end up jumping there for it. And you can see Yuhai right now using that TPP. Bass Channel though, look, Bass Channel being able to use that M249 already to be able to get some eliminations. Ryzen pushing the action here, but it's the M249, none other than... Look, Bass Channel being able to, even with just 5 HP, he was able to clutch it.
Yeah, you of course have a few items you can find around the map here you want to go for and try and secure for yourself, especially the Frost Soul Spear and Frost Soul Warhammer. In my opinion, the Spear in particular, Seven, absolutely incredible weapon. It allows you to just jump high in the sky and you can land pretty much anywhere you want in a certain radius around you and create this entire just frost zone that slows down enemies and also creates a good amount of cover of ice on impact, so you've got a really good defensive position. That item, I'm not going to lie, I abuse it as hell. It is way too good, especially to get on rooftops.
And I know trust me, you have way more experience in this mode than I do. I try to play it, but every single time I get to the dragon, I get absolutely smacked. I'm just not getting anywhere close. You have actually been able to beat the dragon, the Frostborn dragon. There is something that happens after you beat him. Dragon blood. Tell me about it.
Dragon Blood, of course, gives you full regen and regens you up to full HP, so you're able to run around even faster, and it only takes about 3-4 seconds to use. It is so quick, so you can easily pull off a 1v4 clutch if you have the Dragon Blood. And you actually have a lot that spawns after you defeat the dragon, so you can just pick up to a maximum of 3, and then you'll just be able to have some good clutch moments once you go back to the map. But the dragon, you know, we're talking about it. We'll see him a little bit later on in this game.
Oh, hear me out. I'm hoping they actually end up being the dragon with the likes of Suxy. Well, I mean, with the likes of Luxy, with the likes of Jumper as well. Luxy currently kind of engaged in a 1v1, and he ends up losing that 1v1 to Koluk. Oh, man, not what you want to see there.
Yeah, not definitely not the best start here, though. G9 is going to be going for the push behind him. And, looking to see if Cluck can clutch it up. This time around, it's going to go up against the Vector with his own use.
G9 going for it.
Regen, though, he's extremely low. 1 bullet's going to be enough here, Seven, if he wants to get it. G9, the jump around the door is going to be working out for a bit, but unfortunately he does get shut down, and actually 2 players get eliminated in the central building here of Frostheim, and that is going to be Yuhai, sole survivor of that building.
And don't forget to also check out the new Royal Pass. I mean, it's currently available right now with total prize pool upwards of 80,000 UC. Thanks for the reminder. I need to get mine, actually.
I got mine. I'm level 84.
You know what I really want to get, though?
Yeah.
I want to get that PMGC background skin.
Actually,
we're
here you
talking
go.
about it.
After a certain timer here, in Frost time, you're going to be having the dragon get defrosted. I think was the best word. And actually, in the middle of the map, you are going to be having a crate that if you're able to open, I recommend you try and beat all the other teams before you go for it. It spawns Dragon Blood, that we mentioned already, Seven.
Yep.
A very, very important item. And of course, the best item in the game, the MG3 is there. Come on.
Okay. You know what? I'll give it to you. Why not? You are going to be using that PBB zone, trying to see if you can find somebody to be able to. John Smith's down there. No, John Allen wanted to play this map yesterday. He was able to play.
His brother.
He was the first one to get knocked out of the squad. I wasn't even able to play because my device was charging.
That's where you've got to get your Infinix device go in and charged up. It can last so long when you get it charged up, Seven. Just don't forget next time. Here we go, UI. He's just going to have himself a good little high ground position, though. Don't get the Molotov. One slither of HP, but does actually win the fight with a PPB zone against John Smith, and actually gets himself another elimination. But here we go. The spear I was talking about earlier, as Luke Bass is going to try his best to get access to the rooftop, but as we know, they are a little bit slippery. Oh, he got the horn. There you go.
He got the horn. One thing that I also got a chance to see earlier was none other than the saber-tooth tiger. That's been one of my favorite things out of this mode. Literally yesterday, what I ended up doing, I didn't want to end up fighting anybody, so I tried to find a saber-tooth tiger and just roam around.
It's a really good one, but the Mammoth, I think we might see the Mammoth used later. You can have your entire squad, and you've got high ground in a vehicle.
It's too big for me. Remember, I'm short.
He just walks on you. You can't even get into it. But here we go. We are going to be advancing into the Dragon's Lair here. Once you use the horn or you go to one of the different portals split around the map of Wrangle, you are going to be entering here. And you have this central stage. And again, the coolest design, in my opinion, ever. You have a different stage entirely for the Frostborn Dragon. And he is going to be trying his very best to take them down.
He's going to be doing it by himself?
Try and do it, but it is going to be tough solo. You want teammates to do it.
I know, we were talking about it before, having to try to do it solo. It's super hard. It's almost near impossible. But Jumper might be able to prove us wrong here. Jumper is going to be breaking some of those boxes here, trying to see if he can find some of that sweet loot. And the dragon is coming.
Ooh. There you go. Actually, really good use of the Frost Soul Warhammer is to break down those
Okay,
ice
he's not
cubes.
solo. Okay, I'm happy to see this.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see that he's actually not solo.
So yeah, with the Warhammer, if you break down the ice cubes, you get an almost unlimited ammo, because guess what? 200, 300 bullets is not going to be enough to take down the dragon. You're going to need way, way more. So if you do break down those ice crates, you're going to be getting a lot of that ammo. But here we go. The dragon's going to be high in the sky. And actually, I think because the fight is happening, he went to pause on the side to let the other players fight each other. That's very nice of him.
It's something to keep an eye out, because you guys can end up fighting players as well while you fight that dragon. You can see him just chilling, the Frostborn Dragon. I mean, that is one of the... What if, Max?
Yes.
We talk about Sabertooth. We talk about mammoths. What if you could tame the dragon?
Tame it? What about a buddy dragon?
Oh.
3.6? Maybe. But look, it is so nice of the dragon.
Developers, are you guys listening?
Oh,
Give us a dragon.
He's going to be airborne once more, maybe going down to the players. Here we go. He's got a variety of attacks. You've got to be on the move pretty much 24/7 if you want to take him down. And actually, he does have some weaknesses. You see these crystals on his wings, on his torso, on his head. If you do break every single one of those, he is going to be in a weakened state, drop in the middle of the map where he can't attack you, and that is the prime time to do damage and hopefully eliminate the dragon.
You were talking about it. This is currently what Voki is trying to do. They're going for those crystals. They're trying to tell him to pretty much just come down. There you go. They got one. They're looking for some more. And half health. They're making this look easy, Max.
Oh, yeah.
And on top of that, he just laid down. Okay, I think this is going to be a GG's for that dragon.
There you go. Hey, they've beaten my record already. They are so quick, but here we go. He's going to be in the knock state, taking extra damage. You want to try and make sure you do get as much damage as you possibly can. And Voki, he's in with a knife
He's
right
taking
now.
a nap.
He's trying to punch him in the bloody dragon face. What's happening there?
The dragon was taking a nap. It looked like he was having a meeting, but now he's back up, going to be flying around, going for those crystals. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. So far, I mean, I think they got it. Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
I think they got it.
Of course, when he does come back from the knock state, he is going to be getting his ice crystals all over his body once again, so he's going to have those weaknesses. You can once again abuse if you want to do extra damage and maybe knock him twice in a row. I've never done that. Knocking it twice in a row seems quite hard, but he's just flying all over the place. And to hit him when he's flying like that is really tough. You might want to just survive and wait for him to go back down on the arena, because it is quite hard to hit the shots, at least for me. But I forgot they're like mostly pros or ex-pros.
I was about to say, you can still see it's a
They're
little
way
bit
better than
harder,
me.
but you know, they got that gyro working for
There you
them.
go.
There you go. they were able to beat him. They're going to be looking for that sweet, sweet Dragon Blood that we were talking about earlier. A recovery item is going to be giving you instantly health and energy. That's something that I definitely need to have. And this is what I was doing yesterday, Max. I was just on that Sabertooth, just roaming.
Yeah, actually, one really cool thing about the Sabertooth Tiger is that
nice.
when you go at a really high speed, you can actually dash left and right to dodge bullets of incoming enemies. So it's not something that you become super predictable to shoot on like a bike. It actually has extra mobility left and right when you're going at really, really high speed. So good.
If you had to pick between a Sabertooth Tiger, a Mammoth, or a McLaren skin for the buggy, which one would you pick?
A McLaren Sabertooth Tiger.
Nice.
Why choose when I can pick them all?
That would be an interesting mix. Yuhai now going to be making a bit of a push-up here. One of his teammates is currently knocked. He's going to be able to clutch it up. Oh, no, that's it for Yuhai. He ends up getting caught by Look Bass Channel.
Oh, that's going to be a nice elimination to get currently. We do have ourselves 4 players remaining, if I'm not mistaken. So that is going to be wrapping up pretty quickly. You also have these cave areas around the map. You don't only have Frost Time you can go to. If you unfortunately did get eliminated relatively early, you can go over to the caves. Has really good loot. And you can also maybe find one of those horns we talked about earlier to go into
Or you can find the spear.
Lair. As Microboy here, good to see him playing, and he's going to be able to find himself a pick onto one of the players, switching on over to the P90, and he's going to be securing himself his third, oh, actually, no, his first elimination, I believe that.
Okay, that was a bit OP. He had the spear, and on top of that, he had a P90 as well. Too OP for me. And somebody's got the, what was that?
Oh, the Mammoth. There we go. It's being used up by System. Going to be swimming his way across. I have not attempted to swim with a Mammoth. I did not know you could do that, but that is a great addition. You can swim with a Mammoth.
Don't let Incilio get their hands on a Mammoth because they're just gonna be absolutely dominating
Hovercraft from the past.
Incilio's gonna be like, can we get a Mammoth in Miramar, please?
They would love that update. They would just go to Milta again and just hope they can find one. But the Mammoth is great. Again, you could see there the elevation you get from it. If you can have your entire squad on top of the Mammoth, you can just shoot from there and
right now,
really damn safe. Look at that. What? How do you deal with this? This is insane.
And it's so hard to get shot at, too. Even though Shan has an MG3, it's going to be a tough one. But good thing, he has the spear. He's going to be trying to get the... Oh, okay. That was so awesome how he was able just to get the high ground right there. You were talking about how the Mammoth gives you the high ground. The spear negated that.
Even the higher of grounds.
How high can you go?
With a spear? There's no limit.
And this is going to be for the win here. Who is it going to be? Sabik trying to get some shots there. It is going to be none other than Captain San being able to clutch up the win right there of the face, the Frozen Fury.
That's why you like to go for the Dragon also, because you can get that P90, which we saw there is just so, so strong. But yeah, the Mammoth push, really strong with the spear. Again, giving you that bit of elevation on the rooftops is just so, so scary. But again, this mode is just so, so fun. And I really hope that a lot of the viewers are going to go out in-game and experience this game mode for yourself.
Yeah, let us know in the comments below. Have you guys tried out that mode? Because, I mean, I definitely have. I know you have. Jason has too. You guys carry me.
I mean, we carried Neptune pretty hard yesterday when she got knocked in the very first game that we played. But you know what? You and Max, or Max and I, we took it down. We got our MG3s.
We're kind of good like that.
We kind of got a limit. Actually, we kind of, died shortly thereafter, but at least we got to touch the MG3.
Yeah, hey, I think we got 2 MG3s, but no one plays except for me.
I played it.
Did you use it?
I just died really quickly.
Oh, okay, I didn't see him use it.
I used the MG3 and the AWM. And then, you told Neptune to go get the car, and then she ditched us, and then we got knocked and died. So, you should check it out. It is actually insanely fun, and I will say the Mammoth, that is scary. Oh my god.
Especially
I got ran over by
too. I'm with you. I didn't even try to make it swim. The fact that it can swim, I was like, wait, what?
I need to read my history books, son.
Well,
I do like, you know what, you're talking about, like, what skin would you like to see? Or what would you like, the McLaren buggy skin? Would you like to see Sabertooth Tiger with the Mammoth? What about a Mammoth hovercraft skin?
That's OP.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Shout out to Incilio for becoming the PMGC Grand Champion.
That'd be crazy if they could check it out. Oh, we got some cosplayers here.
We got Metro.
Is that a Metro outfit?
As friends?
I tell you one person right now that's looking at that Metro Royale outfit, it's going to be Dab's play. He's going to be like,
Midnight
I
Raven.
need that now.
You got the Enigma set, you got the Midnight Raven as well in there. And we got the audience filling out as well as we're about to head into our final day of play. I cannot believe it's finally here. The entire year, every single player out there, every single team has been waiting for this moment. It comes down to just one day, 6 matches to play to see if you can lift that trophy, or if unfortunately, you're not.
Jason, Max,
don't ask
we
me.
have been saying that, no. We've been saying something throughout this whole year, starting at PMWC, how this year felt like it was the most unpredictable year out of everything. Right? And I think it might have been Kalaris that said that. But I feel like it's definitely one of those years, and we'll get a chance to talk about that a little bit more later on.
Yeah, as you guys just saw with the show match here, the Icefire Frontier Frostborn Dragon has been awakened, though it was put back to sleep, as we just saw before this. But we have a code you guys can use to get 30 extra Frostborn Dragon scales with PMGC Dragon, but there's only 500,000 of these available, so make sure you guys pick this up right now. And then continue to watch PMGC, continue to watch who's going to be the one here and flare up at the very.
They might want to redeem those codes quick.
Yeah, only 500k. I feel like, you know, we already got a couple of them.
I redeemed mine on day one.
Yeah,
I was not taking.
You redeemed it on rehearsal day when we saw what the code was.
I did on day one. I was trying to be nice. I was like, I'll wait for everyone to have their chance, but I got mine.
Yeah.
I might have or might have not redeemed mine in multiple accounts.
on all your alt accounts?
Hey, my alt, I got a Smurf.
He's got
you know
Smurfs.
What? Respect.
Gotcha, baby.
He's got to make himself feel better by taking out bots.
You gotta get those highlights one way or another.
You can't beat the dragon, you can beat the code, though.
Watch the highlights, the 7WG on Instagram.
Bro.
Had to get one.
Great intro.
Bro, come on.
Yeah,
I mean, you really want to see any highlights, you want to go to Pandemonium and score news, if I'm not mistaken.
Hey.
Just saying. But gentlemen, as we're getting close to heading into this final day, I would not want to be one of these players. I mean, honestly, with Regnum Karyabra being first place at the moment, no one out there, I feel like we said this so many times, no one would have expected them to be first place considering they're bringing in Sara, and they can't really properly communicate between each other to make any plays happen.
I mean, after the leak stage, like, I could definitely see them being in top 5 position, right? But after all the changes of Razy cannot play, did something with his arm, and then of course Kim is not able to make it
The
here.
Frostborn Dragon just
He
really punished
just
him.
did something with his arm.
He got to him way too quickly, but we did not have high expectations for them to do this well. Do well definitely was a possibility, but like first place at the end of day 2, like what an incredible step up from this team that, again, a lot of people I don't think were really heavily looking at because of those changes.
And the thing is that they started off slow, right? So we started cutting them out, and then something switched within that team. And you could see it too, when they started off slow, Sara was like, you could see the frustration that he was starting to get just from, but they figure it out. The thing is that they figure it out, and from the conversation that I just had with Silas earlier in the day, I was like, how are you feeling today? He was the most cool, calm, and collected person that I've ever seen. I was like, oh, that's right. My bad. I forgot you have already won this one.
He's done this before.
But I feel like when you're at the top of the table, going into the final day, I feel like you have more pressure than almost any other team out there, because it's like,
for sure.
Do we change our style to just maintain our place, or do we continue to try to be aggressive, look for more eliminations? Do we play as if we're not in first place to make sure we can hold the lead? I mean,
we know what happened to Alpha 7 last year. Alpha 7. So the thing is, when you're at the top, there's definitely going to be a lot of pressure there. It's gonna hurt quite a bit.
Well, no.
Sorry.
The thing, no. How dare you? We'll get a chance to talk about them maybe a little bit later on. No, but one thing that they do need to watch out for is teams that have nothing to lose, right? Something that we saw especially last year when we were in absolutely right. And that is something that the players were able to tell me. I mean, they got absolutely currently nothing to lose because of the position that they're currently in on the leaderboard. It is going to be just control damage control, trying to get themselves up to that top 3 situation.
Well, gentlemen, we are talking up the day. We do have 6 matches left to go until we can crown our champion here in London at PMGC 2024. So you know what? Let's stop talk and get everyone out on the stage so we can kick off our final day.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from the XL Arena in London, England, make some noise! It is time to welcome your PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finalists to the main stage, kicking things off with a team with 3 top 3 finishes so far. But can they get their first chicken dinner? It is the Vicious!
Representing the region on the global stage, joining us now, Guild Esports.
Walking into Championship Sunday in 2nd place, but can they claim the top spot by the end of the day? It is DRX!
Currently sitting in the middle of the pack with the crowd behind them. Can they climb the ranks in our final day? Make some noise! It's DJB Esports!
Once again, the most dominant team in the group stage of PMGC, but they need a really strong day to close it out. It is Team Spirit!
Jumping from 14th to 6th in day 2 with 64 points. Can they pull it off one more time? It is Influence Rage!
With a very impressive debut at PMGC so far. Can they close it out in style? It is Incilio!
Currently in 2nd and on the hunt for that top spot. It is D plus Kia!
Nothing is out of reach, but today has to be a near perfect performance. Put your hands together for Na'Vi!
Come out PMGC Grand Finals. Make some noise! It's Thunder Talk Gaming!
Leading the charge after day one and currently sitting in 5th place with an extremely close point spread. It is for Miracle Vibes.
Qualifying into the Grand Finals in the last chance qualifiers with over 90 points. Can they pull it off one more time? It's Falcons Force!
One of the most dominant teams this year and leading one of their strongest days of competition to close this one out. It's Alpha 7 Esports.
Looking to make history for their region, attempting to bring the first global championship. Make some noise! It's Nigma Galaxy!
Starting strong, but needing to get that momentum back today for a chance at the title. It is Vine Donkey ID.
Leading the pack, but only just. Can they hold on? It is Regnum Carrier, bruh, Esports!
Ladies and gentlemen, our teams are prepped and ready, and it is now time for the final push.
That's right, Barney. It is time for Championship Sunday!
First match of our final 6 matches of the year. All these teams fighting tooth and nail this entire year long to get themselves that chance to pick up the trophy. And right now, Regnum Carrier, bruh, are just 6 matches away from being able to do so. For most of them, their very first time. For Silas, Time number 2.
Yeah, Nova Esports twice in a row, S2G, IHC. Finally today we are going to be crowning an entirely new team here to be your PMGC 2024 champions. But of course you've got a few names that can maybe do it again, like Silas, and that would be a huge achievement for him in particular if he can make it happen a second time with an entirely different team.
Oh man, I mean, that was also a testament to how good of a player he is, right? Helping build this roster up, get him to the point to participate in PMGC, and then to do it with an emergency sub coming in with Sara. That would be a perfect story.
That'll be...
Sara, want to win PMGC?
Can we get a documentary about that? Because
I mean, he won PMGO, second place at PMWC, first place at PMGC for Sara. That'd be a hell of a year for him.
Not a bad year.
Pretty decent year.
Not bad at all.
But obviously a lot of other teams out here fighting for that chance. I mean, we're talking about RCB, but we could have South Korea taking themselves the trophy for the first time.
That one is so close. I mean, we saw what D+ was able to do yesterday. I got to get started with D+ because the big question mark for me for that team, you know what?
No, what's the question mark?
The big question mark for that team was what they were going to be able to do in Erangel. Because they won, the Erangel performances was just not there. The Miramar, we knew that they were going to be able to perform. Yesterday, though, I mean, we saw what they were able to do in Erangel. Even though they did start off slow, the last Erangel 4th place finish with 6 eliminations, and on the previous matches, too, they were still able to get some eliminations. That is at least some improvement from the awful performances that we saw on the first day.
Definitely a big step up from them.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, would you rather be in a lobby facing these 16 teams, or would you rather be facing the Ice Mare Frontier Frostborn Dragon right now?
The Dragon. Easily. Yeah, hands down.
There's probably a better chance that I would actually be able to take the Dragon down than
they don't have a crystal weakness that's like super obvious. Maybe headshots,
Very
I guess.
true. Well, that is a critical weakness for pretty much everything out there. But you guys can use the code PMGC Dragon over at PUBGMobile.com/redeem to get yourself 30 Frostborn Dragon scales to help you with the event. We already got to see it in the show match earlier on today, and if you guys haven't checked this out, make sure you do so after PMGC. Not right now, because we're going to be heading to our first match very shortly here. But gentlemen, this is going to be a tough time for a lot of these teams out here, but maybe they should have taken a visit. Oh no, we're going to take a look at the teams.
Visit to look at the teams. Because, I mean, right now, one of the teams that we really didn't get a chance to talk about much, and we've been talking about them just a tiny bit, Incilio. Yes. We know that they're able to perform in Erangel, and yesterday, towards the end of the day, we were saying, okay, if Incilio doesn't end up performing well in the last 2 Miramars, I think we're just going to end up counting them out. Right now, with that team sitting in 7th place, still within striking distance, just 15 points. If they have some amazing performances in Erangel Max, I still believe that they could end up surprising people, but the big question mark is that Miramar.
Yeah, it is always going to be Miramar. They had like a decent, I think, 5th place with 5 eliminations yesterday on Miramar, but outside of that, the Miramars have been a little bit lackluster.
Wait, a little bit lackluster.
Very.
They have 0 points in every single match on Miramar except the last one yesterday.
Yes.
That's worse than lackluster.
They're trying, okay?
That is not going to be a team.
I'm trying to be polite, okay? I'm trying to be polite.
No, don't be polite. Don't be polite, because this is a team who came in out of almost nowhere out of CSA and put on a flawless performance on every single battleground except Miramar.
They really have so much potential here. Definitely one of the biggest surprises, I would say, going into this PMGC for 2024. And we need to see the win. 7, we need to see a win on Erangel, because we know that's the map where they get most of their points thanks to the hovercraft. If they can actually get a win, I think the top 5 would be a big achievement. First place is going to be tough because like D+, Kia, DRX.
Really? You think first place will be tough?
It's going to be tough because like of who's up there.
Okay.
What I'm saying. But Incilio, if they want to be gunning for first place, we need to see a chicken dinner.
It's insane that I'm actually gonna say this. I feel like any team that's currently within that first page is within striking distance.
For sure.
To be the champion today. The most unpredictable year that we have had, the most unpredictable PMGC Grand Finals that we have had, and I quite honestly don't know if some of the teams are going to end up crumbling under the pressure that they're currently having, or if they're going to become diamonds.
Look, all I'm going to say is that RCB has 98 points in first place.
Yeah.
Who else got 98 points in one day?
Calm down, Max.
Technically.
Calm down. Calm down.
Wow.
I mean, you're not wrong. Technically, it can happen, but I will say this lobby is drastically more difficult than when they did it.
Possible, realistic? No, that's the thing. But like that means that everyone really could have an opportunity. But we're getting ready for our first game very soon here to see how things are going to get going. And I did get baited by the replay. For
me too.
I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? But yeah, so many teams, even the teams at the top of the second page, I'd even go to say 7 if they have a really, and I mean a really good start of the day in the first 2 matches, maybe have a chance to compete. Maybe.
Okay, yeah. The thing is that with RCB, with D+, with what we've been able to see out of this team is right, DRX as well. The one big team out of the top 5 that I'm also going to be looking at is actually not going to be 4MV. is going to be Enigma Galaxy, because right now they are currently sitting with 86 points. Well, I was wondering what, kind of along the lines of what we've been talking about some of these teams. Yeah, you perform really well in one map. How are you going to be able to improve in the other map? For Enigma Galaxy, yesterday the improvement was massive when it came down to Miramar. This team was able to get 2 top 3 finishes and being able to back it up every single time with 7 or more elims.
For me, Enigma Galaxy and those 2 Miramars you're talking about here, Seven, is not about their fragging power, even though it was already really good in those maps. It was the terrain knowledge alone. They were getting so many good little dips to play around, not even compounds, just like dips. They knew were really strong, and they were just holding off so many teams around them to secure those finishing games. Of course, no wins coming out of those, but they still get themselves podium finishes and 4th place, which is what you want if you want to stay relevant at the top. But I think Enigma, we're going to have to see a win if they want to really race for that 1st place.
Talking about unpredictable, talking about surprises here for the final day. One team that definitely ended up surprising us yesterday was none other than the Brazilian team. And it wasn't Alpha 7, it was actually Influence Rage. Influence Rage was able to get 64 points in just one day. They did end up slowing down towards the second half of the day. The Miramars, they weren't able to mimic what they were able to do at the beginning of the day. But for me, this team, I feel like they could definitely be a bit of a dark horse with the way that they were able to perform yesterday.
I'd have to agree. They had a really cool, good school finish that actually was taken away by one of the South Korean teams. And actually, I want to talk about DRX a little bit going into this one. I think that South Korea, we said it this year, right, is definitely becoming a major threat. We saw it happening, especially during the league stage. Mir and Sejong, unfortunately, not here, but we've seen absolute greatness from their individual players and macro play in particular. But through D plus Kian DRX, there's a very good chance that for the very first time here, a global trophy heads on over to South Korea, maybe to DRX, maybe to D plus Kia, and especially Hyunbin, that we said this is his first year as a professional player. Imagine making it to PMWC, then go to PMGC Grand Finals and winning the whole thing in your first competitive year. Now that would be an insane story to kick off your career in PUBG Mobile Esports.
Something that I did enjoy out of DRX yesterday, the big switch up that they were able to do. This team, I mean, it came down to the eliminations. Can they end up getting more eliminations? Yesterday, they were able to get back-to-back matches with 9 and 8 eliminations. That is massive for a team that just wasn't putting up that many amount in the first day. Can they continue to do that today? The big question mark for me, for the South Korean teams, to be completely honest, is are they going to end up choking? Because we have seen them choke over and over again in the last day. It has become a pattern, and I feel like, especially for D+, which is a team that I'm really behind today, I feel like this is the time to just stop that pattern that we have seen out of them the whole year.
It's kind of nice because you're supporting D plus Kia for this one. I'm actually going for DRX because I think they get a little bit more variety in their gameplay on different battlegrounds. They've done good on Erangel, they've done good on Miramar in the second day more specifically, and I think that because of that, if they maintain that kind of consistency today, there's a very good chance they can overtake D plus and even maybe Regnum Karebra.
I mean, you're talking about DRX, you're talking about consistency. They had in the last 4 matches a 1st place, 2 3rd places, and a 4th place with some decent eliminations in every single one of those matches. If they can mimic that consistency today, they're going to be lifting that trophy no matter what.
Yeah, I really believe there's a really big chance it could be happening. But again, the year of uncertainty. We don't know who's going to be taking it, right? Some of the smaller names below them could be taking it, like Influence Rage. We had Alpha 7 in the lobby. You talked about it, right? What a surprise for them. That's huge.
Let's get a chance to talk about some of those teams that are not within that first page, right? That it is a very long shot. It's more than if they're going to be possibly pushing just for a top 3. Alpha 7. Falcons. There is another team as well that I'm going to be looking at, is the Vicious. We know that they don't care. We know that, I mean, they have personally told me, we're just here for the experience. We're here because we got nothing to lose, and we've been playing like that since league stage. And boy, this team is not afraid to maybe pick a target within that leaderboard and just make their day a little bit harder, make it miserable for them.
We saw it happen with Vampire 2 years ago, right? They were at the bottom of the rankings. In day 3, they come in, go to, what was it, top 6 in a matter of just a few matches alone. So any team can definitely pull off that comeback. But if you really want to compete for the top here, 7, I think it's fair to say we don't need a top 3 in the first match or 2. We need a win. We need to see a big win, just like we see 4MB do every once in a while. But talking about them, if they start off that way, they could also be racing.
You're talking about for the teams on the second page?
Yes.
Yeah, we would need like back-to-back wins with,
you need that.
For me, minimum 20+ eliminations, because we know that the teams at the top, they might slow down in one match, but they will recover from that, and quickly.
I think that as we go through the day, we're going to stop being like, you're out, as we get further towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about teams trying to get eliminations, I mean, I know we talked to them a little bit, but in Cilio, they were very consistent in just getting their eliminations constantly throughout the day. And to be honest, if you're a team within, I'd say maybe like top 5, top 6, maybe top 7, if you're consistent with your limbs, there's a very good chance you could be the one overtaking first place as well.
Yeah.
But you guys at home who are watching, make sure you check out Infinix, the Infinix GT20 Pro. We've been using it all year, PMWC, in a lot of the PMSLs, and not to mention here at PMGC with its dual chipset 144 Hz AMOLED screen. I really want to see the camera reel on this after you guys are done with the entire event.
You don't want to see the outtakes.
You don't want to see
a
our
lot
weird
of
faces
outtakes.
in great quality, Jason.
I see your weird faces every time I work with you.
Oh, look at this guy.
Oh gosh.
Look at this dude.
Yeah,
I'm so glad we don't have a
Great
solo
thing.
shot, so you can actually show that one.
Well, we can post it over on Instagram or something like that, right? But also,
and
with
money.
your Infinix GT20 Pro, you can head over to Kadia's Gaming and Esports District. And it's not just for esports, it's dedicated to all communities, all games, and all fans from all walks of life. So make sure you guys check that out over in next year. But we are getting closer to this first match. Now, I don't want to ask you who's going to win, because honestly, that is the most difficult question you can ask anyone out here, especially going into PMGC, but even into the final day. But I want to hear your potential, like, realistic dark horse. Who could show up today and be that team to surprise?
Oof.
I have to say, and you can see our predictions here, South Korea, I'm looking at them, but 4MV, again,
Are they
not
considered
supposed to
dark
be-
horse in your? I mean, I guess we should
because they were
consider
not
them.
supposed to be here,
Yeah.
right? So I'm like, the whole idea of they initially did not even qualify for the grand finals, and they put up a great performance. I think we've seen many improvements, especially early macro-wise from the team. Like, Dog not going out super early in these matches is definitely becoming a major threat here. I think going from not qualifying to winning the whole thing would be an interesting story.
Yeah.
I think for me, for MV as well. You mentioned it. With the way that they've been able to manage certain things, it just comes
The
down to
splits.
if they can control those splits, especially if they're center of the circle.
Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to stop talk and start game. We're going to head over to our commentators to drop us into our first match. John on the blank, what about you guys? Who are some dark horses you're looking at today?
I mean, I have to kind of echo what the desk has said there, but I also am hoping that we're going to see potentially TJB stand up and come back into the mix of things as well, push all the way to the top of the tables. The Chinese teams. We got some influence rage.
Wait, let me
behind
move.
the,
Influence rage, baby!
behind the
That's one!
behind the caster
I think
desk.
no Brazilian
To be
people
fair, they've got a point.
Do
right?
Brazil!
They've got a point. Influence Rage have been certainly putting up some shifts over the
How is
last.
he louder than you right now, John?
Wait.
That's what I
He's
wanna
doing
know.
well. He is
I
doing
I
well.
can't hear you at all, but I can
I want to get the flag so bad.
You went straight
get
into
it,
Mumble,
go,
bro.
go.
This man over here's got 10,000 aura. You just got minus 10,000.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm so
I'll
sorry.
have to build it up over the course of the rest of the day.
Bring some noise to this one.
Okay.
Because it is going to be insane. I mean, for me, my dark horse definitely probably DRX. I know they're quite towards the top, but the thing is, I think that they've been slowly climbing, right? And I think teams now need to be worried about this squad. Them and D+, I mean, South Korea looks pretty terrifying at the moment, but DRX is consistently towards that end game, has consistently strong performances.
Absolutely. We're getting some visitors. We're getting some visitors over on the desk. Thank you very much, Seven, giving us a little tour of the fans in the arena, which has been
That's a flag.
definitely. Yeah, well, it's the whatever. What I'm saying is, there's plenty of representation here in these finals, in this arena, and has been building that excitement across the board for every single team. You can hear it as we're getting more run past. Let's see if Mongolia can keep towards the top of the tables as well. I don't know how many more flags we're going to have running in behind us, but I'm ready for it.
I mean, for 4MV, I mean, let's see if they can keep the wind in their steps. Honestly, that is the main thing that we're looking at here, because honestly, 4MV, last-minute invite, it's tough. It's very tough, but I do think they've redeemed themselves here. I think they can stand tall going into day 3, knowing that they have done all that they can to potentially grab themselves a first place, or at least a top 3 here in our final day of PMGC 2024. It's all happened so quickly this year, and we are getting into Sandhawk. Our first game marks the first challenge for these teams looking for a first place position to take home the trophy.
It is just
It was
around
a lie.
the corner. It was just a fake out. We're getting you ready. But that beautiful trophy is where our teams have their eyes set for now. It is all down to the wire. And everybody needs to keep their nerves together. None more so, I think, than Alpha 7. Their year so far has been momentous. They've had an incredible performance, coming second back over in PMGO. At the start of the year, winning PMWC in the middle of the year over in Riyadh, where they were able to shake that curse, right? That always second place feeling that Alpha 7 had felt over the last few years. They were able to stand at the top of the totem and lift that trophy. But here, the task is monumental for them now, and I think that if they can keep their cool, they can do it, but it is a question of how quickly can they snap on.
I mean, to be honest with you, for Alpha 7, it's looking really quite dire for them down towards the bottom of the tables. And I think for PMWC, it was great. It was great they were able to get a win there. I think for Alpha 7, though, a lot of that tension, teams don't work well underneath it. I think Alpha 7 is one of those few teams that is taut like a spring, and that's when they have their most explosive energy. After that, PMWC, I think the tension just washed away. It was a relief for them. I'm not saying that they got complacent, but I think because that pressure left them a little bit, coming into PMGC, it's a slightly different story for them, right? And I think that you can't be on top of the world forever. They have been consistently in the top 3 for such a long time. I think if you're an Alpha 7 fan, don't feel too bad about this tournament, honestly. You got to look back at all the consistency they've had throughout the years. Though I do think if it is Alpha 7, they could likely jump up to a stronger position. I'm not thinking they're overtaking our top squads, though.
It would be a really tall order, considering the quality, the caliber of the lobby in general. It is so hard to chase anyone down in this lobby, in this situation. I'm looking at Team Spirit as well, in a sort of similar situation to Alpha 7 was at PMWC. They've always been in a top 5 consideration, right? They've never been able to push towards that top 1. If there's a tournament to do it, it's now. We were talking before and you were saying, you think Nomi may just be the best player in the world right now for PUBG Mobile, and I would back you up on that. I think he's phenomenal and an excellent credit to the team. This roster, as it is right now for Team Spirit, is a champion roster, but they need to show up today.
That is the issue with Team Spirit, is that they swing wildly between performance to performance. And I think it is difficult. I will 100% stand by the fact that I do think that Nomi is currently the best player in the world. It's hard to top him, consistently top of damage numbers every single time. Though, teamwork is the name of the game here over in PUBG Mobile, and that's what we want to see on Sandhawk. London, make some noise for the first game of PMGC Championship Sunday.
The plane will take us over the jungle for the final time of 2024. Sandhawk for the last entry. Who will rise above? Who will control those crossings? Who's going to be able to wend their way through the undergrowth and make a meal out of this one?
It's a short amount of games, 6 matches ahead of us, and that's all you grab. The Vicious dropping in. I think that's on top of TJB, if I'm not mistaken. A hot drop to start things off.
Getting in real quick for this one. TJB with 1 player on 2 in this building. You could see the rest of TJB looking to try and regroup. The rest of the Vicious, I think they're a little bit further away. So right now, inside of this Southside Camp Charlie, it is a 2v4 in the favor of TJB, but the Vicious are going to be looting. They're going to be trying to hold this fight at arm's distance until the rest of the team can move up to the hills that surround it. TJB need to be careful here.
TJB, they had a run out yesterday, now looking to push it a little bit further. Let's get us off the map. Let's look at this fight right now, because it is very important for both teams. It's a great starting point for them. The Vicious in 60 points, TJB tied. Who will go ahead? That is the real question here for both squads. TJB, Longs, as well as Triple S, the triple threat down below. We could potentially grab a shot over towards them. Awkward sightlines for both teams currently.
You can see those hills on the south edge of this one, though, under control by Brenozin, who nearly gets the frag, but not quite able to go the full Monty there and get the knock that they were looking for. It is still just back and forth, but the knock over towards Longs is pretty nasty. Isolated as well. The Vicious have put themselves in the advantage here. They don't have to worry about players spotting them on the high ground, but Triple S steps up, stands tall for TJB, keeps them in the running on the match. Reyes has been spotted, and the Vicious lose 1. Fully flushed away. Can they find an answer?
Adrenaline shot straight to the heart, a 676 there, and to the heart of the team, because they'll need it going forward. keep themselves alive. Triple S is down though, and the Vicious starts to dismantle. Over towards TJB.
3 players looking to move through on Camp Charlie, south side. The first game today for TJB to try and keep this one going. And push out of that 10th place where they sit right now. Around the corner, David goes low, but the trade is there from Bimanor. And 676 is the next to fall. 2 players eliminated, 1 player knocked. Longs is still there on the high ground, and Flower just trying to get away from it.
Flower wilts away from this one. Not possible to go any further into that engagement. For the Vicious, they take the first dub there. 2 elims for them. They lost 1 player for it, but I think they'll be pretty happy with that result. 4MV on your screens, already finding some good knocks over towards Na'Vi. 5th place team, straight up into 3rd with that 1 elim.
Shows you how close these tables are, and every single point will matter. Point denials will matter as well, Blank, as we get in towards the late stages. Every single inch you can extract from these matches is crucial, as Refus finds another step towards the top of the tables, adding to their tally.
Another knock for 4MV, which is most likely going to be flushed here. Can only be happier. Na'Vi rocks straight up into another trap. It's D+. Fabian finds the first shot. It is disgusting. And Na'Vi down to 1. Fabian with a reload. Immediately around the corner. Might be looking to drop the nade. But 6 is up front of personal. But Fabian doesn't waver an inch.
He's got Nolbu coming in for the backup, but he sends him away, says, I've got this handled. I'm fine on the inside. And Fabian racks up 2 for South Korea. Now only 4 points behind RCB.
RCB currently up towards Cal's side of things. They've got a little while before they do get stuck into the fighting down towards that south side though. It's a long rotate for them. Circle did head over towards the east around the Kawi and Kampong. Team Spirit still making that rotate. D+ once again looking for even more eliminations. Good tag on the vehicle, but Nick Galaxy do get away.
Narvalo safe for a little moment longer, but they're moving up towards 4MVs, draw a little bit short this compound here, just to the south of 4MV's hold. The circle out towards that quarry location. We're looking at teams look to condense there. Refus is lighting it up as well. Narvalo was low before, but he still has a little bit of cover. Those buildings were not under control from 4MV, and I think this is discipline from Nick Galaxy. Not to go too far. They know they haven't scouted enough to be able to push forwards to that north side, but they do now have the info that 4MV hold that compound on their north edge.
Incilio over towards that north side though. 4MV learnt their lesson from yesterday, which is nice to see actually. Considering they pushed far up towards that north side of Pine 9 and Cilio catches it off guard. Today, 4MV says, we do not want any of that smoke. They move down towards that southeast side, which is the smart decision. It's the correct decision. And I'm glad that 4MV did go over that game and was like, yes, what we did was silly, but we can quickly patch up any of those major mistakes.
Redlick vigilant over towards 4MV's position here, towards their south. The hill to the east of Painan may make Thunder Talks approach hard as well if Incilio hold that west side solid. RCB, in the meantime, on that northeast edge, rotating in past Camp Bravo, looking to push in past Lakawi. Alpha 7 will potentially be the first team to meet them there. The Falcons are out to the west of it as well. A difficult approach, sure, but it should be fairly safe for this current circle. Getting into the next ones, though, a lot more treacherous.
For RCB, it's a 4-point lead right now over D+. The pressure is monumental going into today for RCB. It's going to be a struggle. But I think it all starts here over on Sandhawk. If they're able to get themselves a couple of eliminations, a few placement points, and just keep themselves ahead of the game. They don't want to be playing catch-up today. They want other teams to be chasing them down. They want to be leading from the front, and that starts on Sandhawk. A relatively chaotic map at times, but RCB has got to harness that one. They've got to get this under control and bring a little bit of order back to Sandhawk itself.
D+ Kia have been pretty influential at bringing some order on this south side as well. They're holding this wide 2-1-1 split right now around the cave, slowing down everything on the south edge. they're potentially reading into the idea that, well, those river crossings, they're going to be pretty chock-a-block right now. They're going to be busy. So teams are going to help us to stagnate that west side. Instead, let's lock down the majority of this south edge. They've retreated to a 2-2 split now, and they're looking to rotate around to control more of this circle as it sits into stage 2. But they have had a massive effect at keeping teams towards the edge on the south and the southwest.
Currently, DRX and D+ both have fairly strong positions, both on high grounds at the moment. Particularly a good spot to play for Kaikse. Over towards a nice, really strong outpost, which is fairly dead central. They also have 2 players in Soas, and I believe that's Hyunbin as well, over towards the eastern side of Quarry, just managing those rotates. Thundertalk, though, opening up with a barrage over towards Voin Donkey.
First knock goes over to Xing. That's potentially resable here, depending on how fast Thundertalk move into this fight. This isn't in the circle, Blank, and within 20 seconds, it will start to move across them. It's only stage 2, sure, but that will be a massive amount of pressure to put on this fight. Potato is getting rezzed as we speak, though, and he is back to his feet. Fall back, get some healing done. Try and re-engage on your terms. Voin Donkey ID, they leave Razak in the building with the shotgun, playing behind the window. Nade in hand, they want to bait them in. Incilio have high ground oversight to third party this as well, Blank, remember. That makes Thundertalk's approach a little bit more messy. And falling back yet again, giving ground. Voin Donkey ID, I think, may want to try and get out the backside of this one, but Potato goes down again to a nade, and Thundertalk keep up the pace.
Thundertalk keep pressing Voin Donkey, and all he can do is slightly move backwards with Hawaii not going down there, but a good Molotov from Zeta will pick up 1. They'll lose a player themselves, the bleed out comes through for Potato, and now it's the 3 rookies. They will have to go onwards without their vet on side.
AJ wanting to put a nade in towards his teammate to try and keep him safe on the peak. Zeta takes a wing on the side, and King threads the needle with the DBS, but there's an immediate answer. The barrage of buckshot sends him back, and it's a trade. Zeta will be resable here in the stage 2 blue zone. AJ is low. That gives Vexy time to move up and into the close quarters combat. King getting rezzed, so is Zeta. 2 players on the top floor, AJ and Vexy on the ground floor. 1 player lost a piece, and Incilio are watching this all unfold. They've actually flexed out to be closer to it, Blank. They know that as soon as this fight concludes, there's points to be had.
No matter what happens here, it's likely going to be a fairly rough run out from either team that escapes from this. They'll likely have to send heavily towards that north side. They should understand that this team's off towards their east here. Thundertalk waiting it out though. Still stage 2. It's breathable inside this blue. It's going to start to suffocate when it comes around to stage 3, stage 4. We'll wait for that circle shift. Right now, DRX just owns so much ground towards that central side of things. Alpha 7 has been poking over at Falcons, trying to clip their wings.
Trying to get a little bit of that center of the circle. It's pretty nasty. Next circle is about to pop as Thundertalk are moving in. They're continuing this combat. It's east side of Quarry, so they'll have to get a move on now on this fight. I don't know if they're going to be able to go for this res now, Blank. Thundertalk, they lose another. The last player to stand, and the 3 rookies from Voin Donkey ID keep their cool, but there's still 1 more to go. It's Xing playing around the corner now. Looking for the stunner, only has 3 smokes and this in the pocket, so no nades to speak of. Trying to hold down 3 players from Voin Donkey ID. Razak with the fight, but he's watching the wrong corner, and Zeta swings on him wide. Thundertalk go down in our first match of the day, 14th place, and it's our 3rd team to fall.
For Potato, sure he's out. He may be baked, but the rest of the team carries on without him. Good hold as well over towards Thundertalks. Difficult re-entry to the circle though, going forward for Voin Donkey. But a good hold, and one that will inspire confidence in them. Going towards those future games, a lot of their matches has resulted in quite a few early exits from the circle. So it must be nice for them, especially on Sandhawk, chaotic fight like that, to know that they can hold their own. Alpha 7, with that circle shift though, will get a fairly central position for themselves over towards that eastern side. They already know the rough location of the Falcons. DRX though, some wonderful shots over towards 4MV, who are taking a dangerous tactic. The vehicle is on fire and 4MV has to hop.
The southeast compound of this quarry so dominant over the rotations in this area. Losing only one on this rotation for 4MV, I think is actually not a terrible result, all things considered. A bit of a mad dash for them past these compounds. Team Spirit, they're on the northwest side. They've moved Matic forwards across the quarry, but they've got a backstop, and Incilio are running face first into it for now. A nade over towards Westron, doesn't quite connect, but there's the spray down from Nomi. A 1-2 punch. Brilliant stuff from Team Spirit to hold their backlines. You've got two players up on the north edge. Nomi down a little bit closer towards the south. Matic's already got a foothold across the quarry. Yep. They can make this rotate.
Great read from Matic, actually. You know, you leave three players behind, you know any team that's going to be coming out from the blue there is going to be pretty desperate at that point in time. But Matic, all the while, was watching for DRX because they recently, up until just a few moments ago, actually held that building that he is now in. As soon as he sees them move, he takes the executive call, moves over there, and now there's an anchor point created. This is some good play starting out for Team Spirit. Feels a lot more like how we saw them dominate over in their group stage. Which might be worrying for a couple of teams coming off the back of this one. In the meantime, though, we do have a lot of squads still inside this circle. It's one of the few areas that does have a lot of compounds, a lot of buildings, a lot of shacks to play around with, fair few rocks as well.
Nolbu looking to line up the shots, but not quite getting the peaks he's looking for over towards the Vicious. Enigma Galaxy with Void Donkey ID behind them. The circle shifts out far to the east, so both of these two teams are going to have to leave the cave mountain. Void Donkey ID are not pausing. They're not going to stop. They're just instead going to leapfrog ahead of Enigma Galaxy and thread straight on through. DRX controlled this rotate against 4MV before. Will they be able to find one player from Void Donkey ID? Razak goes low, and 4MV are ready there as well after making this exact same rotate. But they're not stepping up. They're not finding these shots if they are. And Void Donkey ID sails straight on through.
That is a wild rotate coming through from Void Donkey. The reason everyone's so surprised there is because everyone's waiting for them to stop. Everyone's waiting for them to get out of their vehicle. No one expects Void Donkey to make the mile-yard rotation directly to the center of the circle. It's actually an insane play, but with that circle shift, RCB controls a majority of the eastern side. Not now that Void Donkey showed up, though. They're able to get all the way into Kampong on that northwest side because of RCB's large split. It is surprising they're here, but what an awesome rotate from them.
I don't know how they managed to make it work. And the good thing is that only Wild is in Kampong with them, which means that it's fairly secure for the time being. RCB potentially looking to try and change that. The 4MV ridgeline right now that runs down the middle of this circle blank is also incredibly powerful, but only if they actually protect it, which they didn't against Void Donkey ID. So they'll have to figure out how to get that one done in the moments to come. Falcons, they've been in this compound for a while. We're on board with them now, and they are playing on this northwest side with Guild and Team Spirit just around the corner. Two teams both looking to push them away, and they're going to have to leave as well. D plus Kia, they spot Narvalo, and Enigma Galaxy take their first knock of the match.
Yeah, current second place team here, D+. We're going to push forward. They had information on Enigma Galaxy since very early in this game, actually. They've been somewhat stalking them through Sandhawk. Now looking to take down even more. In the meantime, it's Team Spirit heading over towards Guild. Falcons, though, looking to stretch out. They no longer have a position to play. Good near over the top. That actually might find one from Falcons, if I'm not mistaken.
Doesn't quite connect fully onto East, and there's a knock-onto effect. This is stage 4. You need to get out of the blue zone to res. They'll need to pick him up and get away fast, or just give up the ghost on the player and play on as 3. It looks like that may be what they're going for, because Matic and Nomi are both low as well. They don't have the time to spare to go for this one. A dash through the smoke. Falcons lose East up on the high ground, sure, but Team Spirit lose one as well. And there's really not that much to play around with, but Kitsune is there to stand for them. And up on the higher ground will be able to give them an avenue in. The Falcon sightlines dispatched, and they are really now threadbare on the north side.
Really good shot, a necessary shot in that moment as well. They're able to peek down the hill there. It gets all that harder. Top currently on Pride Rock and has a lovely angle. First shot takes a little while to connect, but he gets 2. And Team Spirit losing both their players is a horrendous result for them. Top's going to attempt to run in, but he might have already done enough to dash the hopes of Team Spirit on this game.
I think Nomi can move up. The circle still has 15 seconds. They can res at least one, so it's not all over for them just yet. We'll see how much more they can get done. DRX, meanwhile, on the southwest
'West side with D plus Kia. A derby.
1-2 punch. 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 unfolding between the two South Korean teams. Osal gets knocked with chips already down. The favor goes the way of DRX. They've been in that compound for a long time. And now they've had to run out, and they are controlling down towards this south flank. You've got NigmaGalaxy behind it all as well, and 4MV in front. More Miracle Vibes wanting to hold onto the edge of their ridgeline for as long as possible.
Yeah, 4MV, they have a great opportunity to hold a lot of teams out. Wild still in that compound alongside Kampong with the Vicious now. He shared that position for quite some time. DRX going blow for blow alongside with D+, NigmaGalaxy and 4MV.
RCB able to take care of the Vicious over towards Kampong seemingly. A lot of damage done as NigmaGalaxy are answering towards D+ Kier, but finally they too will be dispatched. In short order, Wild is down inside Kampong. Goodness me, it's all popping off here on the south side. And Alpha 7, who have been quiet for so long now, can start to flex out from their compound. Mafioso's moving down towards the south, towards 4MV and Voin Donkey ID. Influence Rage up on the north edge as well for Revo to handle.
Yeah, for Alpha 7, this is a good starting point for them to start jumping up the lobby. The fact that Voin Donkey is still inside this lobby and also doing fantastically well is a massive surprise to me. DRX still attempting to move through, but he's put down by 4MV's final player, Baron. But a 7 elim match is awesome for 4MV.
Getting up in towards top 5 would be brilliant, and at the moment it looks like RCB may potentially be the next to fall, but Baron has to make moves to NigmaGalaxy. Now with just Ralph left on the south side, could potentially be dangerous. Diego spots Silas in the grass, and he was the only player for RCB in this next circle. Loxy across the road, behind the rock. Gonna have to make a mad dash, and 4 players for Influence Rage. The Dark Horses that have plenty of support here, ramping up the pace from yesterday, continuing it into the first match now. Only 3 elims as it stands on this match, but there's plenty more still to come.
Yeah, they've had multiple second place finishes yesterday. They were very consistent overall and shot up with plenty of points. Now Loxy, last here, finds Diego, immediately goes for a heal. Influence Ray should know of his position, but he's just stacking points on this one. That's a lovely nade over towards the backside. Lover's in with a unbelievable arm on him.
Lorazin lobs it in with the skyball over to Loxy. Takes him out on that north edge. 3 players though for Influence Rage. The fact that there was an elimination gained there for RCB could as well be incredibly important. Finally now, Alpha 7 have entered the match. There's only 3 teams remaining, and they've got 3 elims, so they need to try and push for more. They need a miraculous day. But Razak's here, and Voin Donkey ID have 8 themselves. 3 players alive and 8 eliminations to play on this ridgeline as well. If they can rebuff Influence Rage, who are, of course, diminished in power, with that player going down, there's a real big chance for Voin Donkey ID here.
I mean, it's a 3 versus 3 versus 3. This is completely evens across the board. The difference is Voin Donkey ID's got a lot of space to play with here going forward and can force both Alpha 7 and Influence Rage to have to take fights with one another. Influence Rage, though, understands this. We'll move further over towards our eastern side. Voin Donkey ID, though, getting scarily close to where Carrillo is playing.
Playing together here, Influence Rage. Trying to move over that ridgeline, isolate the fight. Zeta wading on in towards Alpha 7 and goes down. Carrillo with the SK-12 puts him in his place. A little bit too bold there. It's actually the nade from Razak to take him out of the mix. The Molotov, and Razak's here with the shotgun around the side. And Alpha 7 get demolished. Brazil lose 1, but they still got another horse in this race.
Voin Donkey, razor sharp, and razor on that front line. Now Influence Rage look to move forward. Can Voin Donkey ID hold on? After a miracle charge to the other side of the map, Influence Rage looks to put them down.
Vexy on the front line, 2 players to go into it. 8 elims for Razak already. And they need 3 more. Vexy, he's a long-range specialist, but put him in the boiler. And let's see what he's got. 3 players close by, Law the first to face. Razak standing up. Gets taken down, and it's a 1v3. First is taken out. Vexy has health.
No
Low's
way.
been spotted through the smoke, sprayed low. Little boy on the back line, dead center on the circle as Vexy approaches the rock. Little boy making the dash to try and back it up. DBS in hand, they're playing one side of the rock. Vexy gets clipped here, low HP, and he will need these shots to find, but it will not come through. Influence Rage, right over the ridgeline, and Voin Donkey ID plays second.
What a game from them. The commit to the angle as well was insane, but it is Influence Rage. The expectations were big. Let's talk to the analysts over on the desk and see what they thought about that game.
Ladies and gentlemen, do Brazil being able to get their first win of the final day of PMGC. We were talking about a dark horse, we were mentioning Influence Rage. This is how you want to start.
And that's a massive chicken dinner from them. They were relatively silent in the early game too, just waiting on the road trifecta, and they strike at the perfect time here to try and secure themselves that chicken dinner. But so many cool players, like Voin, Razor? Yeah. What just happened?
Oh, wait, Diego, he's smiling.
He
For the
can
first
do
time.
He's
He can.
smiling?
Yeah, like you're saying, Voin Donkey, I mean, we got to talk to Defi, and he got to actually duct tape your mouth shut and tie you up. And it seems to have worked out pretty well here as they had a phenomenal performance in Max. I know you and Seven wanted to dive into what they did to get themselves into that late game.
Yeah. First of all, we got to get started with Voin Donkey versus Thunder Talk. It was Razak that allowed the team to kind of have a bit of a buffer. Vexy was able to push up because they were at a huge disadvantage. Not only that, the insane push that Voinky decided to do to the middle of the circle, it was absolutely ridiculous. It's something along the lines of what we've seen from Nigma Galaxy try to do over and over again here in Sandhog. It actually ended up working out for Voin Donkey.
Yeah, Voin Donkey, really, really good timing. I'm sure we're going to be diving a lot more into Voin Donkey as we have to go through the replays here. But yeah, Razor had a really good angle to try and assist Vexy making it over to the rock. That rock was just so pivotal if Voin wanted to even have a chance to secure the first win of day 3 for this year's PMGC. And then Law just falls pretty much instantly. But yeah, that first elimination is always very important. And if Razor does not get knocked there, I think it was a Voin win.
Talk about the 1v3 clutch
but,
he just got against Alpha 7 Max, because that was, I was not expecting. I was like, okay, we were even talking about it. Alpha 7's got nothing to lose today. Alpha 7's probably going to try to have a 90-point day, secure themselves at least within the top 3 if possible. That was not the case. Razak said, we're going to just trash those streams.
S12K kind of good.
S12K really good. You kind of get why Alpha 7 sent it up there, right? Because they want to send it not on the center of the circle. Otherwise, guess what? You're going to get pincered between both Voin Donkey ID and, of course, the other side of Influence Rage. So they try and just go and wrap southwest into the side of Razor, of Voin Donkey ID. But they all push 7 in the exact same area, right behind the rock, one by one. And guess what? It's perfect to deal with that kind of scenario. A DBS, or in this case, an S12K that just did the job in 5 seconds.
If even that, man. I mean, he just mowed them down. And obviously, Voin Donkey, they need to have a pretty big day if they want to be a team that could contest getting themselves a first place finish and bringing the trophy home back over to Southeast Asia. And that also brings me to my point here. If you were to say a team to take it home to Brazil, I don't think Influence Rage would have been on the tip of your tongue. It would have been Alpha 7. But right now, if Influence Rage can mimic the performance like they did yesterday, which they're starting to do so far off the bat, it could be them lifting the trophy, taking it to Brazil for the first time ever.
Yesterday, going into Sandhog, they were able to get that second place finish. Today, they're able to just improve on that with that first finish. The next PMR, though, is going to be a huge tell, because we have already seen something that we were kind of hinting at the beginning of the show, and that was some of the teams that just got nothing to lose. One that comes to mind automatically, the Vicious. The Vicious ended up fighting TJB. And on top of that, I mean, TJB, we're saying maybe there's a slight chance day 3 is the real day 1 for this team. Somehow they're going to be able to pull this off. The Vicious said, no, we're not going to let that happen. We're just going to stop you in your tracks.
I think that you and Jason, right, Seven, were talking a little bit earlier about how Vicious has nothing to lose realistically, to some extent, right, going into this. So they're just going to see a team, they're going to send it. They've done it a lot in the past, but now they're even more somewhat desperate to make those plays happen, because why the hell not? And it actually kind of worked out. It was a back and forth between them and TJB.
It's what makes them so dangerous, is the fact that, like, they didn't expect to be here. They didn't expect to get to the grand finals. And right now, they're still doing relatively well, that they could put a stop to a lot of dreams here out of the other team.
I mean, not even just them, right? A lot of the teams at the bottom are going to start to get very desperate and become a major threat. Like Alpha 7, sure, they don't win and they get clutched up by Razor, but their transition from where they dropped to after that, going in the northern side of that dip on the road, that compound to eliminate then Team Spirit and Falcons, that was a very, very important play for them until Razor happened, and that's not a good thing.
I mean, regardless of what has happened in the first 2 days with Alpha 7, you see them being able to put up 4 eliminations. If you're one of those teams currently hunting down that championship first place,
yes,
stuff like that can definitely stop you.
I mean, you look at Alpha 7, right? And on a normal day, it would be like 9 points. That's pretty good for a Senok. That's pretty good points if you want to get yourself towards the top, if you're already at the top. But the problem is they're so far down that they need to have even more explosive games than this. That's a good start. I'm not going to fully count them out just yet, but they have a lot of stepping up to do, just like another team out there, 7.
Yeah, 4MB in Sandhawk. We were talking about at the beginning of the day as well with 4MB. What is this team going to be able to do when they get all their players towards the center of the circle? Max, once again, they do end up losing 1 player. It was just 3 players, but they were still able to save the game with 7 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, you saw 4MV. They were almost trying to gatekeep multiple teams. It was DRX, Nigma Galaxy, and D+, but that's when Voindonkey decided to go for the push onto them to punish them.
Yeah, exactly what I wanted to talk about. 4MB had a really good game plan here to try and gatekeep all of those southern teams, but Voin understood, wait, there's a team holding down all of those southern squads. You could just leapfrog them and pick up all of the eliminations very naturally. Even Alpha 7 could not deal with such a good rotation from them. So Voin, the macro, absolutely on point. Stellar performance already in this first game.
Now being in the top 8 there for Voindonkey as well. For 4MB, we know there's a lot of fans here in the arena for them. Currently being able to push up in 3rd place. You were talking about a dark horse. That is the way that you want to position yourself at the beginning of the day.
You can even see the Vicious moving up here as well into 10th place. We did see Voindonkey in 8th place, 23 points out from 1st, which is very doable. That technically could be 1 match for them if they have a big win to overtake 7 other teams to put themselves in 1st.
Yeah, Team Spirit, though, they actually, for the very first time, I believe, dropped down to the 2nd page for these grand finals. And they had an amazing first day, right? An amazing first day. They got 2 chicken dinners in 3 matches alone, and that was a really good step up. But being on 2nd page with 2 wins, we need to see some presence from Team Spirit, because here their push northwest was not a bad entry point, but when you're dealing with Falcons, you're dealing with Alpha 7 at the same time, you maybe want to be a bit more proactive to make sure you're not being held off by all those insanely good teams.
That's so crazy. Teams like Falcons, teams like Alpha 7, Team Spirit too, currently in 2nd page, and we're talking about how they're going to end up hindering some of the other teams that are towards the top. It's just mind-blowing to me. It kind of goes down with what we've been saying. It's just, you don't know what's going to happen here on the final day.
It's the new generation.
Teams like that need to move mountains, and speaking of mountains, we had the Mountain here actually as the face of the Arctic Conqueror Guild set, as he was here yesterday, lifting up 7 and throwing him across the hall. It was fantastic to see. I just wish he threw you down the stairs. That would have been even funnier.
Whoa!
You guys can pick it up over in game right now. And there's also a weightlifting challenge currently happening here still at the Excel Arena for you guys to participate in. He had his own weightlifting challenge, but it wasn't much. It was like lifting a feather. That's what you should have asked him. Was it like lifting a feather when he picked you up?
Like,
I was
something
scared.
even there.
Yeah.
I was scared. I was like, wee!
It was actually hilarious. If you didn't see it, go back and watch it from yesterday. Not to mention, I think you have a video for it that you might upload on the 7WG over on Instagram. As well as a big shout out here to Kidia. The entire district is designed to make you feel like you're in a real life game. And every detail about it is about play and, of course, entertainment as well. And speaking of play and entertainment, the best way for us to play is to keep our hands warm with our Koopa UT2s Gamer Pros with its 5,000 milliamp battery and 4 different adjustable heating levels. These things are amazing. I'm surprised we haven't seen these before because they keep your hands nice and warm.
They're actually really good.
They're great.
Or while you're
really
me,
awesome.
I can use them while I'm knocked and I've been eliminated, waiting for you to revive me.
Yeah, in the Ice Dragon lair.
Just recall me.
It's just waiting over there. It's a bit chilly in the mode.
It is a bit chilly.
And also, it's a good fidget toy. I'm playing around with it when I'm watching the games. It's magnetized. It's great.
Well, so there's a topic I want us to discuss here really quickly that we did talk about while watching the last match. And I think it'd be really cool to actually talk to some of the teams about this. When you go to the last day of an event, there are teams out there on the leaderboard that can play drastically different. And the question for me is to you two is, how hard do you think it is for these top teams, and how do they go into final days like this knowing that teams are going to play quite different, considering they have nothing to lose because they have no chance of getting first place?
I can definitely tell you that just from being in league stage in Malaysia, talking with a lot of the players, they were saying that they do expect a lot of teams, especially once you get that halfway mark done of the final day, they're going to end up playing differently. If you're one of those teams towards the bottom, they got absolutely nothing to lose. Yes, there is still prize pool on the line, but for the most part, they're going to be trying to go for those highlight plays, for the add it to your reel, right? And right now, I mean, if you're like the Vicious, if you're trying to stop one of those top teams, which I honestly, I know I keep bringing them up, but it's because I seen what they have been able to do already so far this PMGC in league stage. They were taking the fight to Bigatron usually when other teams are scared to take fights to any of the big teams.
Yeah, I mean, right now pressure's a big also factor to keep in mind for the top teams, right? You have the teams at the bottom that are maybe going to become a bit more of a threat, but the top teams, it's about dealing with that pressure. And I talked with Defi earlier, and you could even see it here on the camera, that he's just trying to get his team as relaxed as they humanly can be. And thanks to that, you can pull off clutches like Razor just did versus Alpha 7. The mindset is so important at this level of play, because if you don't take care of it properly, you might just crumble under that pressure.
Going into the first Erangel, one team that I have to look at, I called them out yesterday. I want to see a bit of an improvement. I don't want to wait until the last Erangel. It's going to be none other than D+ Kia. I mentioned how they were able to improve on their Erangels, but it came down until the last one. That cannot happen this time. This time they need to improve right from the get-go.
All right, well, it is going to be our first of 3 Erangels of the day, of the final day here at PMGC 2024. Let's throw it back to our commentators to drop us on in. We don't want to wait any longer. John and Blink, take it away.
Absolutely not. We're not going to wait one moment more. The plane is setting off over the grassy pastures. We've got 3 of them left here at the 2024 PMGC, so let's get things kicked off for it. Southside plane path from Sosnovka Military Base up towards Stalba. It's going to be plenty fine, plenty of vehicle drops available. Shouldn't see too many hot drops, although we've seen stranger things happen so far.
You wouldn't want to see hot drops, but there might be. There might just be. Sosnovka, we're dropping in to start things off. 4MV getting out nice and early. Falcons also dropping fairly over towards Novorevnoye here. You got Voin Donkeys heading out over towards Primorsk. Team Spirit over towards Farm. Interesting match, that last one. Obviously, Voin Donkey ID with one of the most unbelievable rotations that we've seen so far in PMGC 2024. And again, I'm pretty sure the reason they didn't get taken out is because everyone assumed that they were going to stop somewhere, and they just didn't. Went straight through to Kampong. Very well-timed rotate as well, just as stage 4 hit, so they knew exactly where they could go. It was fortunate that Kampong was still in, but they took control of that very handedly.
I think if 4MV had not lost a player on their rotate there as well, that may have been a little bit more difficult to make that Voin Donkey dash and make it all the way through. If they'd had 4 players, they may have been a little bit more confident in their hold, ready for peaking, that sort of thing, willing to go for a little bit more of a trade. But was not to be the case, unfortunately. DRX saw to that. Circle for our first entry on Erangel today. Heads out towards the Gatka fields, keeps a little bit of George Pole in. And so far, I haven't seen any hot drops, but I'm still waiting to see if that could change. I think everyone has managed to divide themselves and grab what they need to get on the road.
Yeah, most people are okay with this. And again, hot drop's not likely now, considering the circle moves over towards that western side. Most teams do need to get a move on, move into some better positions. Starting on that eastern side means there's going to be a massive amount of roadblocks going in on that eastern edge of the circle. So you'll see teams trying to rotate over towards shooting range, potentially into North George. Alpha 7 don't really have too much chance of making that happen, though. That is their original drop spot. They do head over towards Lipovka here, and they're one of the furthest teams out towards the east. So slightly more difficult. Though, after that last game, they were able to get a few more points on board, set themselves up towards 51. They're still not out of unlucky number 13, though, and they have remained there for quite a while. Hello.
DRX just getting the lay of the land. They're overseeing what they would like to be their domain. We had 2 teams push over the 100-point barrier in that last match blank, with Influence Rage in second place, 101, schooling the rest of the lobby on the game, and RCB, 105. They were pretty close to the mark, and we'll see plenty more teams make that jump in these next few matches, not least of which is possible for DRX to do so. They are on 5th place with 92 points. slowed to descend and may actually eat into their looting time a little bit, but they are already slap bang in the middle of the circle, so they can afford to go for something like this. I wonder if Enigma Galaxy are hunting them down, though, because right now, we've got Ralph, we've got Redox from Enigma Galaxy, who are basically underneath those drop spots from DRX.
Yeah, they're after them. They are absolutely after them. And they will find Yumbit, actually. That is so unfortunate, catching him out in the open. Great spot from whoever was on that team. From Enigma Galaxy, was able to see them up in the air and keeping their wits about them, because a lot of times people just don't look up in this game.
I mean, you expect people to be getting down towards those vehicles, target fast drops, but DRX try and go for a long glide. It doesn't pay out here, although 3 of them did manage to make landfall. You do have these scenarios, and I think Ralph is still on the hunt. They know that they're going to be under-looted, so if you've got a couple of, a bit of armor on board, if you've got a nade, a weapon or two, you can go for these pursuits for maybe the next 30 seconds until that team will have acquired a similar level of loot, and you will have an advantage in those engagements. I think at this point, Enigma Galaxy need to figure out where they're going to go into the circle, stop that pursuit. They have sort of burned down that clock, but they've got a point out of it, and they've taken a player away from a team that is central on the circle. That is going to give them a lot more freedom.
Yeah, DRX sends away from Gatka. There's no point going there anymore. Like you say, they have info. So I think likely where DRX would have played is on a split over towards the compounds on the north and Gatka, and then try to maintain control over towards that position. Now that Enigma Galaxy knows they're there and a 3, that's a natural rotation path for Enigma Galaxy into the future. So for DRX, they have to send north here. Unfortunate, they won't have as strong of a position, but stage 2 could still cut them in. As 3 players, it is not over yet. But at 92 points and so close to so many teams towards that top side, losing those players now is difficult. In comes Team Spirit, though, over towards Enigma Galaxy.
I mean, it is just Ralph in here, though, and a nade from Nomi immediately dispatches this compound from their control. Enigma Galaxy just don't have that outpost anymore. They started off the game well. They didn't regroup in time to combat the teams pushing in from that east side with an east plane path, a west circle. Some teams are going to move fast. Enigma Galaxy were not prepared for it.
No, again, I think you have to immediately regroup after that initial knock and flush. So it somewhat doesn't pay out for them. Again, this is PMGC. Teams are going to rotate quickly. Teams will know the deal. Falcons inside of their hovercraft locate one player from Thunder Talk Gaming. We'll be chasing him down. And there's not much you can do about this. This is just Predator versus Prey at the moment. Falcons will have Icy divert, though, as King attempts to get back to the castle here.
Turn back towards the rest of the team, and they do very quickly move up to support. King does have the backup now from the boys on the east side. Moving out from Pachinki, trying to move across these hills, this open field. Falcons make this crossing first. And Falcons, they have had that fall off, right? Those splits got punished. They've looked maybe a little bit more disciplined over the last few games, but even so, their time is fading. Their opportunity window is closing. For the teams at the bottom of the table, the sands are running dry.
Yeah, there is a parallel to be had between the Falcons and Alpha 7, just 1 point away from one another. And it used to be that that 1 point differential would be the difference between 3rd and 2nd place. Now it is between 12th and 13th, which is an irony that is not lost on us here. But I think for Falcons and Alpha 7, there needs to be a reset going into the next year. I think both these teams, their difficulty comes in the fact that at the moment is the inconsistency, because they can be one of the best teams, if not the best team, inside of this lobby on certain maps and on certain days. But at the moment, these 3 days have just not gone well for them. But they're no slouches either. I mean, where they currently are at 52 and 51 points, that's respectable here at PMGC. Though catching up to RCB at 105 and Influence Rage on 101 seems to be an impossible task.
It is such a monumental task, you're right. It's a challenge for a championship caliber team, Blank. So we'll see if anyone is up to it, if they've got the chops. Top of Everest now, occupied by TJB. Influence Rage out to the west side currently of this situation, over in George Pole, closer over to Hospital. They could potentially look to transition up through Everest, or probably more likely around the south edge of it. Alpha 7, they're going to be crossing from the river on the north side, and there is a little bit more of a potential for them, I think, to push up towards the top of Everest and contest with TJB. But it all depends on where this next circle is going to fall. If it goes down to the southeast, Everest power severely reduced, but that northwest shift, you get a lot more safety up there.
You need a position pretty much at this point in time. I think most teams have moved up towards that western side, so for TJB, they were lacking on spots, but that northwest shift does come through, and TJB will be extremely pleased with this. Now they need to be aware that teams will be looking to assault Everest right now, and one of those teams is Alpha 7. As they already move over towards our eastern side, TJB need to be well on alert here.
Alpha 7, I mean, they are assaulting the top of Everest, but they're potentially going to get cut off by the Vicious, by RCB, all moving up north. 2 players have made it up, sure, but TJB have 4 players in place already. Influence Rage, stopping that backline from rotating around, and the 2 players at the top of Everest for Alpha 7 divert. They know they can't regroup safely, so they move into the crates of South George. RCB are instead the ones to go up the mountain. They're chalked up and ready to clamber on through. Team Spirit looking to join the fray, moving around on the north side.
I think when you look at Alpha 7's rotate as well, it's pretty typical for them. I do like it. They try and take a stronger position over towards crates. Sometimes they move over towards apartments. I think right now this was just an easier rotational path for them. It was quick to get into position. And they find 1 player from Influence Rage. 2 Brazilian teams going toe-to-toe versus one another at the early stages of the game on our first angle. Triple S will find 1 player over towards Team Spirit as they attempted to move up Everest. And finding Matic there as well. 2 down for Team Spirit.
Nasty stuff on the slopes of Everest here. Effect and Kitsune, they're not going to be able to get up towards Nomi here. He is isolated, and he is almost fully cooked here. TJB looked to burn them away. Team Spirit, they tried to slide through on the north side of Everest, and I'm not entirely sure what they were looking to achieve. I think they were hoping to find a third party onto the engagement at the top of Everest, but it's just not worked out, and Team Spirit's time is coming to an end.
Pulling him out the vehicle at that distance as well is fairly incredible. I won't lie, it was a very nice shot coming through from TJB, and they are controlling the top of Everest, which is what you absolutely need to do. Few teams do it properly. TJB at the moment keeping the aggression on. I think that's the difficulty with Everest. A lot of teams will just let teams roam up on them. Here, TJB is taking more of a proactive position on it and already finding success. RCB, though, waiting in the wings, in the shadows. TJB might have not shined a light on that bit just yet.
RCB moved up to the east side of Everest fairly early on, but they've left 2 players down, so they're not fully committing. They are just playing this 2-2 split right now on the east side of Everest. It's not fully guaranteed, remember, to end this circle on the south side of the river, so having those east side rotates available is potentially a big boon to them, but it's fairly unlikely that those will need to be sent on in. In the meantime, over on the west side, Thunder Talker caught by Na'Vi. On the southwest edge, just those fields to the south of Hospital. The shift goes northeast side, and it is right into RCB's wheelhouse. They need to be a strong roadblock now for teams trying to move around that south.
For RCB, territory they control, they can craft one hell of a story from this side of the map. It's going to be good for them. And I think that even there's potential of moving over towards that eastern side a little bit more, but holding these ruins and that compound down towards that southeast side, it's good. They need to take care of Nigma Galaxy, though. They are 1 player down, so this is a 4v3. Those split.
Nigma Galaxy making the dash up towards the Wizard Tower that sits to the south of that bridge. A decent chunk of control for them there, or rather, probably more likely a little bit of safety, but maybe not so much as Narvalo has to make the dart in towards the shack. The Vicious playing on the buildings there in their way, but they've now secured themselves. The Vicious will not go for the rollout. I'm looking at D plus Kia right now and thinking about where they could opt to go for. They may just opt to stop in ruins and hold that southeast side, but it's likely they're going to try and open up a future path, and that's what Fabian is looking to do right now, Blank. He's scouting up north.
Yeah, holding the trenches here for D+, not a bad idea for them. Don't really want to fully commit over towards ruins just yet, but Fabian will happily take up Castle as that high ground scouting spot. This is good from D+. This is likely a play that ensures their stage 3 success. RCB unwilling to move, just considering that central position they have. Silas, though, doing Silas things. Playing on his own over towards Everest. It's a dangerous spot to play, but a necessary position for that forward information for the rest of the team. Be almost a claymore here. That prevents teams from moving forward onto RCB. But with the amount of teams over on this western side, you really are looking at the moment over towards Nigma Galaxy, D+, RCB, and TJB with strong chances into the end game.
Oh, 4MV, they're getting lit up right now by TJB and Alpha 7. Alpha 7 from the south side of the crates, the top of Everest still under control. The Falcons are getting rolled down by Na'Vi in the meantime on the south edge, but 4MV just trying to hide behind their McLaren. Get between the tires and see if you can stay safe for just a moment longer.
Not much else that 4MV can do here. Again, the spots are limited right now. 4MV tries to take one of the few positions open to them. It is further off to the east. And again, a lot of teams will be going down shortly on this western side. Voin Donkey, the first to fall prey to that as they move over towards DRX.
We've seen what they can do with 3 before, though. And Razak takes down Soaz from DRX. And will fall down entirely. Slowly slipping. Circle. Shunts in towards the north side of Everest, away from the crates. That west side is going to get messy.
I mean, for the Vicious, they just get handed one hell of a game here. It's a really nice position. Same can be said for Nigma Galaxy. Practically the majority of the south side of the map is just cut out by Everest. Likely a lot of teams will be under the bridge here. Squads over towards our southwest side will be paying that toll.
It's a really difficult choice to make because of where the previous circle sat. It did encircle the foothills of Everest, which means that you can't go for a wide wrap around the south edge of Everest without dipping into the blue. And at stage 4, that's dangerous when you know you're going to be crashing straight into another team. Coming out of that blue zone, you will already be damaged. So because of these last 2 circles, it finds itself a little bit sticky on that western edge. TJB, they've been holding the top of Everest for a while now, but Na'Vi are looking to change that here. Flip, moving on up, trying to find a challenge, find an opening. Triple S, the player to hold, but he's moving back towards the rest of his team. They know they don't need to hold this part of the mountain with the circle moving on through. And Na'Vi gonna step into the sightlines of 676, but it's not gonna fully connect the spray.
For RCB, this is a great moment for them to strike. If they can do it now, they will control the entirety of the top side of Everest. If they can make the move, Loxy, as well as Wild, yet to move just yet. 676 opens up the bidding over towards Na'Vi, but Tong Jiabao similarly take a knock in the back line over towards Triple S.
Another nade and another 2 will pour out over the top. Longs is trying to face, but 676 on the low ground, swings wide, gets 6. 2 players now from Na'Vi knocked. Puncher and Flip left in the fight. The regroups come through. Vexy from Voin Donkey ID may try to third party this from the low ground as well, but the nade from the back lines for Na'Vi to try and keep them safe. They're not quite connecting for TJB in the meantime, and Lemon's feeding that info back over. 676 again dips the nade, but Puncher falls, and it's just Flip remaining. TJB have got the res. They're 4 against 1, and over the top they go. 676 with the S12K. Into the DBS he goes, and the challenge is good. TJB keep hold of the top of Everest.
6 going down first, and it truly is a case of the 7-8-6 there on the top of the mountain. TJB extremely pleased with themselves. 676 leading the charge in that location. RCB, though, I enjoyed their passive approaches. They actually spotted Incilio moving past, so to go for that third party likely would have boxed them in. But for TJB to make a hold like that, wonderful news for them. And Na'Vi have to walk away feeling somewhat disheartened by that push. TJB very successful on the hold there. But yeah, for the Vicious, this is such a good game for them to get a whole bunch of points, or at least just sit around and basically win the game out from that spot. Defense of the circle, hard shifts down towards the south here. 4MV hanging on by a thread down towards the north side of Everest. Difficult location to play, and I think that will actually be another player dropping for them.
Reefus did get flushed away there. I think that was taken by Incilio or RCB, or it wasn't Vexy who did get the knock for Voin Donkey ID either way. so it's just Doc left remaining. TJB, they've got 10 eliminations on this match, Blank, but they have a move to make now. Off of the top of Everest, they've got points from this game. How much more value can they get? Because they do need every single point they can get their hands on, and this may be the spot to do it. The nades over towards Incilio from RCB, trying to get Wild back to his feet in the meantime as well, and Nolbu's there to try and make that harder on this eastern side. D plus Kia have been working this east edge for a long time. Fabian moving up, that scout towards the north, forcing teams to play over towards Everest. D plus Kia really have a lot of control on this east edge.
Frustrating to play against, to say the least, for RCB. It's some good grenades, but Incilio just immediately hops inside the hovercraft, and RCB cannot take the time to send the massive sprays in over towards the hovercraft here. Luckily, D+, they're looking to put the pain in. They've already exploded one of the hovercraft, but this is providing them a huge amount of cover, and RCB is struggling to make their way through. There is an initial shot there from D+, and now TJB looks to manage the scenario.
That is 4MV eliminated by TJB's move up. They spot the snake in the grass in the foothills of Everest, and now Flower close to the fight with Silas, the veteran, the champ. In years gone by, looking to keep hold of that top spot in the meantime. TJB will be the ones to try and take their opportunity away from this match to find those points to solidify. Flower, nade over the top. Rock Silas as well. Now with another in hand, looks to find Wild towards the back lines, goes a little bit long, but the damage is there as well. 676 up on that high ground, a front-to-back fight purely Blank as Flower launches more and more ordnance in. Loxy has an answer, Sarah moves up.
It's a great nade coming through from Loxy, immediately backs it off. The team tells Silas they're not done with him yet. Sarah opening up beautifully on the front line, keeping Silas alive in a dire moment.
Sarah, a sliver of HP, but he wants more. 676 get the heal off and he falls back. He knows the timings. RCB want the res. Sarah down to a nade. Two players from TJB now looking to keep this one going against RCB. And Loxy needs to keep himself together here. 2v2, the shotgun in hand. The switch to the M4. No, he wants the S12K, but it's not going to matter. Confusion, disruption, and TJB keep things going. 14 elims.
TJB on Everest, on top of the world, with a high elimination count game. Like Sherpas dragging their players back down the hill, but it's already been such a phenomenal performance from them. TJB not happy to let the PEL region go down without a fight.
Triple S can't carry it, but he can carry you. Moving on in, 6 elims, trying to move down the hillside though, but he gets spotted. This may be where they run dry, but they've already got those elims under the belt. Blank, it is a good result for them nonetheless. They'll be up in towards that 80-point bracket, or close to it, not even so. 676, the next to fall. The Vicious looking to take those shots. Now it's just Longs remains. 15 points, what a match for them.
It's a massive game for TJB. D+, lovely opener on the nade. We'll have to back off just a little bit. Vincilio, drop it down one play here. We'll send the couple back towards them. Longs, shots going through.
61 points on the tables, reverse that. 16 on the elims this match, the 1-6 posted now. 7 teams remain. Longs is spotted and Carrillo wants the challenge. Low HP both, but it's Brodozin from the Vicious to take them out of that situation. Now 6 teams remain. Blank, the placement points for TJB are going to start to add up too.
Yeah, they are racking up in a big way. Longs, time might be running out though, as he has to make a run out into open ground, and Cilio will be watching this location, and D+ is nowhere to be found. They already send over towards that northeast side. For the Vicious, they're already in a strong position. They've been in a strong position all game. It's one of those matches, if you pick up that compound, it's almost a freebie.
Finally taken down. TJB with a magnificent game under their belt from the top of Everest. Holding it down. We don't see it too often, Blank, but they made it work so well. RCB played off that east side and held things at bay for them there. And in the end, went down to them as well.
For RCB, it wasn't a terrible match. I think they made a lot of smart moves. Unfortunately, TJB was just on a tear on that top side of Everest. And there really wasn't much they could do about it. Sara did his absolute best to keep Silas up. Respected the effort. Fabian finding Guild here. They're on that coastal side. D+ has played a pretty fantastic game. Some awesome rotates, a quick wrap around past RCB into a strong position. The nades are now flying.
Over towards Guild, this coastline is important. A lot of lateral movement available, angles can be opened up, but you need it under your control, and D+ here not allowing Guild to take that. Nolbu hopping in through the smoke. 1v1 training against Nomi, not enough, and maybe it's flashing in before his eyes as well, but still with the pump action. Only Nolbu has fallen to it. Guild want the reses. The nade in hand, Enigma Galaxy trying to chime in too.
Tag's just not quite there. A little bit of damage. Might start moving forward. Good air burst from Guild, but quick step back and a jump will keep Osal alive. Another air burst. It looks good. It will be another knock over towards Guild, and D+ is holding their own.
And at the last possible moment, Snowix is looking to try and third-party this angle, move in behind, force them up and into the rock, and that will allow the rest of Enigma Galaxy to launch nades over the side, knowing that there is a higher density of targets in this area. You can see Narvalo moves in, Redox as well. They are forcing them all to play together to go for it, but Westron's holding on.
No way!
2 and 3! McLaren after McLaren falls to the shotgun. A Westron with a magnificent stand-up for Incilio.
What was that? Westron does just send them spinning. They have no idea where that compass is pointing at this point because they have just been spun out in the McLaren. Incredible moves. The Vicious off a free game. They go home empty-handed. They forget to pick up on the deal.
How on earth do you find that? Westron.
He's in the tower.
He's into the circle and he's in the tower. Diminor wants revenge, but denied that opportunity. Enigma Galaxy in such an important position here on the tables blank. This is their chance to push up, but Incilio as well are behind them and looking to try and open up that conversation too. This flex out from Enigma Galaxy, I liked it, but it's completely blown out the water by Westron.
Enigma Galaxy push round, like you said, it's a fantastic push from them. They cut out D+, and they weren't expecting it. It's a great push out, unlike the one we just saw, unfortunately. Of an 8, we'll take down EXO. Aza, the laser, in that front line.
Magnificent backline nade, spots the player in the smoke. Enigma Galaxy rack up 10 elims now blank. They've got 3 players alive against 2 solos. This should be a chicken dinner and a chance for them to give RCB a run for their money from the EMEA region. It looks like we've got 2 horses in the race.
Now Enigma Galaxy have to finish off 2 teams. Call it that, but it's 2 solos. The Vicious, after a very, very brutal push over towards Incilio, suddenly feeling very silly themselves. Just 1 player remaining. Now Enigma Galaxy look to stamp their mark on this game.
From the riverside, next circle hasn't popped yet. If it pushes south, there is a chance that things could go pear-shaped for them. There is an opportunity for a 1v3. We know Westron can do it. Diminor, though, has complete oversight onto Westron's position. The circle does push, I think, just away from Westron's build. Sorry, not from Diminor's building. As I recenter myself over onto this circle, the Vicious may have to leave.
I think Diminor's likely going to have to push right to the edge of this compound. But Westron, on the other hand, I do not think he can stay. We're heading into stage 9. This will just close in, but into open ground for Enigma Galaxy. A terrifying prospect, but both Vicious and Incilio will have to leave first. Enigma Galaxy do have this slight slope to work with to attempt to pick up a chicken dinner here in our second match of the day. A team vying for a first place.
And the circle starts to close into stage 8. 5 players remain. Rocks in the open field, the only cover beyond the roadside ridgeline. Redox moving out wide, trying to play every angle available to him before the blue zone consumes it. Knows his pace. Westron can't step out, and I think that they know that. They have so much freedom here to spread wide and establish a baseline of fire to allow themselves to push forwards. Narvalo finally pushed off the rock. And this is discipline from Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, good setup. Be aware of a lot of angles, but what they are doing at the moment is opening themselves up to 1v1s. There is potential of reses on their sides and trades, but it does become a little dangerous from two teams in two pretty dastardly positions. But Enigma Galaxy will not be forced out from this spot just yet.
Neither will Westron. I mean, he's moved on to the inside, right? And he's going to have to hop out the window. That's dangerous. Diminor drops down into the sightlines of SnowX, and that's an easy pickup. No 1v1 to be spotted. They know Westron's in the tower. Redox can move across the road. Hop out if you dare, but I don't think he's even going to get that far. And it is 12 elims for Enigma Galaxy. Celebration deserved. A nice wraparound to the Riverside earns them 10 placements and plenty more besides.
I mean, you can hear the audience. Enigma Galaxy able to propel themselves forward in the leaderboards and get them one step closer to taking home that trophy. And you sure as hell know every single player on that team, they're gonna be crying tears of happiness if that can happen. But we still have 4 matches left to go before we can get there here. But gentlemen, let's break down Enigma Galaxy in this last match. And I mean, Max and 7, you two were talking about this. The perfect play punishing D+.
I'll start early on with Enigma Galaxy, especially because this team was able to rotate from the south of Everest. They made an insane rotation, some actual courage it took, because some teams actually had an advantage. They could have taken RCB, especially they could have been moving up to Forest. They decided not to. With Enigma Galaxy, they pushed up to the Wizard Tower, and they waited for something that you were able to mention to me, Max.
Yeah, because D plus Kia were actually doing a really good play this game, which is sending Fabian over to the Cube compound north of the river to get an Angwon Guild, and they fully send it over there. That was a game-winning rotation that was coming through from D plus Kia. I'm all over the place, but Enigma Galaxy see that rotation coming on through, and like, we're just gonna backstab D plus Kia, and off the back of that, create the perfect entry point to not only eliminate D plus Kia, one of our main competition for this win, but also then Guild and take their entire position. Enigma Galaxy saw good play happening, like, that's my play now, and it cost the game away from all of those other teams.
And another team we've been talking about, especially when it comes down to Aaron Gill, especially when it comes down to Hovercrabs, none other than Incilio. Westron, I mean, Westron,
man.
The performance that he was able to put up against the Vicious, being able to absolutely smash 3 of their players, and on top of that, securing themselves a top 3 situation by being able to go towards the Wizard Tower where Enigma Galaxy was at earlier. You can see the stats right there. This is what you want to see. By the way, Raouf, even though he did get eliminated earlier on, still won Ilum.
Yeah, and calling the shots, right? Still calling the shots of the team even when he does get eliminated, and you know that was definitely a good play on D plus Kia and also Guild Esport, especially they had a bunch of smoke, so even if it did go south, I still think it was going to be an Enigma Galaxy win no matter what happened. But yeah, we have to go a little bit further back before that, right? Because Vicious also, I would say 7, were a contender for that win until, I don't know why, they send it on to Westron, and Westron's like, oh, 3 eliminations, thank you very much. And
more of that, please.
Way more of that, and he got more of that too.
That's the thing with the Vicious, right? Sometimes they are too overly aggressive. Sometimes they aren't really fully thinking. It seems like they aren't really fully thinking throughout in regards to that game plan. If they would have stayed where they were at, they would have still had all their 4 players, and they would have been sitting pretty, at least for sure, a top 2, possibly a win with the angles that they would have been able to gather, but I think they were just trying to do a little bit too much.
I mean, you saw the rooftop of Diminov, right? If you have 4 players peeking from that rooftop, how the hell do you survive as Enigma Galaxy, right? And Guild, you can easily get third party too if you have cars to make that transition. So they just saw red in that one solo player of Restaurant and just sent it in. And unfortunately, well, we saw what happened. Though, as we have some of the replays happening, Everest was just a key part of this game here, 7. You had Na'Vi, you had TJB, you had Incilio, you had Regnum Cario Brat, even Alpha 7. So much was happening there.
The way TJB was able to control Everest, I mean, we saw whenever Na'Vi decided to go push up on them, they were able to stop him. One
player basically stopped them, 676, man.
Yeah, 676 fully sent it by himself. Max, though, one thing that we were thinking about, especially when the fight between TJB and none other than Navi was happening right here, we're wondering, we were hoping the RCB would end up crashing onto them, but
We two had really opposing views on how that
we
actually
don't really
play out,
agree
right?
with this one.
So Max was saying that maybe we should see. Sorry, Seven. No, sorry, it was Max saying RCB should push into TJB.
Yes.
And Navi.
And Navi, and third party that fight to take control of Everest completely. But Seven, you were talking about, there were a lot of other teams like Incilio, I think it was D+ as well, who could have third party that push and turned it into a rave up there.
And this was even before INS ended up leapfrogging RCB. I think that RCB, with the 2-2 split that they had, they were a little bit worried. They didn't want to end up getting caught off guard. I am with you that I feel like they should have maybe regrouped faster. That's one thing that they definitely should have done. We agree on that. But I don't think they would have been able to just fully go for that third party just because of some of the other teams that were there. They were really scared that they were going to end up getting third party.
Yeah, we do agree then on the regrouping then from that 2-2 split. I think if they did regroup on the mountain, they could have kept some players on the ridge, closing up a little bit closer to then TJB and Navi, keeping players on the back foot to make sure they don't get backstabbed. If they do that, I think that could have been a way better finish for Regnum Karibrat.
22 points for Enigma Galaxy, and TJB, 16 eliminations, getting themselves 18 points. You know, this is a team who could move up the leaderboards and they continue this pace, and technically there is a chance we could see TJB get themselves into first place if they continue to play like this.
Actually, TJB had a really good ending yesterday, right? They got a chicken dinner on the penultimate game of yesterday over on Miramar. Penultimate, complicated word. And actually able to get himself then 2 chicken dinners in pretty much 4 matches today, looking really solid. But at the bottom of the rankings, one team that had a bit of a rough rotation here, it has to be Falcons, but gets a goose egg.
We did want to touch on this really quick about Falcons because they did fully drop in a Novo, if I'm not mistaken, Seven.
Yeah, they did. And the thing that you were able to mention to me as well, Max, is that they finally stopped doing that weird 2-2 split that we have seen for the longest time. I mean, also towards Malta, we saw Incilio and we saw Navi playing at a little bit more. I think they were trying to wait to see what Falcons was going to be doing, but that doesn't matter because we have a new team in first place, and it's truly none other than Enigma Galaxy with those 113 points. It is so close, Max.
Gentlemen, if I talked to you before PMGC started, I was like, who's the better team from the split that happened between Enigma Galaxy and Twisted Minds? I feel like you all would have said Twisted Minds.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But to see
in hindsight, we can't go back.
On a realistic notice here for Enigma Galaxy, I mentioned it. The full season for me is definitely one of the better seasons that we've ever witnessed from Enigma Galaxy roster. For like the past 2 years and a half, it feels like. This team, the iGelling, is similar, but this team is just enabled so well with Rauf leading the charge forward with his iGelling calls, and Narvalo and Snowix just set up these plays so beautifully, even Redox.
What's so crazy is those 3 players you just mentioned, they've never really been on a top team that has dominated a region or dominated really any events. But for some reason, this culmination of players with Rauf at the helm is allowing them to potentially take home this PMGC trophy.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have the fragging power of this roster that play on D+ Kian Guild, here's 7, it does not work out. But here, it makes so many of these plays possible in the first place.
We saw the stats. We saw every single player being able to have 3 or 4 more eliminations, except for Rauf, obviously, that ended up getting eliminated earlier on. But this is what we're talking about. Like, this is the meta that we have moved on to when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports. We saw it last year with IHC, and we're starting to see it this year. Now, it comes down to that fragging power. It cannot be just one player, cannot be 2. You need everybody in your squad to be able to frag out.
I mean, I think it's a culmination of not obviously being able to just frag out, but if Rauf doesn't make that call to play that ridge side to backstab D+, they never would have had this win.
The timing was on point. It's not just the call was good. The timing at which they do it is when D+ KO was technically at their weakest, when they're fully committed in their fight between themselves and Guild, and that's when you strike, and that is such a good play. And they even have Peko, that he was doing magic tricks to us yesterday, Seven, and he's also doing magic tricks in the leaderboards, going up to first place.
Amazing magic tricks, by the way. Shout out to Peko. On the second page here, we have already gone by 2 matches. This is the mark that I was thinking, okay, you know what? This is when I start cutting down some of the teams. Guild, obviously, not going to be able to make it. TT as well, not going to be able to make it. Falcons, Alpha 7, it's just too far, Max.
Yeah, even I know I was saying the 98 point day is possible. Like, no, okay, at this stage, I am starting to say it's not quite possible anymore.
I still think the greatest thing to me is to see a lot of these top dogs, like Alpha 7, like your Falcons, like 4MV, not be able to take this trophy right now. We're going to have a newcomer for sure win this 100%.
It clearly is just the new era of PUBG Mobile Esports, right? You had China in the past, then you had SCA, but like now it's not only just any region can win, any team can win, and it's just new players, new teams that are rising to the top and now competing for this trophy.
That's the main one, new teams. Like if you would have told me that within the top 5, we would have actually had Influence Rage, and Alpha 7 would have been in the second page from the Americas region, I would have been like, no, you're crazy.
It actually gets me hyped up for PMSL Americas.
I can't
like,
wait.
What's going to happen over there in 2025?
Can't wait to see how, even though they're not here, Team Liquid, how they're going to be reacting towards 2025. We'll get a chance to talk about that towards the end of the show. But right now, let's focus more on what's currently happening, because going into this next match in Cilio, they need to continue on having this great performances when it comes down to Erangel.
Yeah, we did see Icy try and get a hovercraft too, but unfortunately they were not as successful. It's such a good use also of the hovercraft because they were getting naded by Regnum Carabra next to the trees northeast of Everest, and they just see the nade coming in, we hide in the hovercraft, the nade stop, we get out and we start spraying D+ Kia and Regnum Carabra. Really, they not only just pick it up because, oh, it's a strong item, it's a strong vehicle to have in your games, they perfected the use of it to just play hide and seek with grenades.
We've been seeing more teams using it too as well. We saw Falcons now. I don't think I've ever seen Falcons use it before.
The best part about this is I can do this. No, I'm kidding. But go ahead, Seven.
No, but I was saying, we're starting to see a lot more teams now starting to adjust to what Incilio is currently doing, right? In regards to the hovercrafts. Now we're starting to see Team Falcons also being able to carry them along the way, driving, seeking them out, and that's something that we just really haven't seen before until we started pointing out, especially what Incilio, especially with you, Max. You were pointing out what Incilio is currently doing with those hovercrafts.
I mean, the hovercraft is just like you create a little mini compound for yourself, and if you can have 2, maybe 3 in these positions, that technically that dip is not great.
It was 2?
They made it great thanks to the hovercrafts, right? So it's definitely something that I think teams that, if you drop in the middle of the map, right, is not going to be something you can use for yourself. But if you're a team that drops on a coast, maybe you should spend an extra minute, a minute and a half to actually scout out those items, because if you have a field finish, guess what? Like in Cilio, you can survive way longer than you normally would in that scenario.
And maybe we should kind of explain beyond the fact that it's basically a tank on air, why it's so important. And we talked to Duffy, and he's talking about the speed of it as well. It makes it so hard to deal with because you can't, I mean, you could spray it down. Yeah. The problem is if you waste your whole clip trying to spray it down, they can get out and shoot you. So it's very difficult for teams to deal with, but credit to Incilio to see this and make it work for them. And you guys at home, hopefully you're seeing this on your screens. We have the Arctic Conqueror guild set available with your man, the legend, the mountain himself, Halfler Bjornsson. We got to pick up 7 Rules Gaming. That was definitely a hard gym day for him. And throw him across, across the room. And make sure you guys check this out at the moment. And not to mention, check out the weightlifting challenge that's currently happening here in the Excel Arena. And hopefully you guys at home can rise to the challenge. Because you said 7. Mountain and I are about the same height, but he's like 3 of me. And it's all muscle.
You might be the same height, but no. It was a completely different thing. I felt even smaller, and then he picked me up, and I felt like what my kids feel when I picked them up.
I want to see what an Infinix GT20 Pro looked like in his hand, because that thing would have looked tiny. He's got, you said he has massive hands, but you know what? The processing power of the Infinix GT20 Pro is nothing he could crush in his hand or use his thumbs to bowl out the people's eyes as well. Max is trying.
It would have been like this. This is what it would have been like. One of his hands.
He plays with one hand PUBG Mobile.
His fist alone was like just the size of my head.
Well, you guys can check it out. It's 120 FPS and dual chipset and 144 Hz AMOLED screen. And on top of that, not to mention, if we're talking about things that are looking small in his hand, man, these Akuba UT2 Gamer Pro hand warmers with a 5,000 milliamp battery and 4 different adjustable heating levels. These things, I think he would have needed like 6 of them. 6 in per finger to keep his hands warm. Maybe use these right before lifting some heavy weights yet again.
I agree. I think that would have just disappeared.
We should have had him come on the desk and just be like right behind us, towering over us.
I'd be like, please pick me up again.
You have to change the camera shot.
Yeah,
make me taller than Jason.
He wouldn't need a box if that was actually to happen. But
we need to build a hole.
I wouldn't need a bigger box.
Well, let's talk about what's coming up here, right? We did have a finish over towards Everest. We had a lot of military finishes so far. We haven't really had too many northern finishes on Erangel in the grand finals.
That's true.
And I'm thinking towards, Severny, and I'm thinking towards how our team's going to adjust, like, for instance, your 4MVs, your Falcons to be able to get there. Even your Incilios, though, I think they're probably just going to take some hovercrafts and
they're just going
to love that if we have a northern circle, actually, it's going to be TJB. We saw how they were abusing those positions, especially north of Rozhok during the league stage. If we get a northern circle, TJB, with how they've been playing today, right, that could be a really big step up for them to climb maybe in top 5 positions. So a northern circle would be great for them, but yeah, as you said, we haven't had that many. Yeah, it's rare.
Well, it's nice because we don't have so many quarry finishes like we had during the league stage.
Vampire, like, no.
Every single day and was like group yellow, we had a quarry finish, it felt like.
Yeah, just every time we had quarry. Vampire loved it to bits, but unfortunately they can't enjoy it if it happens.
They loved it, but they couldn't do the job. Anyways, one team that's currently not being able to do the job, it's 4MV. Once again, they struggle being able to get towards the center of the circle, keeping all 4 players alive. I saw Doc being able to lead that rotation, and ultimately, he ended up being the last player alive, to my surprise. I'm hoping that this team, we're talking about where we want circles to go, First day, remember, we ended up having 2 military circles. If for some reason we end up getting a military circle here, I think one team that's definitely looking to take advantage of it is going to be 4MV, and they definitely need that.
Thing is, we talked about when they had their massive game on day 1, that they did this exact same thing in league stage and they did nothing after that. And we're seeing something kind of similar happen yet again. If you take away those 30-odd points, they would be nowhere on that front page.
I do agree, though. I do think that 4MP is still doing some good macro plays. We talked about the splits earlier in the pre-show, right? I think that their Sanok game was really solid, but unfortunately what happened is that other teams are also doing really solid plays. Voin, right? Wrapping around them to try and stop their gatekeeping from happening in the first place. So it's not like they're playing bad, it's just the lobby is playing at such a high level that a good play, a lot of the time, is just not going to be enough to go the entire way for that win.
I feel like they're just being a little bit too overconfident at times with these 2-2 splits. They've been able to adjust with what Doc has been able to do in regards to playing a little bit closer to his team, but right now those 2-2 splits are just not working out the way they want them to work out.
Well, you know what? Luckily for them, they're going to have a little bit of time to think some things over, hopefully work on their splits as well. As we're going to head to a short break. Keep your anticipation high, because when we come back, we're diving right back in to some more Pogi Mogi action.
Wait, what did this?
You
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed your little break because you're going to have no more for the rest of the day as we're going to be getting underway, shotgunning match after match after match until we do have our champion of 2024 PMGC. Welcome back, Max and 7WG, the 7WG, saying so high and mighty on his box as we're going to start to break down what's coming up here. And Max, I know you want to talk about Alpha 7, especially in that last match.
Yeah, Alpha 7, I think, had two really good approaches in these first two games, right? They had a really good Sanok. I think, unfortunately, Raise Up happened once again. That was not too good. But here, actually, they understood the weakness of crates in George Pole, which crate is a great position to go early on if the circle ends up going in crates or even on the apartment side, on the southern side of George Pole. It's a really good spot. The moment you have to leave, that's really troublesome. And Alpha 7 understood that very early on. They had a split. I think they had Revo in crates, and they had to play to the east in the compound. They just sent the entire team over there the moment they saw the circle pop, and thanks to that, I think they would go involved versus Thundertalk Gaming and even another team in crates. So sure, they don't get the win, but I think Alpha 7 is still pulling some way better rotates than what we saw at the start of these finals.
And I think this is what we were talking about with Alpha 7 specifically for today. They just have nothing to lose. They know that to be able to reach first place, it would pretty much end up taking up a miracle for this team. So they're going to be going back to what we know them for, right? Smart rotations and also those eliminations, the aggressiveness. And look at Incilio, 44 eliminations, over 10,000 damage.
How much is
This
that?
is out of 7 matches.
How much of that is them coming out of a hovercraft?
Imagine if we could get a stat for Incilio specifically, how much time spent in the hovercraft in comparison to all the other teams. It wouldn't even be close, honestly.
Because they have multiple hovercrafts, it's like just multiplied so quickly also. But like, yeah, it's a good item.
I'm not going to knock them, right? Because if you want to be the best team in the world, you got to be able to, you got to be willing to adapt to new metas and to new changes, and they are the first team we've seen to adopt it.
You can't even knock them if you wanted to. Then the hovercraft.
That's true.
They're just gonna keep
I mean, we
playing
talked
mouse
about
with you.
the first teams using the DBS when that came around, meta changing. That was, I think, D+, if I'm not mistaken, way back in the day. And now we're seeing Sulu do the same. I wonder if we're going to see more and more teams adapt to this, but obviously that's Erangel only.
Thing is that if they find themselves in a situation like we were able to find in that previous match, and those hovercrafts do end up getting destroyed, you've mentioned it before, Max, it becomes pretty much a compound.
It's just a fort built on the go, and it's very strong.
Very strong indeed. And speaking of strong, we're going to head back to our commentators. We're going to be dropping in to our second Erangel of the day with John Allen and Blake.
Feeling strong like Hathor. We are heading in to Erangel, a south plain path for us for our second lap around the grassy pastures from Novo over to the west coast. South leaning, maybe some vehicle kerfuffles in the next few minutes. Blank, we've seen that happen on plain paths like this.
It's a seriously difficult plane path. It's one we actually saw yesterday. I think it's pretty much the exact same plane path we saw then. It was not easy to work around, and teams will have to figure out their rotations going forward. Interesting to see where this next circle actually heads off to. If it'll be a cruel one, heavy up towards that north side, causing teams some panic here inside the lobby. For the time being, Falcons out nice and early, and Cilio up towards Milta, who are absolutely unbelievably protected by those hovercraft half the time. Having 2 in the back pocket going into many of these locations where, as Max said, it's almost impossible to play some of these spots, but it's made so because they can always just hop inside there, pretty much moving compound.
It's so useful, and as they were saying over on the desk, it's the first team to really adapt to that as part of their core fundamental gameplay. Fantastic stuff coming through to see that one work out for them. I'm looking at the rest of the map. I'm seeing potentially D+ Kier could be vulnerable to a team spirit, but D+ Kier going a little bit further. Are we going to see that low and lazy parachute from DRX that got capitalized on by Enigma Galaxy last match? Potentially some danger with them and the Vicious, but again, teams are being very cautious around these vehicles, and it feels like you can see these nerves mounting as we get in towards the final matches here for the Grand Finals.
Almost halfway done at this point, John. DRX do get out the plane path without too much trouble, but down towards 6th place now. Our leaders are 2 EMEA teams, Enigma Galaxy and RCB, with Influence Rage not far behind, honestly, only 2 points.
Every single team has been trying to figure out how to approach this final day. They've all been trying to put their best foot forwards. And at the moment, Enigma Galaxy, they are at the top of the pack. We caught up with them to find out just how they're coping with the pressure.
Welcome to Championship Sunday. Now, we are already in the mix here in the XL Arena, so we thought that we would just hop on here to give you a quick recap and get you up to speed if you're only just joining us. After day one, 4MV led the charge with a truly impressive 23 elimination chicken dinner. It really was something, wasn't it, Sandstorm?
It was quite a performance from them on day one, but day number 2 saw Regnum Carrier fly to the top of the table with 2 chicken dinners and managing to get a bit of a distance between them and second place. But Influence Rage, they were the talk of the town. They managed to get a chicken dinner, 2 top 2s, and now, beginning of day 3, again, starting with a chicken dinner. They're coming for that number 1 spot, Barney.
Yes, they are. I mean, going from 14th place at the beginning of day 2 and all the way up to second place right now. So keep your eyes peeled, and we'll see you later on Championship Sunday.
Thank you very much, Barney and Sandstorm. The lay of the land there set out for you. Make sure that you are up to date. You can see those scores on the tables on the right-hand side of your screen. In the midst of all of that, Team Spirit lost 2 players, Blank.
Yeah, they were hurt. They were hurting once again. And I think Team Spirit, the spirit is broken at this point in time. Down to 178 points in 10th place. It would realistically take 1 game to get up towards that top side, but I don't really think Nick Galaxy or RCB are going to be changing all that much. D+ are able to find 2 of those eliminations over towards Team Spirit. You were talking about this earlier. Potentially D+ being in trouble. No, it's completely the way around.
Absolutely. That is far from ideal, let's put it that way, for Team Spirit, and taking a lot of damage, not getting that loot fast. Circle, fairly chill right now. It's a nice central circle, so no massive moves. And after the plane path they had, the teams will be happy about this. Enigma Galaxy in Pachinki are slap bang in the middle of this circle. They could potentially move back up to that church position, try and play some of the positions out to the hills to the west side of Pachinki. They've got the pick of the litter when it comes to these central locations.
Yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, it has just been from good to better inside of this lobby. Even over in PMGC, like Max was saying, we were all enjoying the hit TV series of the fall season of Enigma Galaxy and their improvement. It has been very good. There's been some plot twists here and there, and now Enigma Galaxy suddenly at the zenith of their story at the moment, in first place. 113 points. It's a good run from them. They have been working very hard this year to make sure that their team is ready, because when we first saw them, it seemed disjointed. Slowly over time, they've worked on that. All these players now play hand in hand wonderfully. The boys talk about Twisted Minds, and I think that, you know, you look at Twisted Minds from EMEA, and they are somewhat of a reflection of Enigma Galaxy. In the sense, you take some very strong players, you put them together, and you hope it goes well, but you invest resources into that. You invest time, you invest coaching. I think Twisted Minds just needed more time. For Enigma Galaxy, they already had that moment of success where it all started to click. Now they're up against 4MV.
And 4MV, a team looking to chase them on the tables. Apex tries to draw first blood, but in turn is rebuffed. SnowX with a Molotov, slowing things down, hops out the building on the low ground floor here. The res is coming through, but Apex is being chunked away in the meantime. They haven't managed to get him back up. Reefer steps out the back, and Narvalo's being handled by Doc on the back lines. 4MV looking to try and turn this one around, but unfortunately there's another knock, and SnowX just wades straight on into the fight, sees it going pear-shaped, thinks, no, I think we want the top of the tables to ourselves, thank you very much.
Way.
But Doc clips him on the rear tire, swings through on the buggy, and SnowX on the top floor can't do anything about it. The hop in, and Doc's on the warpath. Around the edge, Ralph has the corner. Doc goes low, but the hop out doesn't find it. Redox down, but Enigma Galaxy keep it under control. Influence Rage, though, want to change that.
Influence Rage in the wings here. Look to soar on down towards Enigma Galaxy's position. Narvalo unable to get their boy back up again. Crazy play there, though, coming through from Doc. Speed at which he rocked up towards that location. Ralph barely had time to get out of the vehicle before his leg got twisted at the hand of Doc.
Hitting him with a stanky leg on that approach, but Enigma Galaxy take one of the top 5 out of the race for this match. Influence Rage didn't have time to third party, seemingly. Oh, hang on a minute. They might still yet have an opportunity until Enigma Galaxy can get those reses on board, get that healing done.
Yeah, it's highly doubtful. Well, never mind. It was not highly doubtful. Apparently, Influence Rage just let them get Narvalo back up again. So he sits up straight, and Nick Galaxy technically now can just play on with 3 players with 4 eliminations perfectly possible from a central position. One hell of an extraction onto Narvalo, I won't lie. It's good to see, though. They do value the player. I mean, Narvalo, in the past, used to be one of the best players in Europe. He has slightly fallen down that ladder. There was moments where we worried for him. But I'm hopeful for the future of this team now.
I think that there were times where he just seemed so disjointed from his team, but this is Enigma Galaxy revitalized and cohesive. It's a fantastic sight to see. They will top the tables for now, but we'll have to see if they can hold on to it. Thunder Talk now defending. Top of Potato Hill, east side. 4 players for Thunder Talk. They've already found a knock over towards Icy. And the Falcons continue on their fall from grace, but East trying to chime back in towards AJ. They will find that knock. Hui looks for the trade, and action is taken down. Potential third party coming in from Incilio across the way as well. This, for both of these 2 teams, is going to be made so much harder. We saw what Westron could do on his own in the last match blank, and we'll see if they can extract more value from this situation.
He's a crazy player on Incilio. He's had so much success. Donning the flag as a cloak here. The attempts to hit them with the dagger on that northern side. 3TN from Incilio with the hovercraft. What else, really, end of the day? I will say for Westron, that last game with the Vicious, technically Vicious made the right play. Absolutely. They should have 100% pushed him. But you get 3 shots in a row, dead on target, on moving targets. You just have to take the L on that one, realistically.
Sometimes it's just something special that you're able to bring out, and that's what Westron found. In the meantime, we're going to hop over towards Sunken. DRX are taking on the remaining duo from Team Spirit. A knock over towards Hyunbin slows them down. They are not fully grouped up right now. Oh, no, wait. No, that's RCB across the river with a 2-2 split from Rozhok and the Bridge compound. DRX playing as 3 in this location. They've got an outpost, but trying to regroup, play a little bit closer together. So as moves back on in, and they slow their approach. They don't want to go for this fight against Team Spirit.
For RCB, it's a good chance for them to start the game here. I mean, Vicious do hold that north side of Rozhok, the hilltops, but RCB have way more space to play around with. It is a somewhat dangerous split, but again, it's what they're trying to do most of these games is keep their split just close enough so regroups are possible. But the amount of information they'll be able to pick up from the back of this is phenomenal. Na'Vi scouting the top side, but Incilio rocking through in the hovercraft. You cannot slow them down. They just roll on past, and what are you meant to do? All you can do is really watch. There's not much counterplay to it.
Bring your own hovercraft.
Yeah, but still not counterplay. Now you're just rotating together.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's such a difficult force to be reckoned with. The Na'Vi are going to push them off, however, but I think that's more Incilio's choice than Na'Vi's, because this circle, okay, the next pop as well, goes over to the river, the central island there found. Na'Vi can't quite catch Incilio as their tail turns, but they'll have to mount up and get on the path behind them. However, pushing in towards the center of this circle, there's a lot of open ground blank.
Very reminiscent of the way Mirren Sejong played actually for RCB here, immediately regrouping on top of Sarah. It's a good spot to play as well. A lot of sight lines and a lot of capability to hold teams out. They'll even have an outpost that sits down towards the bankside. This is good for RCB on this circle. And I imagine it will center up around there anyway. Enigma Galaxy heading down over towards Foyne Donkey, who have just managed to grab themselves a position on the sidelines of Sunken. DRX, I hope they brought their scuba dive gear, because they're going to have to sit around here for quite some time in the water.
Tell you what, Team Spirit with their duo have had some decent shifts on this one and may be able to pull a couple of points out of this game, but I'm still not holding my breath. Voindonkey ID spotted on the cross in towards Sunken Zeta, clipped, but Vexy will get the res here. DRX want to isolate this, surround it. You can see Kaiksei now moving up into the high ground off angle. Nickbit Galaxy have made their entry with all three of their players now safely in that southwest side. Slap bang center in Sunken City.
Yeah, a lot of teams want to get involved, and this can hold a fair few squads at the end of the day. No one really wants to make too much noise here. A couple of shots going through, but that's about it. Na'Vi attempting to move over towards Incilio already. There's a good start, a good chunk of damage. 6 is down, and Na'Vi stuck inside this building. Another lovely nade. Bounces down the stairs. There is a response, but is it enough?
Another nade for Westron. He's on a rampage again. Potential to find Flip here, but a nade goes a little bit awry. Does tag him for the damage. The Molotov to push him off the door frame,
so nice.
But he goes down the stairs. Brilliant rotate from Westron to pick up that Molotov, playing the terrain. Low HP again, dips back, but Redlick can take up the mantle. D plus Kier moving around in the distance could make this a little bit messy, but another nade bobbles over to the backlines, and Lemon is going to get pushed away from this. Puncher flushed away, and the points start to rack up for Incilio.
Westron today has been playing like a man possessed. It has been insane what we've been watching from him. Nade after nade into a Molotov so perfectly placed, and now Lemon's getting squeezed.
Ooh, there's still a little bit more juice left in it, hopefully. Redlick underarms the nade on the lower balcony, the drop down, but just in time, secures the door frame. The hop over, and he steps in. It's all chaos. The step out from Lemon on a 1-2 swivel. We thought Westron had it all, but no. Lemon turns their situation sour.
A bitter denial to Incilio. Lemon turns it up to 11. At his 11th hour. Insane plays. I mean, we know Lemon's a strong player, and I just do not think Incilio were expecting that. And that's going to hurt their points this game, as they were onto a very strong position down towards the southeast side in terms of holding and getting a little bit too over-aggressive, potentially overconfidence getting in the way there for them. Still 5 eliminations on the game. It's not terrible, but it won't see you up into the triple digits just yet.
That is so unfortunate. They should have been 3 in this position, but just that little clumsy step in, step out. Lemon with the pump action, with a miraculous pull. I mean, to be fair, it swings and roundabouts from the last match where Westron did the same to the Vicious, right? And with Incilio going down, you're right, that point scoring potential severely denied there. They're up to 98 points blank, so they are still within striking distance as Lemon does finally get taken down. And that is Na'Vi out of this match. Influence Rage the ones to do so, but it's so close at the top that just being able to get that 1 extra point, move closer towards these next circles, could have been all it took for Incilio to be up towards the top 3.
Some good long-range shots so far from Norris, and we've been watching from Influence Rage. And they're currently holding down towards that south side. They have a lot of space that they've conquered already. D+ trying to go for something similar, holding a 2-2 split. Off over towards that eastern side. They got 2 players on the south of Rozhok, but RTB still in this strong position, and there's no contenders in their area. Same cannot be said for Sunken, though. That place is full to the brim.
There is plenty of players looking to try and make their way on in there. Alpha 7 have managed to make the first strike towards the positions under the bridge. Guild looking to defend it, but with Magrellan out of action, Revo has to step into the breach and will do so with gusto. GG, not GG, flushed under the bridge there. Aza, the laser, trying to get across as well, but I think Alpha 7 have his number.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot. I think Revo knows his location as well. For Alpha 7 playing out on the water towards that middle island. Good shots again, creating a splash in the water, and will find the knock. Now it's just about cleaning up. And Alpha 7 will take 2 on the game and find themselves on a lonely island over towards this northwest side, but they can certainly play this one out here, John.
It's very isolated, you're right, in this situation. You could see the other side of the island was held by the other side of the 2-2 split from Guild, but RCB had angles on it. They took one of those players on that south edge away. These rocks are anything but secure. To be fair to Guild, they couldn't really play it as much as they would have liked because of Alpha 7's crossing, but even so, getting up to that ridge line keeps you safe for a moment, but not much longer.
Voindonkey, not a bad spot, but we'll see where this next circle goes, because if it heads over towards that west side, both Enigma Galaxy as well as Voindonkey ID will be pretty happy with their position. It will be DRX forced to push them, but nope, up towards RCB. And it looks like we're heading over towards our Turkish squad to reclaim their top spot.
Seeing the rotate out from Team Spirit as well towards that shack on the roadside. Trying to hunker down there. And to be fair, I think they've got legs on that position, Blank. They've got a little bit of runway to play with. Because of all the teams who have grouped themselves up in Sunken, moving out of there is got to be really tough. With RCB and now with Team Spirit on the outside looking their way, Enigma Galaxy on the south point, moving away is going to be difficult. The good news for them for now is that they don't have to just yet.
They can sit pretty for the time being, heading into stage 6. The cool thing here for RCB is that practically that southwest side will just handle itself. With Rage though, Lorazin will handle one onto D+. Good response though, more damage pouring on through, coming through from Wholesale. We'll just send away, still has 4 players here on D+, 1 player down though, and more shots coming through, but TJB enters the mix.
They're trying to roll over from the sidelines here, the west edge. Enigma Galaxy are flexing out for it as well, but Influence Rage are suffering the most right now. D+ Kia have 2 knocks, they're grouped up, the blue zone pushes. They can't go back out to get these 2 players back up. D+ Kia almost certainly playing on with 2, and Flower wants to take these points for TJB. 5 elims found now. And the south edge rotate has gone well. Enigma Galaxy, they are really keen for this third party, Blank. Narvalo is still a little bit on the chase here, but not quite able to get past the finish line. Osal finds Triple S rolling up. Chips is there as well. A crossfire established, but it's not going to matter. Longs has this back, and Triple S can keep on rolling. Over towards Osal, D+ Kia fall.
Second Erangel in a row where TJB stands it up here. Looking mighty strong, nade through over towards Thunder Talk, and they do find themselves hit by a lightning strike sent by Falcons.
Swooping down, taking those points away. Only the 2 points on this match, and only the 2 players as well, though. And in 14th place, I think their time is up, even with a miracle run here. They are over 50 points behind on the standings, and teams are starting to get counted out at this stage. Teams like Na'Vi, like Thunder Talk, like Falcons and Guild, it's so tough to make that run from the bottom of the tables.
We're 3rd down to 6th out on this game, though there is a chance for those teams underneath. As you can see on the leaderboards, I mean, we've still got 7 through 12th in the game. So DRX, Tongjiabao, Voindonkey ID, potentially Team Spirit. This might be a good moment to regain some of that lost ground with the past day. Alpha 7 finding Vicious though, raises down. And again, I was going to talk about this earlier, but it's so difficult for Falcons, Vicious to move through that ground on that north side. So open to a lot of squads. RCB gets a miracle shift. They might be on the edge of this one, but it completely cuts out Sunken. And that is the big marker of this circle.
Be a hefty price to pay to exit Sunken here. Enigma Galaxy on the south side, getting 5 elims now, actually. They got 4 on their earlier scrap. They posted up another, losing a player, but now they're on the south edge. With TJB just a little bit ahead of them, it looks like Narvalo is calling the team to regroup. Ralph agrees, and they all move in concert now to the east side, and actually potentially clashing with TJB on the east side as Alpha 7 try and cross. It's Wagner to shut them down very, very quickly. Alpha 7 get dispatched, and Voindonkey ID want a couple of those points, but TJB now have Enigma Galaxy bearing down upon them. and they will not be able to weather the storm. Nick Galaxy can get Narvalo back up and play on from there. 7 elims found, and RCB see them stretching out into the distance ahead of them.
RCB, they've got a strong spot, but only 2 elims off the back of this. But Nick Galaxy, they've been making it work. They exited early, they controlled that south side, and there is more space to play. It's likely that a lot of these teams over towards that western side are going to struggle making their way out from Sunken, but now they've been dropped down just 2. DRX, Void Donkey ID must face off against one another. Though, Nick Galaxy taking a knock here, but there's a chance for DRX to send out. But even so, in the heat of the moment, Narvalo clapping back over towards them.
Finding QXZ with a headshot out to the west side. Falcons on the east, on the edges of Rozhok. The peripheral hills, a modicum of cover able to be supplied to them by it. And the spray down from KXA, but they're just not quite finding these full flushes. Void Donkey ID, they've appeared a lot in the elimination feed. Only 3 times have they been able to rack up points for it, but they have been knocked repeatedly blank. This team has been through the wars, and they are looking to keep that record going. Potato just about staying alive as they try and fend off DRX from Sunken City on their route out. Nick Galaxy making that break up north as well.
RCB has been so happy with this position, but Nick Galaxy is not playing around here. Bursting out into this match from the dark void of the Galaxy. Now looking to take teams with him.
DRX on the push, Potato goes down. But the drop shots there, Vexy on the floor, brings DRX with him. And now it's just one player on the backline. Soaz steps into the smoke, but the strafe not strong enough. And Void Donkey ID will be able to survive, but for how much longer? Because they're eating lead from Nick Galaxy across the way. Razor and Vexy trying to survive as RCB starting to get a little bit antsy now.
RCB, no, they need more points in this game. Enigma Galaxy, it looked like RCB on this match might have been able to regain a position towards that top side, but not with Enigma Galaxy absolutely dominating during this match, stealing away eliminations at the same time. Vexy goes down to Narvalo, hitting their tally up to 10, and Enigma Galaxy will not be stopped.
Up to 11. Enigma Galaxy with 3 players on the match after their first team fight. Making waves here. 2 games on the trot. They are muscling their way to the top of the tables. RCB, you're right. They've only got 2 eliminations from here. They haven't had to make this work. Team Spirit alive as well, by the way, still with their duo. And is it finally the end for Enigma Galaxy? A wide rotate, and this feels chaotic, Blank. Not too sure about the effectiveness of this maneuver on average, but Narvalo, the only one to survive it, and he's not even in the zone.
Gets out. Enigma Galaxy down to 1 now, but 11 points on the game, a top 5. This has been a brilliant result from them. Plays this match solar systematic. But this looks like it will be their final ride on the southeast side.
Still, though, a 5th place with 11 elims. Blank, it's pretty bloody good, I think it's safe to say. They'll be very happy with that one. Narvalo still just eking out whatever he can, but it is going to be there, done and dusted for Enigma Galaxy. A massive tally for RCB to chase now as they look for the rollout. Silas is rebuffed. The Vicious trying to keep this one together, but in they go with the send out wide. RCB leaves Silas behind, but pick up the position on the north edge. The Falcons are falling to it, and Team Spirit is still here as well, by the way, in their building, in their little shack, with 2 players. It's not fully out of the question.
Actually, the fact that Team Spirit is still in this one is pretty phenomenal. Now they make the send out, they're looking to take on the Falcons. Shots from the side of the vehicle, it's looking like a drive-by.
Over the top, Nade cooking, healing on East as well, works out. Can RCB find anything? The first knock goes the way of a Team Spirit on the duo rollout. Top around the side, looking to try and get anything done. And 1 he's good for. Shotgun, 2 rounds left. Finds the first, looks for the second, and he's out of ammo, he's out of life. It's RCB to flex out, looking for that first place chicken dinner, but it's all up to Effect.
Effect has to double back. I said it was a drive-by, more like a drive-through over towards Falcons. And the unshakable spirit is here in process. Effect looks for another. The damage is good over towards Sarah, but the nade might just do the trick. And RCB will take themselves a chicken dinner. But with the points that Enigma Galaxy got this match, it might not be enough.
Enigma Galaxy might have pulled off the limbs, but at least Regnum Karyabra closing out the chicken dinner. We'll check out the overalls to see where it currently stands here between these two top teams. But for now, we have to break down their victory and break down how they pulled this one off. And Max and Seven Worlds Gaming, I mean, Regnum Karya were sitting in that lovely compound for the longest of times until it was their moment to strike.
Yeah, they just held onto their resources for pretty much the entire game here, Seven, and just, okay, now it seems like the action's starting to pick up a little bit, especially around Sunken City or Atlantis or Water City. There's a lot of names.
Watertown.
Compound. Watertown, that one works.
I like that one.
Look, you said Atlantis earlier. But there was so much action happening in that city, and RCB just, we're going to let that fight unfold naturally. And once all the teams are weakened, there's just going to be a few stragglers remaining. That's when we push clear the southern western side, and then we have free reign to push Vicious, then Falcons, then Team Spirit, do whatever we truly want in this finishing moment.
Silas being able to get those 4 eliminations, something that we do need to highlight as you were able to talk about RCB. I mean, you mentioned it too, Jason, they really didn't have to rotate. They were just sitting down for a very long time. For this team, I feel like we're gonna move to Enigma Galaxy because, wow, what a performance that we just had at Enigma Galaxy. The way that they were able to just make their decision. I gotta go back even a little bit further. Whenever they were really close to Watertown, they decided, you know what, we're not gonna go through that mayhem. We don't wanna end up fighting with Void. We don't wanna end up fighting with DRX. They decided to back off, and something that I really enjoyed that Enigma Galaxy was able to do, as we're looking at the stats here from RCB, was Narvalo. They send them just a little bit further away from him to be able to scout on TJB. Once you realize where TJB was at, then the whole team was able to send it there, and it was an easy fight for them.
Yeah, Narvalo was such a proactive scout, and not only scout, but also a very important part actually of these pushes onto TJB. And then they pushed TJB into, I think it was Influence Rage. It was also then the side of D plus Kia. Pushed them all away, then they go back to the city in a pretty relatively safe position. But later on down the line, right, TJB have this mountaintop southwest of Rozhok, which is a good little scouting ground to go for. And Enigma Galaxy, we talked about the fight happening in Sunken City, Water City, Atlantis.
Watertown.
Okay, Watertown. They're trying to avoid that as much as possible. And just, oh, we already saw that TJB escaped southeast of the circle. We're going to go back there. Again, Narvalo, a very important scout in the process of that push. Get the position under control, and then actually are able to get access to the late game, though the circle had different plans in mind after that point.
Yeah.
I think the most important thing to note in this game, though, is that if Regnum Karya did not win this match, they would have fallen so far behind Enigma Galaxy because of the limbs that they were able to put up here. So this keeps that trophy in contention here between these two teams. And I mean, honestly, another thing to talk about today, we've had so many amazing individual standout moments. And this one was Lemon with the 1v2 up against Encilio. I don't know how he pulls it off with the pump shotty as well. I mean, they're just creating a highlight reel for himself.
I'm speechless. We were not expecting it. We're like, there's no way he's about to do this.
It's like, no way. He
did this.
Wait. That's what happens when you're on a hovercraft and you're dealing with...
Right here.
The movement also around the doors, like just hugging the wall the entire way.
We got a chance to see some amazing movement yesterday from the Solo Master tournament. Yeah. Now we're starting to see here.
Like, that's how they do it in the Solo Master tournament. We're going to try and bring that over to PMGC with some good plays. Though I know we're not talking too much about Alpha 7, but as we have the replay here, good little push. They saw that Guild were actually playing under the bridge in that dip, which is a good defensive position. But if you send it really quickly, you can actually leapfrog that position and actually have a really good spot to then fight Guild. So sure, it doesn't result in too much, but Alpha 7 still, I think, doing some decent moves in the mid game.
One other team we're going to have to talk about here, there was a little bit of a three-way fight. It was D+ trying to punish Influence Rage, what they did successfully. But TJB, I mean, you talked about it when we were watching the games, Max. Like, since the penultimate game yesterday, our first match on Miramar, TJB have been cranking things up, and with still 3 matches left to go today, I still feel like there is a chance for them to completely shoot up these leaderboards and potentially challenge out for first.
I feel like in the first, I don't know, maybe 8, 9, 10 matches, they were pretty much in the scenario of they were taking still a few early game fights, but they weren't fully ready. Now they're ready for anything.
Well, it's the true day one for...
Oh, day
That's
3?
true.
Day 3 is the...
Oh, okay, that's how it works.
Is the true day 2.
It truly feels like they're ready for anything and they're not scared to take fights because, again, we're getting to the point where teams and players are getting desperate. That send onto other side of Infant's Rage, then D+Q, I think was just pivotal for them to reach the late game. So I don't know what happened internally for them, but I think the mindset is definitely on point for TJB.
And for TJB, if they wouldn't have had just such a struggle in the first match with Sandhog, when they ended up going against the Vicious, they ended up getting eliminated early. We could have had 3 matches out of this team, great consistent matches, but that's not the case right now. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the overall is looking, because we have seen Enigma Galaxy now being able to put up some good performances back-to-back especially. And like you were mentioning too, Jason, RCB being able to win this one narrows that gap. It doesn't let Enigma Galaxy just keep creating an even bigger point gap.
Yeah, you see here, RCB able to get themselves 4 more points than Enigma Galaxy, and we'll check in with how close things are between our first and second place team momentarily. But Falcons, 10 points. We got to see some great things out of them as well. Only performing with 2 players towards the very end, losing out in that last 1v1 up against Team Spirit. But, you know, Falcons, if they could have started off the event putting up numbers like this, we could have been talking about them as being the team to take the trophy back to Mongolia.
They did. They started off hot. Whenever we started off the first day with the Sandhawk, we're like, okay, maybe we're getting the Falcons from Last Chance. Final day? No, that was not the case.
It was one match. It was just like 4MV. It was one match.
Yeah.
Speaking of 4MV, 1 point. I mean, this is 4MV. We keep talking, you know, negatively about them, but they're still relatively high up in the leaderboards. When we went into this match, they were only 17, 18 points behind first place. I mean, if they just had some good games here, they easily could be the team that we're talking about.
They're still heavily relevant in this conversation, but we're just not seeing those big pop-off games, right? We need another of those 20 elimination games, but here we go, the leaderboards. Top 3 does not move currently, but yeah, it is so damn close. And I do think that we're having a prospect here that's being set up for the end of today, where it might just be down to that final game to decide who's going to be lifting that trophy here, Seven.
I know 3 games ago I was saying anybody from first stage can definitely end up taking that championship. So far, with what I'm seeing out of Void Donkey, great performance here in this last match. I think I'm going to start counting them out a little bit. DRX as well, Incilio as well, just because we're going into that last Erangel and we don't really know what's going to happen in regards to this team when we do end up going to Miramar.
I mean, for Incilio, Erangel was their best map. And their Erangels today have not been amazing. Obviously, we did have Westron get to the very late stages of our first Erangel, but here we see them going out to basically Na'Vi. If we're thinking about if they want to have a chance to push up the leaderboards, their final Erangel has to be good, and then they need to do something on Miramar they've yet to be able to do is have 2 good Miramars in a row.
Definitely possible for them to get themselves a Miramar. That I'm going to be looking at one team in particular on this second page that, again, competing for the first place is a little bit out of the question, but at least ranking high is definitely something that could happen, is the Vicious. And looking back at this, I don't know how you feel, Seven. I generally feel, because they were playing the northern side of Rozhok on this warehouse, if they third-party Thunder Talk and Falcons fight, I genuinely think they could have won this game, and they could have ranked up on the first page. That would have been such a good fight for them to take. They play a bit more passive, and maybe are starting to play a little bit more scared than they usually do, which is weird to say about the Vicious, but that was a big fight they could have taken, and they just did not even think about it.
Super weird to say about the
Vicious. I know, right?
Especially when we're going to be going into the final 3 matches. Maybe they're now starting to think about the price, but like, okay, you know what? Maybe we don't want to be too risky. Or do we? With this team, you're really not going to end up knowing. You could end up being, they could have ended up making the decision that you said, third-partying that fight between Falcons and TT. That was not the case with them. Who knows what they're going to be able to do in the last 3 matches. The big question mark for me, though, for the last 3 matches is going to end up coming down to how these teams are going to end up finishing up that last Erangel. One team that comes to mind is going to be Enigma Galaxy. They need to continue to have a great performance here. Yes, they were able to do great Miramars yesterday, but I'm not sure. I'm not sold on that yet.
I mean, especially after you have Regnum Karabrak get a chicken dinner like this, right? Again, it's going to be close in terms of contention for the first place, so it's going to be down to the wire.
I mean, these same teams are just continuing the pace from yesterday. Influence Rage had a great day, Enigma Galaxy, Regnum Karya, and they're having a great day yet again here. And consistency in these kind of lobbies at the highest level of PUBG Mobile, and the most competitive lobby we've ever had in PUBG Mobile, is so damn difficult to pull off here. And you look at some other teams like, you know, the Vicious, maybe Void Donkey as well, having some players, well, for the Vicious, all players who haven't been in PMGC before, the lack of inexperience can really come back to bite you. But then now we've passed the halfway point of our final day. You have to wonder, are teams going to start playing a little bit differently now, especially if you're down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, and if you're towards the top, do you maybe depend on sitting back and going for like some second drop locations to play it safe? No?
No. I know you can hear the shake of my head on the mic. But yeah, if you're one of those top teams, don't end up changing your playing style that much. Especially for RCB. Like, you wouldn't have wanted to extra challenge teams in Watertown for no reason, just because you wanted some extra points. They played that out so perfect.
We know that there is one person who can tell us about potentially changing things up. It's going to be Pekko, the coach, coming in for Enigma Galaxy, over with Banks on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main stage where I am joined by the coach of Nigma Galaxy. It is Peko. Peko, 2 points in it right now. You're on 127 points. You've got close second at 125. How are you feeling?
I'm actually feeling confident. We're trying to do our best, obviously. We need some luck just so we can be top one. I mean, we're really confident right now.
It's like a sprinkling of luck you need, isn't it? Because you guys are super confident. Speaking of confidence, you know, yesterday you were hanging out with the casters and the analysts in the lobby. You were doing magic as well. They all kind of reflected on it and said, he seems really relaxed. Like, you would think that going into the championship Sunday, everyone's a bit nervous, but you seem really calm. Do you feel like you're really calm and like you trust your players, I imagine?
Yeah, of course. Everyone is really confident. The org gave us a lot of trust, which is what pushed us to do this good. This is all I'm saying. Yeah, we're really chill, to be honest. We expect this. We expect it to fight for top one, and we'll see how it's going to go for the last three games.
And we know that, you know, Championship Sunday is always packed with the fans. You guys have an awesome fan base as well that are chanting for you as you go. But also on day 3, right now, we only have 3 maps remaining, 2 of them on Miramar. How do you like your chances closing out the day on Miramar? Do you feel like you can clench it?
Yeah, of course. We can do good. We can actually, as I told you, beat top one. It just depends on the decisions in game, obviously the luck. And we'll see how it goes.
Is Miramar a particularly strong map for you guys, or is it just, are they all strong maps?
No, it's actually the least strong map for us, but doesn't mean we're not going to do good. We're still confident.
I mean, like you said, a sprinkling of luck, but also you trust them. They know what they're doing. They've got a really strong team. You're in the lead right now. Let's see if you can close it out. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Nigma Galaxy. And we've also got Peko here. Nice one. Thanks so much. For now, we're going to head back to the desk to continue Championship Sunday.
Bye-bye.
Saying he's chill, I think, is an understatement. Considering last night we were playing some Ice Meyer Frontier, and he was pulling one of us away at a time to do some magic card tricks. I think it's more than chill. I think he's feeling pretty confident that they're going to take this.
They were good magic.
They were really
too.
good. I do a little bit of magic sometimes, and it was like, I have no idea how he did this.
Yeah,
I was so confused.
I was like a 5-year-old. I was mind blown.
Well, you kind of are like a 5-year-old sometimes, but
True.
you know what? Speaking of 5, what about 4MV? They had a rough time here against Nigma Galaxy in this last match.
Yeah, and this one, I mean, it kind of goes with what we've been talking about too, Max, in regards to how they have changed separate things throughout this whole tournament. Especially it comes down to Doc. Doc, that wasn't the initiator for that fight. He was actually the one holding back. And on top of that, whenever the team was pretty much eliminated, then Doc finally decided to push. It seems like it was the last hurrah out of that team. We're talking about teams changing up how they play. I feel like 4MV right now is a bit uncertain on figuring out how they actually want to play. Do they want to play aggressive? Do they want to be passive? Because during that engagement in the last match, I wasn't quite sure what they were wanting to do. It's not like everybody fully committed to it.
I mean, we saw there was definitely a lot of changes happening during the league stage, right?
Yep.
Happening for them. They were playing center, then edge, and I think that now nothing's really working too heavily for them. So then that question of, then what do we do? Because our 2 main playstyles are just not consistent as much as we would have expected in these finals.
I think what they need to do is take their Akupa UT to Gamer Pros to ensure optimal performance here in these matches, keep those hands warm and ready to go, because they need to have a couple of good games. I mean, just imagine there is a world where they could potentially pull off another 30-plus point game and we could see them in first place, but they got to get their hand warmers out.
Do we want that?
Do we want to see? You know, honestly, I would love to see 4MV win because Max and I have been covering them all year long. We talked about at PMWC, this team is the team to beat. And of course, because Max predicted them, they ended up not having a great time here. But you guys at home should be having a great time because we also do have the official PMGC skins released for you. The Midnight Raven and Enigma set. You can use the code 24 PMGC to get 50 UC off with 10 draws in the lucky spin. And hopefully you do that maybe in between the breaks. But hopefully you don't want to do it during the matches because the non-stop action is going to continue to come here.
I've done mine already, so yeah. You can
I've been doing mine.
You've been doing yours?
Yeah.
You get
I need better luck.
Max, is there a world where we can get you to cosplay it as the Enigma set?
You know what?
Right or left?
Yes. I won't be able to tailor it myself, but I'll do it.
Okay. Well, I know you do have someone who could potentially help you out with that. Any prosthetics you might need on top of that. But you guys at home, what about some other teams we should be talking about here? Obviously, the race is very heavily towards the top.
I have DRX.
Yeah, they've been quiet.
I mean, they've done nothing today, realistically. I'm sorry to say, but like,
it's true.
I was really hyped up for DRX, especially how they played yesterday. We had so many good rotates, some really strong finishes, and I highlighted Hyunbin that it would be a great story, but as of right now, it's just a nosedive for them because at the top, you got Nigma Galaxy, you got Regnum Karabrat. They're not sharing any points, and we can see every good spot, I feel like, upon phase 2, phase 3. every good position's taken. That means late rotates, which DRX sometimes do, are just not going to work as they once used to in the league stage or at the start of this grand finals.
For me, it's going to be Influence Rage. I'm kind of looking at this team with how they're going to finish along the lines of what I was saying in regards to Incilio, how Influence Rage is going to finish this last Erangel going into Miramar. We know that some of the top dogs, D+, I mean, the consistency that we have seen out of D+, especially in Miramars, it's outstanding. I don't think they're going to end up slowing down. I think they're actually going to end up shining, and this is why I have them being really close to be able to challenge for that championship. And it comes down to some of the other teams. What are they going to be able to do? If Enigma Galaxy continues on this trajectory that they're on right now, we've been saying it, the other teams have to make sure they respond. If not, that point gap is just going to get bigger and bigger.
Well, Max, I can see you do have TJB and Boy and Donkey on your teams to focus. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, Boy and Donkey in particular, I think they're still taking some really good fights, especially their rotates around 4MV on that Sanok game. I was really impressed with that. The main issue that we're seeing right now, and there's been an issue actually throughout all of today so far, is that they're taking really solid fights, but they're losing players. And when you lose one player, you lose two players. Unfortunately, you'll transition in next fight. So even happened in Water City that time around.
Water Town.
It's the same thing.
Atlantis.
Okay, sure. You know what? That area, you guys know what I'm talking about. They lose players, and the transition from that spot is just never going to work out. So the fights, again, I think they make sense, but you got to keep your full team alive if you want to have a chance to go for the win at the end.
And I feel like for some of these teams, like especially like Voin Donkey, right? We've talked to Defi. He has told us what the expectations were. And now, with 3 matches left, currently where you sit in the leaderboard, I feel like for them and also for a lot of the other teams, they have to set the expectation, okay, you know what? I feel like going for that championship might be a little bit too far. Where do we actually want to end up being at the end of the day? I had this conversation earlier at the beginning of the day with Alpha 7. They were saying, that championship is just too far away. We're trying to be at least within the top 3. For Voin Donkey, I feel like right now their goal should be minimum top 5.
Yeah, it feels so hard because right now I'm looking at all of these teams and so many teams are doing really amazing play. Again, that's why I had TJB also as one of the picks and Voin. They're doing great plays, but unfortunately, at the point of the tournament, you have 3 matches left. Well, guess what? Good plays are not going to cut it if you want to race for that first place, which is hard to say, but it is unfortunately the realistic truth of this situation they found themselves in.
The fact is, you've been playing all year long, all your career long, to get here to PMGC. Some of the players obviously returning for multiple times, some returning after taking themselves the trophy. For instance, players like Silas, very underwhelming performance back last year in Turkey, as S2G did not have a great performance, and you knew he still had that drive inside of him to keep going. Rebuilds with a new team with Regman Karyabra, and you can just tell that trophy's around the corner for him. But it's still tough to be in these positions to know, like, that one mistake, that one bad call could ruin your chance to pick up the trophy. And honestly, if you're a coach, I don't even know what the hell you would say to your team other than just, you know, take it game by game, take it play by play, and try to keep calm.
Or if you're Pekko, just do magic tricks. You know? Like,
he just does magic tricks for the team. He's actually not the coach for the team, he's actually the magician for the team. He just does magic
That's
tricks
the new meta. You have DBS, then it's going to be the hovercraft, and now you need a magician on your team if you want to do well.
The entertainer. Keep it up, Pickle. It's working out. You guys are currently in first place, even though it might be just 2 points. I feel like for this team, we have been able to see a bit more of aggression out of them in regards to the past. I think I would always look at them and be like, okay, you guys can definitely be consistent in regards to the placement points. At some point, if you do want to be able to become the champion, we need to see those elimination numbers. And so far today, we were talking about it earlier, I feel like finally we're starting to see a little bit more of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Pekko was talking about when I chatted with him before the Grand Finals, right after the league stage. He said, this team is just well more suited for the IGLing style of Rauf to just make things feasible in the first place. So yeah, everything is just gelling perfectly together, and the stars align for maybe them to pick up this trophy.
It's so weird to hear that too, because we obviously saw the formation team with Koops on the roster, and if we're talking about just having fragging power, I mean, Koops is definitely a player that's always going to be in that conversation, but it has to be something besides fragging power that's allowing this team to have a performance like this. We check in with our top 4 players, and right now, it looks like Loxy might be setting himself up to be the finals MVP.
Okay, I mean, Loxy's up there.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought everyone wanted to jump in.
I mean, he was the quiet one on the team that we've been talking about in league stage. Right?
Exactly. I remember Blank mentioned a few times, right? Like, oh, we're not seeing enough from Wild and Loxy, and we're like, we're waiting for them to rise up, man. They're doing it at the right time here because Kim is, of course, is not here to kind of step in that role he was having in the league stage. I'm loving what we're seeing from Wild and Loxy so far, and being MVP, that would be a great, well, the best achievement you could do, technically, this year.
Before we ended up going there to that top players, you were talking about the previous Enigma Galaxy, right? And now how Pekko thinks this Enigma Galaxy is just so much better suited for the way that Rauf is able to IGL. And I feel like it has to do because they just don't have to rely on just one player. In the past, yeah, you had Lord, you had Freak in your squad, but the main thing for that squad was always going to be Coops. Okay, what is Coops going to be able to do? Every single time, especially from what I remember being able to break down some of their playing style, whenever Coops ended up getting eliminated, you'd be like, okay, it's pretty much like a toss-up for that team. What are they, even though we know the other players can get some eliminations, is not going to be something outrageous. Now, for this team, though, it's not just one player. It's not just one player that you're going to be depending on in regards to eliminations. It's everybody, and on top of that, Rauf, the IGL, is being able to get Illims as well.
It really reminds me actually of D plus K, right? Every single player on the team is just doing so damn well when it comes to fragging potential and just working in perfect harmony in these pushes, in the IGL. Cool, like, Rauf, whatever you say, we'll do it, but we'll do it together. And that is really what makes champions here. You're never going to see a team win a grand tournament or like PMGC, PMWC, or PMGO by just doing solo plays, everyone doing their own thing. Like, you have to play so damn well together, so closely together, and that's what we have been seeing from Nigma Galaxy in the second half of 2024.
Well, we are just moments away here from getting into our final Erangel of the day. We're running out of matches. We're running out of time here for any of these teams to make that mad dash in the final moments to lift that trophy and take home that lion's share of $3 million. But let's head into this final Erangel. Let's hear some noise from the audience when we bring it back to our commentators of John Allen and Blake.
For the final time of 2024, we will see the grassy pastures of Erangel pass beneath the plain as we head from the southwest corner up towards Stalba. Match 16 of 18, and it seems like just 2 days ago that we started these finals. Blank, that's because it was, and we are drawing it ever closer to its inexorable end.
Two horses galloping towards the front at the moment with Nigma Galaxy and RCB. 2 points in between these two squads. Looking for a strong finish here. More points on board. Nigma Galaxy has great control over towards Erangel at the moment. Now breathing easy right now. Getting a western plane here. Teams will be rotating out in a slightly odd fashion. It's not been a lot. We have sent the plane from that western side. A lot of times we've been going from Nova Ebnoya or the south side of Sosnovka. So definitely a little bit of a change up here on our final Erangel of the day.
A mainland skew on this plane path up to the northwest edge. The Falcons down very, very early. They're playing that west side of the map right now. Unlikely that they're going to break all the way down to that military base. I'm not expecting it. 4MV may be looking to go for that from the drop down towards the south side. And I'm still keeping an eye out for hot drops. We've seen so many teams be punished. A southeast shift, it doesn't put the military base in the circle, but it does cut out with a lot of water over towards the Milta Peninsula.
Oh, it's third wheel in the conversation, that's for sure, down towards that south side. Nova Ebnoya being in causes some problems as well, because by the time you get into that stage 2, likely there'll still be some of that water left inwards. Making it a bit more claustrophobic for these teams. Squeezing them into a smaller space, which you never really want to see. We might see some teams go down fairly early in this match. RCB not quite at the front here, but Nigma Galaxy with everywhere to go from Pachinki. Great springboard for them into the future of this match.
Teams with their last chance to put points up on Erangel now. And it is the top 2 on these tables that have distinguished themselves. Plenty of teams on a fall from grace. They have slipped by the wayside here with only 3 matches left to play. It could all change, but it's starting to look less and less likely. For 4MV, I mean, the way that they have been able to achieve in this final is exemplary when it comes to having that confidence knocked back over in the survival stage. They have really pulled something together here and have had an impact. They've broken that 100-point barrier, but they are now still 27 points behind. And to make that gap up when Nigma Galaxy look to be so on form, I don't know if they can do it.
I mean, no matter what anyone says, for 4MV, like you say, it has been a great run for them. 5th place, 100 points. It is close, though. And the boys on the desk were talking about it. This is probably our most competitive. Not even probably. This is definitely our most competitive PMGC that we've had so far. After the adjustments to the formats this year, making it ever so tough to make it to the top. But you can tell that just with the way that the points drop down on the tables. 106 in 3rd place. 8th place is 94.
There's a real big drop down, and it's definitely, you're right, the most competitive part of PUBG Mobile history we've seen. And this time around, it seems like those openings just being denied to teams that really capitalized on them before in previous years, in previous situations. They are being denied those openings. In this set of 16 teams, there is little to no weaknesses, right? There is just so few opportunities to sail on through, to find a strong approach, and the effectiveness of just raw power is so much reduced. You have to rely more on your intelligence, more on your strategy, and that's where I think we're seeing teams like Incilio start to shine, right? They are bringing these new strategies fast, effectively into the mix.
It's got to be done a lot of times as well. I think for Enigma Galaxy, this would have been a good time to send out, but for RCB, it's a crisp rotation, and they land right in the dip. Good position for them to play going forward. Vicious towards their northeast side. And for RCB, it is a little bit dangerous in terms of the amount of teams that are going to be around you, but they have center right now, which is great to see. Enigma Galaxy, they will be making their way through. 2 South Korean Guardians will block their path, though, on the north side.
A difficult approach on that one, and they may opt to go south instead. We'll have to wait and see how they want to play this one out. Over towards farm, you've got Team Spirit to try and push through, and the Falcons are approaching from behind on the west side. Meanwhile, on the route out from Severny, that sort of area around shooting range, TJB are looking to make their way into the north side of this circle. Near Yasnaya Poliana, they've got some free and open crossings. No one really competing for that ground at all. So they do have a nice little approach there, but not so lucky for Alpha 7 and Guild, both coming a cropper upon one another as EXO beams a shot over towards Revo. Really nice stuff from EXO, and Alpha 7 losing 1, maybe 2, a third in the mix. We'll have to wait and see, because Carrillo is the last to stand for them. EXO and Jakey up for the fight. The res coming through, 4 seconds left. They will find 2, but it'll be low HP. EXO, Jakey looking for the timing on the fight. Break out the back. Carrillo holding down the left side, waiting for this heal to come through and an immediate re-knock. A step out wide. EXO's rebuffed. Jakey with a challenge, but Carrillo keeps Alpha 7 in. All 4 of them stay alive, Blank, and that is crucial.
For Alpha 7, that is one hell of a patched up scenario coming through from Carrillo. Some quick triage on a high pressure scenario versus Guild. That will keep Alpha 7 in to move a little bit further into this game, but they still have not shrugged off 13th place. That mantle being theirs alone to bear right now. In the meantime, Enigma Galaxy headed south, down towards the coastal side. Falcons are on their north, but lost a player to Na'Vi not that long ago to Lemon.
Dribs and drabs, drop-offs from players left and right is far from ideal for these teams looking to try and make their break, but less and less will be paying attention too much towards the bottom of the tables because of the proximity and points towards the top. It is all to play for. TJB, I think today they have had their best day so far. I think it's safe to say they've had 2 really strong elimination-focused performances. I'm looking for a rotational performance from them now to see if they've got the full Monty, the whole package on that northern edge. We'll see if they can find their way in.
Forum V, 100 points. It's where they need to step up a little bit taller. Playing around Milta, you know, we're worried. You got the Piranhas in Incilio forever waiting. See where they can bite down. Especially in those hovercrafts. Hard to keep the school away from you, really. Thunder Talk over towards that eastern side. One of our only teams far out towards the east right now, playing around Minimilta as well as Lumberyard. You can see on your screens. We will be heading into stage 2. Okay.
Okay, up north. over towards the Yaz fields, that mansion area, those fields, that split. A lot of open ground, the dips are in play, Blank. The south edge of Yasnaya field, a soft barrier for teams looking to push up north. 4MV and Incilio clashing, 1-for-1 on the trade right now. Both of them drawing blood as they whip past one another. And it seems like they're looking to disengage here, or certainly Incilio may do. Westron, though, perhaps stuck a little bit too deep into this. May struggle to get away from it. Needs a little bit of assistance. They'll draw some attention, and out they go.
Losing your frontliner like Redlick is real tough. And it's time to just leave away from that scenario. D+, finding another player from the Falcons, and at this point, they are gliding very low to the ground, are the Falcons. It has not been the performance they have been looking for. The Vicious, though, taking down more from Incilio. Fache hits the deck. Falcons trying to get a little bit of revenge on the teams that surround them. Shots over towards Nigma Galaxy as they try pass on by.
It would be disastrous to start losing players, to start bleeding out for Nigma Galaxy at this stage, such a crucial juncture, especially given the scorelines. 127 points right now for Nigma Galaxy. They're only 2 points ahead of RCB, and with RCB's position on the circle right now, Blank, it's very likely they can get up towards 5, 6, 7 points just by default out of this game. More certainly potentially as well, but Nigma Galaxy want to keep that buffer on their side, so losing players early would be disastrous.
It is a tough circle. Luckily, we moved away from Sosnovka and that water. We do move back up towards the north. RCB gracefully head their way over towards that northern side, just underneath the road, but plenty of teams surround them at this point. All eyes on them. Nigma Galaxy instead playing in the shadows over towards that western side, waiting to strike.
Spray down, Incilio backed off the corner. 2 players left standing. On the bunker position, this is defensible, but the roll-up could come at any moment from any team, from any direction. It's always going to be rough. I think Thundertalk the most likely to roll up to the 4MV bunker, potentially try and head up towards that Incilio bunker if that's where they indeed decide to go. And the open ground starting to swallow teams whole around this mansion area. And it is Influence Rage. It's RCB right in the middle of it all.
10 seconds now before we hit stage 3. We are almost halfway through this match. Last time these teams will see our angle for a little while. We get an eastern shift. The Thundertalks are happy about this one. TJB similarly looping down off that north side. That's a good spot to be in, John.
I'm looking at that split from Thundertalk, and they are doing it right now. They're regrouping. They held too much ground for this circle now. They have moved back down to that prison west side hill. They'll be a lot stronger as a unit in this situation.
Influence Rage passing RCB here. Teams allowing it to happen, but TJB might have other things to say about it. Nigma Galaxy on a dangerous rotate now. They get past 4MV. They don't take shots, but they're heading over towards the Thundertalks, who are playing on the western side of prison. It is uphill, so Nigma Galaxy might not take a casualty just yet.
What a rotate, slipping straight through the cracks between the holes from Team Spirit, from 4MV, with Na'Vi behind them on Pursuit, and the Vicious as well on the south side. So many teams had crossfire there, so to be able to thread the needle on that one is a great result for Ralph, for Nigma Galaxy to make that call.
Yeah, it was a wild rotate, to be honest with you. I mean, it's completely through open ground, and there is that safety of heading straight up into the tree line. So once you get yourself into there, you are somewhat covered off. They will head down towards that southeast side, towards Lumberyard, getting themselves a little bit more of that high ground advantage so they can scout out around them, maybe listen out for vehicles. Alpha 7 making their way in on that northeastern edge. But a lot of teams here, John, still 15. We have lost a fair few players in the mix of this one. But despite that, everyone's being very cautious, hoping to maintain as many points as possible on our most reliable map here.
We talk a lot about these dips in this area, Blank, and RCB have one on lockdown on northwest side. Unfortunately, the circle does put them right towards the edge on it. which means that they are going to have to try and push their way on through. And going step by step down to the south edge of those dips is really quite difficult, especially if you have teams surrounding you, which is currently the case. TJB a little bit closer to the middle of that open area, out to their east side, could control a lot of it, but I think it's all still on this Enigma Galaxy. Rotate up towards the southeast side. To be able to take control of this area could be what wins them not only this match, but potentially even the tournament.
Yeah, it's hard, and I think for RCB, they understand that there is a lot of area around here that is defensible, that they can use potentially going forward. But it does rely on them taking down Voindonkey ID, Falcons, the stragglers from that team, D plus Kia on their north side. Influence Rage has set up the barricade down towards their southeast. It's a hard spot to be in, but if anyone can hold on, it will be RCB. But with a shift like that, Enigma Galaxy's day just got a whole lot better.
Goodness me, what a gift to the southeast side. Everybody on the northwest in danger now, needs to move fast. Falcons trying to get away from D plus Kia, but Osal is on the hunt. Fortunately, runs out of ammo. Icy steps into the backseat of the buggy, and that is a bit of a misstep there for him. Will fall down, goes up in smoke. Now it's just top there in location for the Falcons on the northwest side.
RCB's in. They've managed to get their way through. Influence Rage had nothing to say about it. And somehow RCB is barreling it towards the center of the circle here in Shelter. No one's stopping them. Everyone's way too focused on everything around them. Enigma Galaxy and RCB co-lecture a masterclass in a rotate.
These are the moneymaker movements right now for the two teams at the top of the tables as Enigma Galaxy look to sweep through. But Na'Vi are now here behind them to try and make their day a little bit more difficult, make them work for their paycheck. TJB trying to get on through as well, slam straight into that RCB position. Voindonkey are here to play as well. RCB have taken a knock. TJB is starting to tumble down as well, but Zeta clocks one up to Narvalo, sends him tumbling, needing to pick up that res. Enigma Galaxy want this top of the hill, but Na'Vi still putting pressure on. Not to worry, Redox is here.
Redox forced off though. A hovercraft in the way. 4MV taken down. TJB off in the distance. Redox down as that front line. Enigma Galaxy suffering to the hands of Na'Vi. They start to push up, claiming ground, looking to chop down the tree that is Enigma Galaxy. Firmly planted their route over towards Lumberyard.
A Na'Vi approach on the southeast side, and two players for Enigma Galaxy now split. Snowix and Narvalo, very different locations right now. Snowix really looking to regroup here. You can see him sending back over towards his teammate on the east side. We'll play on the hills to the south of Prison, to the north of Lumberyard. And on the east edge, Alpha 7 are going to look to flow down towards that south side with Revo already that outpost.
Yeah, for Alpha 7, this is a good cut-in for them. RCB did weather the storm, though. 4 players of Enigma Galaxy, the same cannot be said. Looking like a steady oak on that game up until that moment. It really was a case that the bark on that tree was louder than their bite. Snowix now on the southwest side, trying to stay alive as long as possible. But RCB look for more names inside the lobby.
That's what they need to find that step up. They're only 2 points behind Blank, and they've closed that gap by 1. It could change around here. In the meantime, D plus Kia and the Vicious going toe-to-toe, and Nolbu's down. Chips and Fabian stand, but 3 players are in their way for the Vicious. They are on the surround. D plus Kia, the circle not going to force them out of this building just yet, but Nolbu re-knocked almost immediately. That could have been a flush, but the res came through on time. And the Vicious with Brunozin on the high ground. Gonna try and go in as 2, but Chips is ready for it. He spots the vault in and immediately sets him reeling down. Has been knocked. The player around the corner, Reyes, with the wall side, doesn't have the backup yet from Brunozin.
Chips is in. Looks to finish off these players. This looks like a good nade out the window. Burst perfectly. Another down and D plus after 3 eliminations, though Nolbu knocked on the top side. We'll go for the res now.
The south
circle.
on the circle. It is that south side shift, and Na'Vi have the hilltop that Enigma Galaxy should have been in possession of. You can see how much influence they have over the southeast edge, and if Enigma Galaxy had been able to win out that fight, it could have all been different here, but now RCB are champing at the bit to take that first place from them.
Alpha 7 up against Influence Rage. Two Brazilian teams in the heat of battle here. 4MV, Doc takes down one from Team Spirit as they attempt to get in on that northwest side, but it's not meant to be. The wall is laid down, Na'Vi rolling through in the hovercraft. Carrillo hits the deck, and McGrellin now looks for the off angle. One down for Na'Vi, potentially able to piece this back together. Do Carrillo a favor from earlier in this match.
He was able to hold them all together. 4 players stayed alive because of him, and now the other 3 need to keep him in the fold. Lemon with suppression out, and Na'Vi have pulled the hovercraft into their toolkit. See if they can deliver on it like Incilio do. The nade on the bounce from Team Spirit takes down 4MV on the northwest side. In the meantime, they lose Nomi, but 3 players will play on.
Good arc on that nade from Team Spirit. Takes down Baron. Be lording over any land on that side of the map now. In comes Alpha 7 though, rolling through in the vehicle. Has to send away, but 10 eliminations on the game for Alpha 7. Trying to break that 13th place curse already out, leaving Falcons in their dust.
We've seen a lot of high elimination early games from individual teams right now, Blank. We haven't really seen that many times where that changes from these early games, from these mid games into a late game. And I think Alpha 7, they've got momentum here. This is a brilliant result. From the north side of prison, from the top of the prison hills on the south edge of it, there's a lot of control to be had. And if Na'Vi can't stop them, I don't think anyone else in this lobby can right now in this game either.
It's the first time that Alpha 7's really caught a little bit of luck, caught a little bit of momentum. I don't think they're going to let that go to waste at all. Snoix, final player, nades bobbling over the top, and all he can do is lie down in fear that if one of these nades connects, Enigma Galaxy goes out early, and potentially RCB claims that top spot even further.
Finding that second elim on the game, RCB have now pushed themselves into the lead, but it is tenuous. It is a tiebreaker right now between these 2 rosters to decide that top spot. And we only have this match and 2 more to play. It is so down to the wire. Team Spirit, they only have 3 players. They lost one earlier on the northwest side in their fight with 4MV, but they're trying to roll down on the west edge now with D+ Gear ahead of them.
Wild down, Thunder Talk. RCB fairly split. Luckily, Loxy is there. Finds King. Another go down for Thunder Talk, and RCB is holding their own. Loxy, a rotating turret, but it's starting to look dire now. 2 players are down. Luckily, Silas is able to keep them in the running. Wild's fully out.
The veteran needs to be a sentinel now. Safeguard the rest of his team. The nade over the top doesn't quite connect. King could have gone down just there, but the first aid will come through because of it. Hwai, though, flushed away. AJ under pressure, and Silas once more. 3 points now earned for RCB as they lose Loxy and play on with 2. It's the veteran and the super sub now, Silas and Sarah.
Need to hold their own. They need more points off the back of this. If Snoix gets up to a top 5, it's looking dire for them. And RCB were in a good position, but they just let Thunder Talk flow on past them. Team Spirit's got a good idea of where this is all going down as well, and they open up with 1. Xing already taking a lot of damage. AJ attempting to move out, but I don't think Xing's long for this world.
AJ trying to dance around it, but it's a hailstorm sent to him by Silas. AJ does manage to dip 1 more spray set, but the last will connect. The reload there, and he's got the Bison. Plenty of ammo in the magazine here to find him. As the nade tries to push him back off the rock. The aggression here with the DBS stepping out wide, slowly taking down his health bar, and RCB have 6 points on the board on this match. 5 of them earned by the old champ himself, Silas.
Silas not dropping a beat here. One of the few veterans that is still fearsome into 2024. Chips moves forward from D+, assisting RCB's approach. A nade from Sarah. It's big. One goes down for Team Spirit. Matic left up, but more shots coming through. And RCB find 2 more. 8 elims on the game, but they've got D+ to deal with next.
The import from Japan having an impact here. Now the last to stand for them as Silas has been knocked and flushed. The roll around the side draws RCB's game to a close. But with 8 elims, a 6th place finish as well. They've got some placements there. Can Enigma Galaxy outlast this one? They don't have any points right now, but the placements start to rack up from this point in.
Really strong result from RCB, 8 eliminations, and they'll surely get some placement points off the back of that one. Not a lot, obviously. Enigma Galaxy needs a top 4. And they're likely to get it, actually. No one's really looking over towards Snowix. It really will depend on this next circle shift. That it holds him in, he can live out on that cliffside for a very long time. He's not peeking on into anything, and Alpha 7 would have to force their way over towards Prison to clear him out. It's not worth their time, really. They have to deal with Na'Vi down towards that south side.
We were talking about the momentum that Alpha 7 have had. They have been a bit quieter now, struggling to get rid of Snowix. They need to keep that temperature up if they want to put more pressure onto this lobby. D+ Kia just continually moving around, and actually on the tables with this circle shift, there's a threat waiting in the wings for both RCB and Enigma Galaxy. It's coming all the way from South Korea.
For D+, I mean, they played a good game. There have been some good rotations from D+ before. Enigma Galaxy took complete control of one of those rotations, but it was smart when they made it happen. Over on our angle. That nade might just spell doom here as Snowix is enveloped by the blue. Na'Vi steps back. The hovercraft creating a mobile wall for them.
Nades from Na'Vi as they try to wrap around towards D+ Kia. Does connect on towards Donkey ID as they do manage to find that opener onto Vexy, but a lot of damage sent back their way. And there is a hold here for Donkey to be seen. Flip is super low. Last player for Na'Vi and Alpha 7 have mounted the hilltop here as well. The crossfire. McGrellin finds Potato. McGrellin finds Razor. Mafioso finds 6.
No way.
And both of these teams are getting pulled apart. D+ Kia wants a third party as well, but there's too little too late. Alpha 7 mop it up.
Zeta, the clutch maestro himself, another team walks in, but gets a bit of the fangs from Zeta. Alpha 7 now moving downwards. D+ gave a player just 1 elimination, but 14 elims right now for Alpha 7. A massive game to propel them forward.
And over the ridgeline, they will exert their control over this circle with 3 players left for them to take down. Enigma Galaxy, 3rd place, by the way, Blank. We were talking about the points earned by RCB here, but if a 2nd place is possible for Snowix, that's 6 points placement.
Snow in the name, and he's happy to play out in the cold. The northeast side, that'll keep him safe, and a 3rd place, like you say, potential. A 2nd place, likely. Wait for this next circle as it comes through. D+. Depends how quickly this team goes down, but they're waiting things out.
Two players on the north need to make their move. Alpha 7 have control of the high ground and of the ridgeline. They've got a lot of death crates to loot up around as well. Grab some more ordnance. Over towards the side of Mafioso, you can see he's starting to open up that side of the map. Keep it under control. Snowix knows he needs to strike out soon. The circle closing in 5 seconds, and it will push him away and into this fight.
Smart play from D+. They move closer towards Prison. I think they realize that they cleared out a lot of the western edge. Eastern side must be mainly controlled by Alpha 7. So 3rd team has to be hiding out in Prison. So they angle themselves. You can see Chips constantly looking over to where Snowix is playing. Great place nade, but Snowix runs forward. Will have to hit the deck immediately, but he's alive.
A little bit spicy there. as the blue zone pushes him. He's going to need to go for the fight. Opened up. 2 players from the higher ground. D+ Kier on the side swipe. I don't think Snowix gets further than this, but Revo has a challenge sent his way with a hail of bullets. Takes him down to half HP. Snowix not completely out of it, but finally gets clocked, and it's Revo to get the point. 9 elims for D+ Kier, and they are into a second place. The top of the tables are not secure.
D+ taking a hell of an amount of damage. 16 now for the boys over on Alpha 7, and it's done and dusted. 18 elims for the Brazilian powerhouse. Relief on the team's face. They don't bow out in 13th.
I mean, you can see the faces of Alpha 7 rivaling the audience here, rooting them on. They realize how far down leaderboards they currently are, but is there a world here, 7, where Alpha 7 could come back if they continually have big games like this?
As much as I would want to believe, as much as I would want to say, do Brazil over and over again, it's just too far for me. And it kind of goes along the lines of what I was talking about earlier with Void Donkey. Okay, you know that first place, it's going to be a little bit too far. Where do you set your expectation to be? I feel like for Alpha 7, the expectation, if possible for them, is definitely going to be at least minimum top 5. And if they even can push to that, if they can do something along the lines of what you were saying, Jason, continue on to be able to get these wins, have good performances in Miramar, then hopefully they might end up clutching up a top 3.
As you guys are noticing on your screen here in the top left-hand side, you do not want to miss out as you're watching PMGC Live. You can claim some exclusive, amazing in-game rewards just by using the code PMGC Lucky over to PUBG Mobile official website to redeem. No, Max, you cannot do that just yet.
You got me.
But as we're saying with Alpha 7, I mean, if this was the Alpha 7 we saw on day 1 that came into the entire event, that would be like, okay, that's expected.
Yep.
But for them to potentially do this again in 2 back-to-back maps with Miramars, it's possible, but we're going to have to find out when we see the overalls how close they actually are for first place.
I mean, you said the keyword there, it's Miramar. So we know Alpha 7 typically tend to be pretty good on that map
But
in
they
the past,
haven't.
but not now. That's the thing, in the past, but not now, and that's a little bit of an issue. Nice last spray from
Mafioso.
So very nice, love to see it. But yeah, I mean, it's good from Alpha 7 to get that. Again, you said top 5, I think 7 in terms of trying to reach that kind of position. But again, in terms of top fraggers, we talked many times about Revo, Mafioso, McGrellin back in PMWC, but Carriel is still doing good in terms of elims despite being the IGL. He's up there.
I'm actually happy to see this. This is something Jason and I have been talking about for the longest time. Whenever we do end up seeing Carrillo being able to perform really well, it kind of gives us back a flashback. I think it was to 2021, especially when he was one of the top players in the world. It has slowed down a bit, but it's good to see a resurgence out of this team. For this team, I feel like right now they're just damage control. They're starting to think already of what they're going to be doing in 2025.
Speaking of damage control, Snowix. Phenomenal job getting top 3. We had Regnum Carrier, but Silas in particular getting a ton of eliminations here, Max. But Snowix staying alive to 3rd place, I believe, keeps them a lead, or if anything, keeps that gap extremely small between these 2 teams.
Yeah, because we saw Regnum Cara Brown. We're going to talk about Regnum Cara Brown having so many eliminations this game, right? But to counteract that, Snowix able to secure himself a top 3 position. So many placement points, it kind of negates the lead that could have been made at that point by Regnum Cara Brown. So Snowix, if they end up winning, maybe this game here, the time that he was able to survive until top 3, we'll look back onto it and say that was the game that allowed him to reach first.
It's the same thing from the last match where we had Regnum Carrier close it out, but Nibid Galaxy had a ton of eliminations. So these 2 teams, these 2 titans of PUBG Mobile, battling it out constantly in back-to-back battlegrounds to try to get that trophy, but with still 2 matches left to go, it comes down to how they're going to perform on Miramar.
And it is scary to see the performances out of these teams now in back-to-back matches, just one being able to respond to the other, keeping that margin really close. And when we started talking about some of the other teams like D+, I mean, you're going to be going into Miramar. Luckily for D+, they were able to have a good performance here as well. I really enjoyed their decision-making, the way they were able to kind of rotate there towards the west. And then they ended up punishing some of the teams as well, trying to see if they can third party. The thing for this team now going into Miramar for D+ is just going to come down to that aggression. What is this team going to be able to do if they are also met with aggression? I got a chance to talk to Osal at the beginning of the day, and I asked him straight up, what makes the difference for you guys going into Miramar? He said, we're just able to make faster decisions, and we're also to be just more aggressive. I feel like they've been able to implement that here in Erangel as well.
15 points for D+ as you're talking about them here. Obviously, Alpha 7 with the 28. But D+, Regnum Carrier, Nimba Galaxy, a 5-point difference between these 2 teams. This is going to be tough. I really feel like, and I really hope it's going to come down to that final match.
It is going to be the case, I really think so. With how just the rivalry is going through between Nigma Galaxy and Regnum Karabrai is going to be down to the wire. Though as we go on to the second page, DRX, we're still not seeing anything. They keep going out super early, Seven. I hope there was maybe a little bit of a comeback potential in the second half of today. But I think the DRX, we also might have to get to a point of saying, race for first place, it's out of the question. It's just going to be between like 3-4 teams.
You know what? When we get to overalls, we're going to do exactly that here and start to really look down on what the potential is. I mean, Influence Rage starting off the day extremely strong here, getting the win on Sandhawk, but they've been ever so quiet since. But here we go. 135 points. Regnum Karya, only a 3-point difference. But you have to wonder if Snowix did fall earlier in that match, how big would this lead actually be?
Big. It would have been. But D plus Kia, realistically, you're talking about their decision making and the speed at which they make moves, right? You're talking to Osmal. Their scouting really is just so damn good on Miramar. It is really an issue. They get so much information on teams around them. And of course, information in a game like this allows you to make quick decision making, to get control of strong positions, to hopefully go the entire way in that match. So I think the D plus here, going on that map, there's a very good chance that they can compete with Regnum Karya and the side of Nigma Galaxy in the last 2 games.
Jason, with what you were talking about earlier in regards to Alpha 7, are they going to be able to make a push anywhere? No, it's just too far. But as I was saying, for top 5 for that team, I feel like they'll end up being happy with that. And now for some of the other teams, right, I'm going to be looking at Falcons. I'm going to be looking at Thunder Talk, Navi, all of these squads. We even saw Navi being able to bring the fight there towards Nigma Galaxy in this past match, which forced Snowix to just end up camping.
Yeah, Navi actually had a really good approach here. They're like, oh wait, this team is really paying attention to the teams north and northwest of them. I think they had Voin in their kind of direction and field of view. We're just going to rotate behind it, get the eliminations on that team, and actually off the back of that had some extra hovercrafts they could use. So Navi actually being really good, but then Alpha 7 come in swinging. They see that Navi is going to fight on the side of D plus Kia, and then once that fight ends, Alpha 7 go in and get the win off the back of that.
You know, to go back to my original question when we did see our overalls, is about which teams are we going to start counting out. I did notice it's almost a 30-point gap between 1st and 4th place. So my eyes are kind of looking at basically top 3, maybe even just top 2. If you're, Influence Rage in 4th place, almost 30 points, out, you need to win basically these next 2 games if you want to have a chance.
I think for me, I'm with you. I think the teams that are currently below 4th place, maybe 4MV, there's still that slight chance, but I just don't see it happening with some of the decisions making that we've seen out of this team today.
You need to win. You need to win right now if you have to have an opportunity to compete for 1st place. But the thing is, doing that back-to-back and expecting Regnum Karabra and Nigma Galaxy and D plus Kia that we know is now going into Miramar, they are so good in these last 2 maps, to compete against that, I'm telling you, I think the top 3, I think you might be onto something here, Jason. That might be the only 3 teams in contention at this point.
Well, you know what? Before we do get into our Miramar, a big shout out here to Kadia, the Gaming and Esports District, in a world-first immersive gaming experience for both visitors and residents, where video games come to life.
I want to go there.
The global gaming communities can come together. It's actually going to be really cool to see. I cannot wait till we get to go there.
Oh, no PMWC is going to be there. If it happens again, we might be able to go visit at the same time.
Man, well, obviously, while you guys are watching at home, we still have the code available for you to get 50 UC off with 10 draws in the PMGC Lucky Spin. Use the code 2024 PMGC and look at this Midnight Raven and Enigma set. Look extremely nice. And it's time for all these teams to honestly flare up right now here in the final 2 games of the day. The final 2 games of the year, to be honest. Coming to a close in 2024 for PUBG Mobile, man.
When you say it like that, it sounds so sad. Let's extend it a little bit longer. Maybe we might end up... No, just kidding.
We might get some more show matches. Who knows? Maybe us.
They were fun.
We should do a talent show match at some point.
They were fun.
It was cool.
Talking about the next Miramar matches, I feel like we kind of got to dive in a little bit more to teams that might actually end up pushing that championship rank, pushing for that 1st place. D plus so far for this team, I feel like that's going to be the biggest upside for them. People expect them to do good. The worst placement for this squad so far in the 4 Miramar matches that we have played has been 6th place. And they were only able to get 1 elimination there. If we go back and look at some of the other performances out of them, they were able to get 3rd place, 1st place, and then on top of that, back it up with eliminations. They need to take full advantage of this, and they need to make sure that they also respond to whatever RCB and Nigma Galaxy are going to do.
That's the thing I wanted to bring up, actually, because I think the Regnum Karabra and Nigma Galaxy know going into these last 2 maps, Nigma Galaxy are going to be, D plus are going to be a threat. Maybe you want to try and hold off their rotate. That could be an issue.
Wait, I'm hearing there's a problem on the stage. What's Sandstorm? What are you doing? Get out of here.
San? What are you doing, San?
What's he up to?
What? You're taking the check yesterday.
Huh. He's sneaking on stage.
Is he trying to get on stage? Sandstorm?
Huh. We'll be able to see him from here, right? Definitely can. We can't say that, guys. We can't talk about them. They're too low on the leaderboard. If you rewrite that Falcons force over at RCB,
Wait,
I can
leave
get your back.
Put it up. Put it up again. Put it up again. I thought it was going to be Sandstorm.
I thought it was.
I think it might have been
a
false alarm.
I think security might have got him, actually. That's perfect.
I think it was caught on the process of doing something shady.
All right, well, you know what? Let's keep talking about the games.
Yeah.
Then you're talking about D+, you're talking about for them to have a chance here, you got to get a lot of eliminations. There's obviously, I think if you're Enigma Galaxy or you're Regnum Carrier, bro, it's very hard to play in this situation because you know you're at the top. You know if you mess up, you make one mistake, it's going to cost you that trophy. And it's going to be so hard to pull off.
One mistake, 1 point that maybe is not secured, that could be the major issue in these last 2 matches to see who's going to be lifting the trophy.
Speaking of trophy, there he is. It's the man. It's Sandstorm.
Navi.
Hey guys, I'm back again. If you know me, you know I like to steal trophies. We're at PMGC. This trophy, I must have it. Shh, come on. See, this trophy's gonna be mine. I'm gonna take it and no one's gonna stop me.
Are you sure about that?
No.
Get out of here.
Sorry.
Right now.
You know, that's the kind of bodyguard I want.
I was going to say, you definitely, if he tells you to move, just move, okay? If not, you're going to end up getting picked up like I ended up getting picked up.
No, I could see Max if he was in that situation. He'd be like, nah, I'd win.
I would not. Let's be completely
That's
honest.
something John would do.
You could not have a best bodyguard for that trophy, by the way. No one's getting to it unless you
Should
win
have
it.
picked him up over his head and just threw Sandstorm.
Like he did to 7.
Next time. Next time.
Wait,
Well, you know.
well.
So let's hop back in. So let's focus up here, right? Because these teams are definitely focusing up. So if you're a player, if you're a coach here, what do you really even do in this situation? I mean, obviously the nerves can be running extremely high. I mean, Silas, he's looking for his second trophy. You got Enigma Galaxy looking for their first, be the first time a French player as well would be able to have won a PMGC here, Max. I know that makes you happy.
I do want to bring up a very important prospect to have for these 2 matches, right?
Yep.
D plus Gear, we know their energy. We know how they rotate. We know what are their typical entry points.
Yes.
I'm not saying hot drop. I think that that's something that we should not
This
be
you,
having.
Hot Jukes?
No. Realistically, you know where they tend to enter from in the circle. Enigma Galaxy, Regnum Carabran know that is going to be their main competition going on Miramar.
Yep.
Maybe just set up a little bit of a defensive position mid-game on the side of the circle. We know D plus Gear might be coming in through, trying to negate the competition. It's unlikely, but it could be a super smart 10,000 IQ plan if they really want to commit to it.
10,000 IQ. It's like
10,000.
your brain's going to explode at that point.
Let me go on full-on Hot Jukes, okay? Some of these teams need to be careful because they might end up getting hunted. And I don't mean just by being a full hot drop, they might end up getting trapped. I mean, we have the caliber of teams that we currently have on that second page that are trying to get points that might just be trying to do a bit of damage control. I mean, one of them currently on your screen, Team Falcons, they really haven't been able to put up the performances that a lot of people expected them, especially out of what we saw out of them at a last chance. But if we go back to the top 2 teams, Enigma Galaxy and RCB, these 2 teams just haven't really been able to perform that well, that consistent when it comes down to Miramar. Yes, RCB was able to get a second place finish on the first day. Yes, Enigma Galaxy yesterday, they were able to get a second place and a third place as well. But what are they going to be doing today? Because I honestly think that D+ is going to end up surprising us.
This is when the map order is important. You end on the side of 2 Miramar matches, and you know that D+, they're going to make the most out of this in these last 2 matches of PMGC 2024. We're about to end the season with these next 2 matches.
Well, we're going to make the most out of it as well as we're going to drop into Miramar for the first time at 2 of the day of the final day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024 with John Allen and Blink.
The games have reached a boiling point, and it will only get hotter and hotter as we go on into Miramar. The desert awaits. Plane path splits the map down the middle. Everybody can get where they want to go, but not all the way. Only one team's going to win this one out.
The crowd is chanting for 4MV. And honestly, in the midst of all that, probably every other team towards the top side of the lobby right now looking to make their way in. Alpha 7 with a very pleasing performance for their fans. Back at home and here in London. But it's RCB and Enigma Galaxy who are knocking on the doors of greatness.
Representatives from the EMEA region, neck and neck now, going for the grandest title in PUBG Mobile Esports. But if they don't settle their differences, there may be that outside chance. Teams further down the tables, sure, there's a gap, but we've seen 33-point games this tournament. Things can change in but a moment. Northeast shift on the circle, up to El Azahar.
Tough shift as well for a lot of squads. To get out of the way nice and quickly, up to El Azahar, Impala, Potparaíso. No one's in there quite yet for that eastern rotate. Somewhat a little bit more difficult to make happen. Voin Donkey ID with a great spot right now in Torre Armada. Can move on down. Slip in between those gates down towards El Azahar, pick up a nice high ground and work with that. 4MV on your screens. More than redeemed themselves coming into PMGC 2024.
Earning over 100 points so far. A team with a following almost unlike any other. And they have made their mark here, earning 103 so far. They have found their feet, they have found that comeback, but in 5th place, there is a large gap to jump up, to be able to lift that trophy. And so many teams in their way to stop them.
For the McLaren, there'll be one more pit stop. And they'll be closing the race out towards the top side of the table. Right now, RCB, that gap at 2 points extended by 1. Influence Rage still trying to make this one happen. D+ off that last game, 119 points. Lovely stuff. And Alpha 7 now in 11th. With a chance, actually, to get into the top 5, they have another good game. And if you've been an Alpha 7 fan for a long time, you know that Miramar is their stomping grounds. This is where the majority of their strong maps have come through. And it's why they have been so demonic at the end of some of these tournaments, because it comes down to these final 2 Miramars. Suddenly, Alpha 7 starts bringing something special out from the backpack.
Let's hope they can keep that one unfurling. Keep that momentum going, because they are 50 points behind first place right now. It would need 2 back-to-back chicken dinners to see them towards the top of the tables. Not so for D+ Kia, though. They are a lot closer, just around the corner, in fact. Only 16 points behind. That is a closable gap. And to see a South Korean team lift that trophy, that would be brilliant for the region. It's been a long time coming. We've talked about South Korea as this constantly improving, developing region. It feels like we're seeing that finally being displayed here on the biggest stage in PUBG Mobile.
In terms of internationals, that has certainly been the case for South Korea. Started off not great. D+,
all right,
changed the game.
They did.
And since then, it has just been better and better and better. But this has been just a unreal tune-up in terms of capability, in terms of determination, in terms of stability, and within these teams. And I think you'll see D+ and DRX for some time to come now. Both very strong squads, and that's always a nice thing, not only having just that one team from your region, but having another as well that performs just as good.
And the performances need to be stellar towards the top of it. On the tables. Ooh, a little scrap for Silas. A little bit of danger. Wade straight on through the guild camp. And the rest of his team are actually not too close behind. So positions given away. Silas not overexposed. And he finds some safety blank.
Let's head on to over the stage to get a recap.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday, and what would this entire event, this entire competition be without the fans? I am joined by
Inan.
Inan, how are you doing, buddy? You good?
I'm good, thank you. How are you lot? All good?
Yeah, we're great. You know, roaming around and seeing all of you guys is something that's, you know, it's the cherry on top of the cake for us. Now, where have you travelled from to come here?
I'm actually based in London. I haven't travelled far, but I've, because my background's Turkish, I've come to support Regnum Carrier, bro.
Yes, you have. I love that. A local sandstorm. How awesome.
That's exactly what we like. You know, we like to have, people supporting either from Turkey or from London. It's fantastic to see fans from all over the place. Now, can you tell us, what would it mean to you and the region for RCB to take the PMGC this year?
It will mean a lot, absolutely, because I've been following Regnum Karabakh for nearly 2 years now, and they've been absolutely dominating the whole Turkish PUBG, and they've been dominating everything. But this would be meaning a lot to them because they're absolutely working so hard, and they're doing great so far. So it will be meaning a lot to people in Turkey, people who are supporting them all around the world.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first title as well. It would be the second one, and it would prove that Turkey is up there with one of the best regions in the world in PUBG Mobile.
They are. They're extremely strong, and we love to see it. But, we've got a few more maps to go at this point in the competition. It's getting very tense. You could cut the tension with a knife in the XL Arena. So for now, we're going to head back to you guys so we can continue Championship Sunday.
The fans have been lifting up these teams to the performances that they have delivered upon, and we were wondering if RCB were going to go down there in a fight with Guild, but no team actually took a casualty during that interview.
Yeah. I mean, Barney said you could cut the tension with a knife. I don't think so. The tension in that moment was like twisted steel.
Goodness me. It is right down to the wire, but I think the crowd are trying to tell us something, Blank. I wonder who they're supporting right now.
Doc on your screens. An unreal player leading his squad. It's plentiful points going forward. A 33-point game. A record-breaking game for 4MV. And expect no less from the Dockening. Stage 2, though, on the way very shortly. 15 seconds to go on this one. It's a small circle after this. We go stage 1, a lot of space to play with. Teams already in their vehicles. You can see RCB, you can see Influence Rage, all gearing up to step on the gas, and they absolutely will have to. We're heading out over toward the coastal side, over in El Azahar. It's a tough circle as well because a lot of that space on the eastern side is unplayable. That's cliffside.
Yeah, you've got a lot of that cliff in play there. You're right. It's going to cut out the east side. The hills around El Azahar as well are so difficult to move through. The center of the town sits in this massive valley between several different hills that surround it, which means it's basically impassable once teams have managed to entrench themselves on that position. I'm looking at who's going to be able to get the north side of this one, Blank. It's between Alpha 7 and Na'Vi right now as to who is going to take control there, but I think once they've been able to find that north edge could be really powerful for them into these next circles.
Vicious up against Team Spirit. Nomi not quite with the squad yet, though. And it will be 3 players first to face for Team Spirit versus the Vicious. In awkward compounds, awkward spaces. Good pre-fire from Kitsune, though. Will take down the first on Vicious. Looking rather delicious for Team Spirit.
But it could get a little bit pernicious here as continue to send players on in. Unfortunately, not quite enough to handle Team Spirit. Diminor and Brunozen. The 2 players, 1 up, 1 down. They do manage to find a shot through. That's actually Lorazin from Influence Rage to be able to thread a shot through, and a shotgun from Brunozen lands onto Nomi down in the alleyway, flushed out as well. And Team Spirit, they were in control of the fight, but with 1 blow struck from Influence Rage, that all changes.
Good shot, we'll find 1. But FX is bleeding out in the process. It's a nice maneuver from Kitsune to get outside the window, get the flush on board. No more info gathering available, and likely to go for the res here. Effect is so close to being downed completely. They have to pick him up. For Enigma Galaxy, they've also taken a knock. This is down towards the south side. D+ and DRX. South Korea surrounds them, and D+ looks to pile on in.
SnowX is down, and now Redox has fallen. The nade in doesn't connect onto Yunbin, and Ralph has to run back here. Cannot really afford to take enough time to get it, and there goes Novalo. A huge opening for RCB to earn points on this match now. Accelerate away. Look to lock in a second title for Silas. And there they go. It is Nigma Galaxy to fall. A chance for Turkey to find their feet here in 2024.
At the penultimate hurdle, Nigma Galaxy stumbles. RCB blazes past. For how long can they keep that up? Over towards that northwest side, they'll have to continue forward with the circle. Pleasantly surprising for RCB and the squad. DRX and D+ weren't letting Nigma Galaxy get out of that one scot-free, but Incilio starts to make their way on through. But with Nigma Galaxy out, you're right, John, those teams around them can start to soar higher above. D+ being one of those teams that I have my eyes on here.
D+ Kia on the southeast edge, currently looking to push through. 4MV on the north side. I was saying once Na'Vi and 4MV conclude, that edge I think could be quite powerful, but now you've got Alpha 7 up there in the mix as well. See how they can transition down south into this next circle. Voin Donkey ID, very, very central onto this one already. They've got an open area surrounding the compound that they hold. The ridge to the south side, potential vulnerability, but that's currently being fraughtly, tensely contested by two teams, by Falcons, by Thundertalk in the center of this circle. Incilio trying to extract from the southeast side, but D+ Kia a lead weight on their feet as they try and rotate. Not to worry though. See if D+ Kia can't earn a couple of points either way.
South Korean killers here in the lobby. D+ putting the hurt on the south side of the map. 4 elims already found up to 123 points. Good stuff from them, and DRX being injured and Cilio being injured means that their northern approach is free and open. They've cleared the way. Now it's time just to walk the path.
4MV versus Na'Vi. On the ridge side, the first opener goes the way of 4MV, but remember Alpha 7's presence on the west side. There is a big third-party potential for this one. And if Alpha 7 want to make this ascension work, they want to change the game, they will need to take this third party, sweep through the north edge, isolate these fights. 4MV look to put more pressure on, but slowly Alpha 7 march forwards. Revo the first to step into harm's way. Flip goes down, and 4MV commit to the push. Carrillo moves up for Alpha 7 behind all of this, and 4MV, they've made their way onto the inside, but they may have sealed themselves within their own tomb. If Alpha 7 can get here in time, Reaper steps through, goes down to the spray, and Lemon keeps the door frame under control, keeps the inside there for Na'Vi. Apex is down as well. They could res here, and Alpha 7 have established their perimeter all the while.
Alpha 7 looking good for a couple more points here on the cards and maintaining a huge amount of presence over towards that northeast side. They're going to be extremely happy. Either way, this breaks down. 1 elim already. Nade starting to send over the top. Doc is hurting. The Mafioso looks to deliver the final nail.
Perfect encirclement from Alpha 7. They read this fight like a book. And they add these points to their tally with all too much gusto. Na'Vi trying to leave, and now they're under pressure from the Brazilians as well. 3 points earned so far. A headshot landed onto Lemon. The play zone takes him down, and Revo doesn't want to let that point slip away from them. Picks it up, and Lemon gets eliminated. Puncher now on the back line for Na'Vi. The last to stand in the blue. The high ground, though, flowed out towards. That is a knocked player and a surviving player. Let's go with that. For Na'Vi up on the high ground, they can get that res and maybe get a little bit of an answer, but I don't think that they're going to be able to find it with the position that Alpha 7 hold over them. A really good result for the Brazilians on the north.
Alpha 7 just going from good to better here inside this map, and Revo, to be fair to him, even though not been too high up in the lobby, he's been eviscerating the competition thus far, reminding them why he is the shotgun of Brazil. But RCB make their way on over on that eastern side to Alpha 7, have an inkling of what's going down.
RCB not the ones to find it. It's actually flipped from Na'Vi, who spots McGrellin on the way out. There's cover from the buggy, but it is slim to none. and with RCB, you're right, coming in from this western side, the ridgeline is exposed. Alpha 7, I think they're losing McGrellan here. Not really too much to do about it, but two players looking for an answer, moving up the side of the cliff in the vehicle, trying to scramble their way back to Na'Vi and put the pressure on even further. Turn the screws to them. But all three of these Na'Vi players have somehow made it out, Blank.
I don't know how that's possible, but the resilience shown there from Na'Vi is nothing short of extraordinary. TJB up against Guild. Jakey doing a pretty good job. Themselves in it. Triple S gets a lot of shots and longs now. Has to deal with the short end of the stick down towards this south side. The player gets right up in his face. And now he looks to finish.
Over the top of the smoke, drops down low. Wagner there. High ground potentially, a third party, as the spray from Longs is there. Matic on that off angle is the one to put a stop to it. And the rest of Guild under pressure as well. Team Spirit have flexed out. They lost a player earlier, but they still have 3 to go. And Wagner, he's trapped on the outside here for Guild. I don't think he's going to be able to get away from this unless you rip a real big smoke train, get some reses on board. Guild should be done for here.
Yeah, this is a terrifying situation to be in for Guild. Have to marshal the banners if they want to get out of here, but it's just unlikely. Matic fully out of manual, straight into automatic. Sending the nades downhill, and it's impossible to leave this location. Team Spirit do need to clear it, though. So Kitsune will be first to face. Puts the fire up in front.
Molotov reduces the retreat opportunities and immediately forces the peak. Team Spirit handle that one. And Guild fall to it. 6 elims found for Team Spirit on the western side of this circle. As we're just about to find where our next phase is going to take us. Right now, Thunder Talk, slap bang in the middle. 2 hills either side of them. Trying to keep themselves under control with 4 players in the middle. The circle does slam straight on top of them as well.
Thunder Talk have a very big opportunity now. For RCB, maybe it was a missed window, which was Alpha 7 and Na'Vi, and I think it was more the fact that somehow, some way, Na'Vi is able to pick themselves up to their feet, looking fairly zombie-like. Keep on walking forward. They do make it into the circle. But RCB has to clear. They want to play over towards that eastern side, which is the only really feasible approach for them.
Silas first to cross the road. 2 players from Alpha 7 to face off against them. Na'Vi still on that eastern flank. Silas spotted, and that is, you're right, from Voindonki on the southwest edge of this fight. This scrap is going the way of Alpha 7, though. Dips out into the blue for a long time. Carrillo takes a lot of damage from it, takes a round as well, but will just about stay alive for a moment longer. Outside, he does find the knock, but it's Vexy with the Maxi 14. Hitting hard, and Alpha 7 fall to it.
Sara, the lone samurai, now needs to go on by himself. Time to get some more points. He doesn't know that Nick McGalaxy's out, but he just needs to live. But this is a hard place to do it from. Voindonki ID likely will have information. He's got no vehicle to work with until he spots a monster truck right inside his way. He'll need that bad boy going forward. Sends it out, tons of damage pouring over towards him though. How much longer can he live? And Na'Vi should have sightlines on this.
It's Voindonki though who are peppering the edge of this monster truck. I don't think it gets away. You can see it starting to burst into flames. And under the bonnet, that's far from healthy, will no longer be operable. And Sara is trapped, but he's in the zone. He is in just about the north side of this zone and will be safe for just a moment longer. Voindonki ID are able to sit there too. Na'Vi with their outpost on the north, not so lucky, but Influence Rage, they're rolling around on the south side. Team Spirit crunching in from the north. DRX being the opposing force to put the pressure down, and Diego's the last to stand for Influence Rage.
Strong approach from Team Spirit this game. I mean, they are surrounded on all sides. Nade's going through. Good one over the top side there from DRX. Team Spirit will claim one of those eliminations. Now D+ trying to clear out Incilio. Still with 4 players alive though, John, 4 eliminations. This could turn out to be a good game for them. Angling themselves closer and closer to the top 2.
depends on how far Sara can go. With Incilio going down, the placements are going to start to add up now. It's D+ Kia, 5 eliminations. Slowly approaching. They were 16 points behind the top spot at the start of this match. They are slowly eating into that lead. Na'Vi take a knock, and that actually goes over to D+ Kia as well. Puncher, I don't think he's getting back up with Chips moving into position, flanking out to the east side there. Goes out wide and has the cover. Next circle comes through. We'll see where it takes us. Again, slam straight on top of Thunder Talk.
For RCB, actually not that terrible. This forces Voin Donkey ID to move forward, but again, RCB, Sara's got nothing to work with, no vehicle. The pad on down towards the circle here. Has to hope more teams go out on the outside. Top 5 would be ideal. It's not going to be a huge amount of points, but D+ also need to go down for them. Like the boys are saying, I think it is going to be down to the final map.
Certainly all to play for. The roll up from Na'Vi, not going according to plan, not quite. Thunder Talk able to hold it. 4 elims found, and they will go down there. Thunder Talk hold the center, and they keep 4 players alive, but they've had to regroup to the same side of the road blank. There could be an opening.
For Thunder Talk, it's a good hold. Very good hold. Difficult buildings to work against as well. Good crossfire they held in that location. Team Spirit trying to get away. Zeta with that P90.
A fearsome sight over any ridgeline. Hitting them with the monster over the hill. As Kitsune launches a nade, bounces back off the tree, unfortunately, protected by the boughs of it. And not going to be able to connect that first attempt. Team Spirit down to 2 players, but Razak's been spotted. That's the off angle. That's Sara, I think, from RCB, the last player to go on out wide. But now attention has been drawn their way. And I don't know how much further Sara can get into this.
Pretty much has to push over towards the east here. With Na'Vi going down, it actually exposed a lot of space over towards that northeast side, but Nolbu, always the front line of the spear, moves forward, but it's Vexy once again. The Maxi 14 inside of his hands is devilish, to say the least.
But he's been spotted. Vexy does go down, and it's D+ Kia, who now have not got RCB to extend their lead ahead of them. RCB falling in 7th place, low placements, low eliminations here, a definite window of opportunity from the east side, relatively uncontested. They will look to open up the thrusters now.
8 elimination game from Team Spirit. Not bad at all, honestly, considering that they were fully surrounded. Massive standoff between them and a fair few other squads, but it is D+. All eyes on them at the moment. One of the few teams towards the top side of the table that has that chance to chase. Right now, they control a lot of the eastern side, but they may have just met some of their South Korean brethren over towards the west. Osal comes flying in to assist Chips, Favian, Nolbu on the back line.
With the standoff not favorable for D+ Kia, they're reinforcing. You could see Nolbu and Favian moving a little bit closer down to the south. The next circle's going to pop as well as this fight unfurls. As Nolbu moves up to that high ground, it goes over to Thunder Talk again on the circle shift. So it will be a contest for these buildings. And how firmly can they hold their grasp around them? That's the question for the team from PEL. 5 eliminations found on their side already. Meanwhile, D+ Kia, they seem to have forced DRX to go for the crash first. Or are they trying to leapfrog this? This is a big rotate coming through from DRX. They're now ahead of D+ Kia. Can they stop them here? Favian cannot connect the spray. Oh, this is disastrous for D+. They've just allowed them straight in.
That was bad indeed. Not a single shot delivered on mark. Now D+ looks to send over to that front side, get the nades out. Shotgun in hand from Nolbu, has to send back. The spear blunted at the front.
Swatted aside. This is a real big rotate, a real big play from DRX. Nolbu hasn't been flushed just yet, but Kaiksei's putting the nades down, trying to land them. And in come Voindonkey ID. Potential respite for D plus Kia as Voindonkey ID from Indonesia move over to the north side of this circle and try and put pressure on. DRX can no longer freely peek over these ridgelines, can no longer get into position, and this is exactly why Kaise takes so much damage, and he can't freely move anymore.
Now Voindonkey's not happy about this. They move in. They're here to lay down the law. They find the last player there from Team Spirit, 8 eliminations, 6th place. Voindonkey ID looking to take this game further. 5 elims in their hands, and they've got a chokehold over DRX and D+.
The east side hills. The target for the Falcons as they try and descend. Down the hill they go, trying to careen their way into the buildings and actually making it successfully to some cover in the next circle. A little defilade to keep them safe, a little bit more time to play with. In the meantime, D plus Kia did take a knock from Voindonkey ID. But that should be resable just about.
Razak moving the McLaren out from the blue here. Next circle into stage A, and Thunder Talks once again eating good tonight. Razak looks to finish off Falcons. They can get behind them, potentially take control of the western building because Thunder Talks smartly have regrouped, and Voindonkey goes for a big old swing.
And King is able to meet it blow for blow. Razor goes down, it's torn apart. High chiming in as well. 2 more points added to the tally for the Thunder Talk. And Voindonkey ID shredded down to 2, but they make their way down to the roadside.
This might have been a mistake from Voindonkey ID. You understand the thought process. That's why I try swing on by, but Thunder Talk's way too accurate in that moment. D+ though, and DRX get to re-aggress. Now that the annoying fly to the side has been dealt with, and they're gonna go for it again. The Donkeys on their march out.
I don't think so. I do not think so. The last rollout for Vexy, somehow staying safe? Big old question mark on that, finally on the hop in. Spotted by King. And now the top of the hill, it's getting hot as well. D plus Kia able to win out the fight against DRX. And with 2 players down, they can res, they're not under threat, but High Flex is out now. 10 elims found for the Thunder Talks. And goodness me, what a lot of pressure onto D plus Kia. They've found more elims now, they can get more placements out of this game. Somehow Icy's still alive for Falcons, but a 3rd place guaranteed for South Korea.
This is a huge game from D+. After the opportunity was given to them, after the door was opened, they've firmly taken it in their hands. They will pick up Icy. This is a slick game indeed from D+. Now looking down towards Thunder Talk.
10 elims on either side. But look at the stock of utility for Thunder Talk. At the top of the screen, you can see 15 smoke grenades, 18 frags. And D plus Kia, a little bit more low on supplies. They'll launch in from the high ground and actually may be able to sweep towards the middle of this circle blank because it's closing, but it might not matter.
Nobu down, and for Thunder Talk, this ain't no talk, this is an argument. For why PEL is such a strong region still.
Oh.
Shin goes down, and D+ on the side, still on the grind. Fabian will pick up Shing. Start to work the issue, a full reset on the level 3, on the helmet and the vest. Up goes AJ, dangerous positioning. Nade could be good, airburst strong.
Oh, big.
It's 1, it's a second. It's all down to Fabian.
He's got the roadside, but nothing more. A 1v3 on the cards. D plus Kia need him to dig deep. King moves forward, surges into the fight. The spray is good for 1, and it will connect. Thunder Talk take the chicken dinner.
Lightning struck not once, not twice, 3 times, 4 on that circle. And Thunder Talk will take themselves a chicken dinner here in match 5.
Finally, China steps up and gets a big win here for Thunder Talk. to be honest, all of our talk is really focused on D+ here, having a phenomenal match with a good amount of eliminations. I think finishing around 10 plus the 6 points of placements, getting themselves 16 points and keep themselves in reach of that trophy.
Such an important game for D+ Kia. This is going to be their one opportunity if they wanted to keep competing with Nigma Galaxy and Regnum Karya Bra. And their rotation from Impala, hugging the coastal line onto the east, playing northeast of El Azahar. And really that late game finish here, sure they don't get the win, but the execution from the entire macro perspective was perfectly executed. I did have some doubts, Seven, but overall it was a really solid game.
I didn't have any doubts. This is,
Really?
this
Okay,
is why this team, I mean, going into the last 2 matches, before this match I was saying D+ is going to be able to pleasantly surprise us because of what they're able to do. I'm really impressed with what they were able to do in regards to the 3-1 splits. At one point, Max, you were seeing the 3-1 splits out of D+ and you were a little bit worried.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried they were getting too close to DRX and Influence Rage, but I think that themselves understood, okay, we're maybe a little bit too close to the competition here in the city of El Azahar. We're going to just hold our position, wait for the circle, and then they go east and they clear Incilio, they clear Na'Vi. They're just on a complete path of destruction to the east and then claim 50% of the circle.
And for D+, not even after that, the way that they were able to just fully control the east of that circle. On top of that, continuing on that 3-1 split, they had Nobu being able to get some off angles. So far, this team is looking like a champion caliber team, Jason.
Well, I'm hoping these 4 points they just lost out on against Thundertalk doesn't come back to bite them, because that was a great push you were saying, Max, going up that ridge, using that to their advantage with the help of the smokes to actually win the game for Thundertalk.
I can't really fault D+ Kia for that position and that second place, because they tried to send Fabian down the hill behind that crate to get an off angle onto Thundertalk, which is great, but instantly Thundertalk understood, wait, that's an off angle that if we hug the side of the circle, they can't quite see us. And then the nades of like King in particular, insane utility coming on through, and then they claim the high ground. Fabian, unfortunately, in a 1v3, there's just not much can do that.
That ridge was so steep that you're not even going to see those nades coming either.
Yeah, it's just like they're going to hit up on impact, and it was greatly played from them. So yeah, as you said, those 4 points, I hope it doesn't come back and haunt them at the end, because that could make a world of difference after the next game.
Well, speaking of haunting, Nigma Galaxy losing out against DRX in that fight. I mean, that could have been their opportunity to push up the leaderboards and create a lead for themselves here. But DRX really saving it for their sister team for D+.
I'm a little bit scared, especially with Nigma Galaxy. That is back-to-back matches. You can see that it doesn't go their way in regards to the fight. The first one, in regards to the last Erangel, Snowix was able to kind of save face, right? Damage control by being able to get all those placement points. But on this one, once they saw that the fight was going to be over, you saw Raouf trying to hop into that buggy, trying to get away. They need to be able to play carefully. I feel like we need to see the Nigma Galaxy that we saw out of yesterday when it came down to this Miramars, if they want to get a chance at winning the championship.
Yeah, I mean, saving face is not going to cut it if you want to go the entire way and become the 2024 champions of PMGC. We need to see these big finishes. We have seen already in the past, as you said, Seven, from Nigma Galaxy, but today it's just in the late game. There's just 1 or 2 players because they have these early altercation of teams that, as we said, right, are a little bit desperate and maybe at the bottom, maybe don't care as much, and if we see a team, we'll just send it because why the hell not? But it has a huge impact on the top of the rankings.
And we're going to be going into the last match as well of PMGC Grand Finals. We were talking about craziness, we were talking about teams, what are they going to be doing, especially the teams that are towards the bottom. This is usually when we see that craziness, when we see those teams really not caring in regards to the engagement. They know what they're going to end up placing anyways. They're just going to go for crazy stuff, and the teams at the top, with how close it is, they need to watch out.
I mean, the Vicious, you might want to even recall them the villains right now if they do go for these hot drops here on potentially some of these top teams. We can see Thundertalk, 24 massive points for this team. Just unfortunate it came towards the very end of the event, or we could have been talking about them as being one of the top contenders. That's 17 points for D+, Team Spirit getting themselves 10. As you look down the list here, I mean, you're not seeing RCB, you're not seeing Nigma.
And yeah, and that's going to allow them to catch up, right? They had a little bit of a point difference. What was it? 16-point difference between D+ Kia and the first place team of Regnum Karya Bra. So hey, that is definitely the game they needed if they wanted to have an opportunity to compete. And it's going to be between 3 teams, right? The trophy is going to be going between these 3 different regions. It's going to be maybe MENA, maybe it's going to be going on to the other side for Turkey, or it could also be going over to the side of South Korea. One of them will be taking it home right after this next game.
We've been saying it the whole year. We don't know who's going to be the champion.
Exactly.
And I'm not going to lie, a couple of these teams I never would have expected. Actually, all 3 of those teams I would not have put there in my top 3, but we can see here, D+ has surpassed Nigma Galaxy and are 1 point short. Well, technically 2, right? We have to keep in mind, these chicken dinners are a massive part. That is the first tiebreaker of how this works out. So D+ need 2 points to surpass them, and honestly, these 3 teams, our eyes are all going to be focused on them.
Oh my word. I mean, the thing is, you're looking at the top 3, right? Influence Rage, like, maybe we can't go for first place, but we can push up in top 3, maybe. And they maybe want to try and be an issue for Enigma Galaxy. They could still try and go for a last-minute dash at the top, so there's still someone in the conversation, but not for the trophy.
There's a lot of money still to be won here out of all
Exactly.
these teams if you can move up here in the last match.
For RCB, I mean, I'm going to be looking at just their fragging power. I'm going to be looking at what kind of match they're going to be playing. Are they going to be trying to play aggressive? I'm hoping that they don't adjust too much on what they're going to be doing for Enigma Galaxy as well. We see what they were able to do in the past in regards to Miramar. They were able to just control the center of the circle if they are able to find a great location. And then even though they are currently the team in the top 3 with the least amount of eliminations, we know that they can definitely start fragging out as we saw earlier in the day.
I'm just imagining a world where Sara is the last player left alive for Regnum Karya and
my
gets him the win. The funny thing is, though, the trophy be back to Turkey, not to Japan. But maybe it gives them the drive coming up next year to make Team Reject be the one to lift the trophy. For you guys at home, though, a big shout out here to Infinix, as they are official phone provider here. The Infinix GT20 Pro with this dual chipset, 144 Hertz AMOLED screen with 120 FPS. You guys can pick one up and play like the Pro. I feel like we're going to have to replace this wallpaper with the winning team, though, at some point here.
We'll have to do that. That'll be a good wallpaper for all of 2025, and then 2025 we'll swap it with a new one.
Yeah, there you go.
Every year.
Or we
Yeah,
put
wait.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Well, you know what?
Pecco,
While you
give that
pick up
back.
your new Infinix device, you can make sure to go command the Frozen Battleground with the Icemire Frontier version available. If you guys missed the show match we had earlier on as well, it was crazy to see the Frostborn Dragon being taken out. And again, we're going to say this for the last time, our favorite event that's been in PUBG Mobile ever.
It keeps getting better and better update after update. I'm really excited for 2025. We saw Rondo. I could talk about that quite a bit. Like, that's going to be very exciting.
Oh, we're going to have a ton to talk about.
We will.
Where?
Pandemonium_news.
There you
go.
go.
He's asking us to do a plug.
I thought he was going to say a PMGO next year.
Oh, okay.
That too.
That's about the time it releases, right? And on top of this, you guys at home who want more freebies, there is 100,000 packs left here if you use the code PMGC Home on the official PUBG Mobile website at PUBGMobile.com/redeem, and you can build your own ice home, but only 100,000 is available, so make sure you guys go redeem it right now, and then come right back, obviously, for the last match here.
I got mine.
Redeem that one. I forgot.
Really?
I got the Dragon one. I did not get that one. Only 100,000? I'm thinking.
We're not allowed. We're not allowed.
Yes,
I'll
we
try.
are.
Well, we better be, because I think you already redeemed yours.
I
Right?
hope we are, because I've been redeeming every single one.
So I'm going to bring up this
Since
topic
rehearsal.
again, and honestly, I feel like it's a very valid topic to always discuss. Last match, do you go for a different drop? Do you try to play extra safe here? Well, you know what? In the meantime, we're going to head down to the stage one more time here before we get into this last match with Sandstorm.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the XL Arena in London, how are we feeling? Okay, we have one game to go. And after this next match on Miramar, we will have our 2024 PMGC champions. Who do you think's gonna win it?
I mean, we have 3 teams currently in the race for first place. Regnum Karya Bra Esports, Enigma Galaxy, and D+ Kia. Records waiting to be set by every single one of these teams. $400,000 on the line. One last game. XL Arena, are you ready?
We will be diving into our final map very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready!
Hey!
I got some people there. There you go.
Well, I wish we could do the stop caster talk and start game, but we do have to wait a little bit longer because we have to obviously build up what's going to be happening here. We could see for the first time South Korea taking home the trophy. For me, that just blows my mind, considering this is a region haven't really expected a ton of. We've seen them consistently at these PMGCs, thinking back to Archer, I believe in Season 0, and we're seeing them on the brink of showing what South Korea has.
It would be the year of underdog regions, right? Japan, PMGO, winning that trophy, then getting second place in PMWC, dominating the international stage, and then followed up with South Korea, their brethrens. They're always fighting the Rivals Cup, right, of South Korea versus Japan, able to maybe claim the trophy. But of course, it is not going to be an easy access to it because Regnum Karya and Enigma Galaxy, sure, they might have been a bit topsy-turvy, but you know they're going to give it their all here in this last game.
And as well for Enigma Galaxy, I mean, this team has just been
battling through haters saying, no, you're not going to be able to make it to the grand finals. Rauf, even though he is a humble man, he wanted to say a lot of stuff. He said, I'm going to save it until I become the champion of PMGC Grand Finals in London 2024. I'm pretty sure they're going to be hunting that down, but can they bounce back after those back-to matches that haven't been that well?
I mean, for Navarro, Snoix, and Redox, this is basically like their first time coming so close. Rauf, he's been in positions like this before, and for him to just have that integrity and focus to just keep grinding, even through roster changes, even through ups and downs within his own team, it would honestly be a great thing to see. And of course, Sara, I mean, he's feeling it. I still think this would be the craziest thing to happen, to have to go for an emergency replacement, bringing him in because your other player, Razy, broke his arm. And
I love
to
it.
win PMGC with a player you can't even communicate with?
It must be confusing if you're Regnum Karabrafa and you're like, my favorite player from Turkey is Sara? Maybe?
Next year, what does Regnum Karabrafa do? Do they just decide to...
We're moving to Japan.
They're like, Reject, we would like to have him for the whole year of 2025.
Hey, pick him up, man.
Honestly. I mean, if you end up winning PMGC with him, you kind of have to.
Your boy, Reggie Osio?
Yes.
Reggie, requalify, please.
Oh, man.
No.
He needs to requalify.
I mean, but you are seeing, like, the fact is, communication is very tough for them. We've already said before, they're not really speaking English to each other. It's just a couple of small commands here or there. I think that kind of shows just the individual skill that Sara has as a player to adapt around the style to a team that he can't really communicate with, and for Silas to be able to take that into consideration when leading his team of knowing how to utilize Sara best.
I mean, Silas is so experienced when it comes to these tournaments, right? I mean, we already said it, Seven. He's already won it. So I think that he's like, I'm experienced. I can maybe spend a little bit more of my resources and time to get Sara where we want him to be in the fights and in these engagements. And so far, it's been working really, really well, enough to actually be contending for the trophy.
For all just 3 teams at the top, currently separated by just 5 points, I want to see how they're going to be reacting through adversity. We have already seen RCB being able to react earlier on. D plus Kia, we know what they can definitely do whenever we come to Miramar. They were able to just showcase it. Enigma Galaxy, they've been working out on stuff, but is the fragging power going to be there for this squad to make the push to first place? I'm not sure.
That Frostborn Dragon Bear, be careful. It's not that cold on Miramar here, and again, there are no hovercrafts for these teams, but as you can see, it looks like we are just moments away from hopping into this final match. I cannot believe the entire year is all coming down to this. So let's throw it back to our commentators for the last time here in 2024 with John Allen and Blake.
With one more match to play, the trophy remains firmly placed on the stage, but that will change all too soon. The full set of 18 matches to conclude here, and our plane sends us straight down the middle. A nice fair start.
We don't know who's going to win, who's going to be crowned victorious, but London, let me hear you make some noise for these teams.
That's the sort of energy they'll need to take away this top spot at the moment. A bit of a 3-horse race towards those tables, but we've seen record-breaking games here. There is always that possibility. It's not over till it's over.
Right now, down from the south side up towards the north, RCB chewing away at their fingernails because this is tough. This is very tough. It's nice to see the amount of fans that came out to support them. What is this? Circle off to the east side.
All right.
There's no way. There's no way we go island.
There's surely there's no way that it circles up onto those tiny little land masses out on the eastern side beyond Impala. I've only ever seen it once in competitive play, and Blank, let me tell you, it was pretty crazy. You were there, I was there, and I think most of the players do not wish they were there.
Ralph was there.
He was.
I don't think he wants to go back, I'll tell you that now. But Enigma Galaxy down towards Porto Paraíso. On that south side, looting up. The Vicious, nice and central once again, but it's D+. First to the center. Our team in second place, just 1 point away. Breathing down the necks of RCB.
And there is just these moments of calm before it will all inevitably pop off. As teams gather their resources, gain some steam, put their pilfered goods in their pockets, and parade their way to a potential top spot. There's only 3 teams really in it. With Influence Rage, DRX, Point Donkey ID, a real outside chance, looking at 30 points behind. I don't think, okay, he's fine. He's not wedged it. He's all right.
Yeah, always awkward, but we get past it. I think Galaxy will be continuing on their way. No wedges orders, no wedges found. It will be DRX and Incilio towards that north side. Incilio, no hovercrafts, so not too many antics, you'd hope.
I still think, though, Incilio, over the course of this tournament, have really displayed something special. And I think that this team from Kazakhstan should really be proud of what they've accomplished here. 100 points earned, and a display of adaptational skill that I don't think we've seen in a long time. So I am impressed with these guys, and I think we'll be seeing more of them.
Yeah, Incilio just straight up taking the Jim Woo route, honestly. Solo leveling their way through PMGC, it would seem. But they've done well. They've done very well. I'm excited to see them into the future. Chips are stuck. Vehicle's stuck.
Uh-oh.
This ain't good. It's not good at all. I mean, not having an escape route like this on a position like this is dangerous. Shots going over towards him as well. That's worrisome.
Danger.
B on that north side, making their way in. RCB just can't afford to go down there.
Ooh.
It's as simple as that.
Laura's in. I think he has just wedged it. No, he's managed to fling it out towards the high ground there. And he steps back in. So, no harm, no foul. Influence Rage managed to get on in towards the middle. A lot of teams have made this dash out towards the east. Incilio currently pushing in from a little bit closer to the south edge. Team Spirit just behind them. Influence Rage moving in on the north side. Thunder Talk as well. It's all centering up around Impala for this group of teams.
It's definitely a tough one. There's a lot of high ground around this area. Teams who got there early definitely going to benefit. For Alpha 7, TJB, 4 and V. Not V. A lot of E's.
Certainly is.
Will definitely struggle on that western side. But you got to wait this one out. I think it's a case of playing edge for those squads for as long as possible. Again, wait for that circle shift. Where's it going to go? Work with that. It's always that second circle shift that's the worst. And I think it's the right decision for all 4 of those teams on the western side. Just be like, let's prioritize looting. Let's get as much on board as possible. We'll need smokes. There's absolutely no way we're getting into the circle without a little bit of utility, a little bit of cover to go forward with. M249, the hands of Chips. Not a whole lot of ammo, but definitely make it work. Good for spray downs onto vehicles too.
Enough ammo to do some damage, that's for sure. Question is, how much longer can he stay up there? Isolated from the rest of the team on a 3-1 wide split right now. They're about 400 to 500 meters away from each other, so really can't cover off one another. But what Chips is doing is providing information. He could catch someone unawares if they try and send up towards the top of that mountain as well and try and get that under control. But it's always wrapped in that dangerous situation that if Chips gets knocked, he's done for. There is no recovery on that.
It's a gamble. It's a gamble you're going to have to take in this scenario. And I think for D+ being so close to the central of that circle when it popped, I think you absolutely do go for that gamble. At this point in time, right, you're not in first place already, but this is a chance to get further ahead. You know this is a difficult circle to play anyway. I don't think it's the wrong choice for D+. It's just a difficult play to make work. But they trust themselves. They have confidence. That's what matters. RCB did make their way over towards truck stop. Pretty decent position to play. I mean, in terms of the rotational paths around them. Obviously, they don't want to stay there. For Enigma Galaxy, they are right at the back of a very long queue on the south side of the map.
Rotational paths have never been planned more carefully, Blank, than in this match. With so much on the line, a 5-point difference between first and third place right now. The difference between bronze and gold here at PMGC stands but a placing or two higher on the tables at the end of this one.
It's a terrifyingly close game. It really is. Influence Rage, though. It's RCB to open up onto the 4th place team. Already 1 elimination found.
EMEA and Turkey all happy to see that first point layered on top of the 137 RCB already has. But it is still not out of the woods. They're only 2 points ahead. It's a closable gap, but Enigma Galaxy and D+ Kia close to one another on the south side.
D+ pretty split right now, actually. Like you were saying, Chips on that northern edge. The rest of the team
Whoa!
looking to hold underneath.
The circle!
Oh my god, there is absolutely no way we are going to an East Island finish. The final match of PMGC. What is this?
Make your moves now! D+ Kia are moving fast. They're moving fast as well. Over to the island, you need to get there now!
This is disgusting. Everyone making the swim. Enigma Galaxy in the water. Luckily for Ralph, he's one of the few players in the world that's seen this exact circle.
And he's played on top of it as well, on these islands. D+ Kia though, blank! They're into the middle island. The question is, which one will it go to?
It's so troublesome. Down towards that southern edge, that island that currently Enigma Galaxy is making their way up towards is not likely to end there. But it's a coin flip. It is a coin flip at this point in time. Your fate is decided by a 50-50.
And RCB may have had this one just dragged away from the fingernails, digging into the cliffs of Impala. And Team Spirit start to fall, Falcons as well. Everybody, lemming after lemming, into the water they go.
This is truly unbelievable. I actually can't fathom this happening at this point in time. Well, they'll have to fathom those deeps. On the eastern side, heading to the water. Action holding out versus Team Spirit as they make the mad dash downwards. Team Spirit not doing too badly. Here's RCB though.
They need big points here. They need to find everything now because they are on the outside. They are slow to the islands. They were on the wrong side of this circle and potentially the wrong side of their historic run.
4 elims found already for them. This is good news. If they're able to get a few more, it's great. There's an awesome nade from Sarah. Downwards finding 2. They just need the flushes to get up to 6, but they're swimming outwards.
Thunder Talk spot a player on D+ Kia on the mainland, the tiny little island.
You're kidding me.
This is insanity. Thunder Talk are taking their pound of flesh on the north side in the meantime, and it is a mad dash to these islands, and we just don't know where it finishes.
RCB maybe going for a different approach here, looking to hold out teams on this western side. It's a smart maneuver in my opinion. If you can get 10 eliminations, that's a good average on the map. That's the average you want. Enigma Galaxy, they could just go down right now. They're playing on that southwest side. DRX are getting ahead of them. For RCB, they may have made the right call here.
With the volatility of this circle blank, this is an outside chance situation.
This is perfect.
On towards D+ Kia's island with Falcons and an outpost there as well. Everybody swimming. The Vicious Guild, Voin Donkey ID, they are all making their way over to this mainland. But if you can pick up 30-point games, and on a circle like this, we've seen it. It happens. It can change it all.
Usually it's one team that kind of goes home with the whole cake, honestly. And that could change the standing so drastically. Unfortunately for Influence Rage, they're an outside chance now. They're over towards the northwest side. They're crammed in with Thunder Talk, with Alpha 7, with Na'Vi. Gills making a cross, and RCB are the Guardians at the gate, at the border here, down towards that western side.
DRX have made landfall. Enigma Galaxy are playing this so slow. They could have been on this island already, but they were a little bit more cautious with it. The swim across, this is the northern side, and the Falcons are going to pick up so many of these points here, or rather East is, which is going to slow the approach for D+ Kia. They've lost a player.
Oh, they're out. John, they're out. They're outside of this circle, Enigma Galaxy.
They have to push the DRX.
What a way to close down the PMGC. 2024 has been such a year for these rosters, for these teams, these players. Everyone pulling their weight, but now it is desperation on the East Islands of Miramar for the final match when it's all on the line. And ahead of it all, it's RCB with 6 elims still on that mainland.
For RCB, basically they need to get a lot of success over on this western side. The difficulty is D+ technically have an unbelievable spot inside this circle. It's not out of the realms of possibility that D+ win this game easily from that spot. They do have 3 players. There are a couple of teams making their way through. Void Donkey ID is making their way round. East is down and Falcons are out.
The Vicious need to hold this north side. Void Donkey idea right there. They can push up. Guild have made their way across as well. This fight with Enigma Galaxy and DRX, though, on the South Island. Nobody really making a move to this spot. It's unlikely to end here, Blank. I think it's almost impossible with how the circle's going to develop over these next few phases. But there's the first opener. And we're looking for more. RCB continue to collect their toll on the mainland side.
RCB, I think they played a blinder with this one. I don't think anyone thought to do this. They were like, look, we are not giving up our life. We're confident in our team fight. They're taking shots over towards that north side. They're taking more names right now. Influence Rage is weakened. 1 player is down. RCB might be taking more names than anyone on those main islands over towards the eastern side can find. And there it is, right onto the outwards.
And how much further can these teams go? RCB, sure, they've got points here, but D+ Kia have so much more distance to go in this one in terms of placements, in terms of being able to rack up the swimmers. When the fish jump into the barrel, they'll be all too keen to shoot them down. And Enigma Galaxy have to make their move from the south side as well. They have lost a player on that South Island, Blank. DRX have been able to do that to them. And they'll make their move, but
Loxy,
where do they go?
Loxy already out in the water, sees a couple. Wolfeye, more of the eliminations. RCB is hunting. The Wolfpack on the prowl.
And I tell you what would be so good in a situation like this, Blank. A hovercraft would be phenomenal to be able to cross this gap, but not on Miramar, not here, not now. Incilio do not have it. They will fall.
Little boy still off in the distance. RCB, they need to get as much value out of this as possible. They've had to send players all over the place to make this one happen. QXZ down, that's from D+ on the other side of things.
D+ Kia desperately need these points. They've got nothing so far, and RCB have got value. They are currently 10 points ahead. Blank, we were looking at the scorelines before this one. On a tiebreaker, unless D+ Kia win, they would win the tiebreaker, RCB win it, right? With 3 chicken dinners to their name, D+ Kia on 2, that tiebreaker goes the way of RCB. So if D+ Kia draw level, it's not good enough unless they take this chicken dinner as well.
RCB, again, rotating around. They're looking for more. TJB, they gave up the ghost with Little Boy, understanding that he's probably just sitting on the outside. Wild, passing back down the hill. Now they know that TJB is on the way.
JB spray down to Wild, swings out the vehicle but doesn't finish the spray down, and there's pressure on him as well. Into the water they go, and RCB still have more life left in them. And Silas will be able to shut down the high ground. 6 elims for Sada on this match. Blank, you could not wish for a better substitute to come in.
Truly the super sub here. For RCB, they take fate in their own hands. They find a boat as well.
Can they get across safely? A boat is so vulnerable. As soon as you take shots, you need to hop out.
There's an opening.
But across they go, and there's an opening to be found. D+ Kia, they've taken down players in the meantime. Players from Enigma Galaxy, they're sending for the hills. Redox and Ralph, the last 2 on the south side. DRX are away, but RCB send over to the island. They're looking to try and get to land.
They're out.
And they're out by the waterfront. Guild looking to hold them from the bottom of the table
all
to the
alive.
top. RCB need to make it now. The mad dash up the beachfront, but a nade.
Another goes over the top. RCB, lives are on the line here. 2 players down, but 10 eliminations. A ridiculous effort.
Wagner with a 1v4 hold on the cards, could draw RCB slow, could take them down here. But they make the dash. Loxy and Wild are alive, and their placement opportunity goes up by the second.
Wading through, Loxy's down, another big nade. RCB, the wild card, last remaining, will go for the res, but Wagner, he's pushing, he's wading. But Diego saves them!
Oh, Diego!
Influence Rage, and he gets knocked in the process!
This is such a big opening for RCB because now there's nobody. Mafioso, Lil Boy, they're too far away to have an impact now, and the reses are coming through. RCB could get a full reset, unless the Vicious are here to stop them.
Smart maneuver from Wild. They both go underwater. Sure, they're going to take a little bit of tick damage, but it's better than being exposed on that res. Two players are still down for RCB, by the way, and resable.
Jakey. Oh, Wagner gets flushed, but Jakey's here looking for the pickups. Silas will bleed out. It's all up to Loxy to keep this one under control, but they've already got 11 points now, Blank. D plus Kia, they have 3. Oh, my goodness me. A little bit more needed to be safe. Wild can get res now. But
oh my, Alpha 7.
He's right there. Oh dear. Oh me, oh my. B5 full thumb.
Oh my God!
They hold their line. And RCB with 12 are into the placement points now. They're away. They're out the gates. And it's only Jakey that can ruin it.
The reaction speed from Loxy, unbelievable, inhuman. And now Jakey with the DPS, but RCB still kicking. Pin pulled, and another good shot over the top side. RCB alive for a little bit longer.
Oh, Jakey, a sliver of HP. Someone needs to pull out a gun, but they can't because the Vicious are here suppressing. Wild is down, and it's still up to Loxy. Jakey with the DBS has a little bit more to the beach side. Influence Rage made landfall somehow through it all. And the nade over the top is Lil Boy. The crossfire, the shutdown, and another point goes their way.
This is disgusting. From RCB, Loxy has clocked in today. Lil Boy from Influence Rage, the player they left behind earlier, puts an end to it. But it's 13 points on the game.
And the placements as well. D plus Kia, they need a chicken dinner, and they need it now. Ralph is still here to play, but he's the only one left for Nigma Galaxy. He's out in the cold, and he's down in the dirt.
Nigma Galaxy out. A third place. Guaranteed, but they will not go all the way.
D plus Kia, they need it all. They need it now. They were 1 point behind at the start. 13 elims found for RCB. The placements added on as well. I'm not sure I can track who's in the lead right now if a chicken dinner comes through, but D plus Kia have more to go. They've got 3 players alive, leaving 6 more points available in the lobby. An 11 elimination chicken dinner, if they can get it all, would give them 21 points, Blank. And I think that may just be enough, but only if they get it all, and they get it now. A knock from Vexy could play spoiler.
Both teams are weakened. Raze, as well as Diminor, taking them out. This point in time, likely to be a third place for D+.
Oh no, the points going over to the Vicious could be all that RCB need to hold on to this to give Silas his second title, to give the super sub his chance to lift the trophy.
I'm not sure. I think that despite the titanic effort coming through from RCB, the way that we have D+ set up here, it feels like maybe a chicken dinner's going their way. I think that would turn the tide.
It is right down to the wire, Blank. Goodness me, what a final circle. And this, I mean, I could not have asked for a better way to close this tournament down, to close this year out with a mad dash, the swim for survival and for glory. Nolbu, Osal, and Fabian for South Korea. need to lock it down.
Need to lock in too. Last player from Void Donkey ID goes out. It has been a great run from them throughout PMGC groups into PMGC Grand Finals. The Vicious, D+, Stage 6 and 3 teams. 23 minutes, one of the fastest matches here on one of our longest maps.
The center of this circle, not easy to control. None of our teams occupying it. The buildings that sit on the northwest side of this island under control for Influence Rage. They have got one player out there, but the Vicious, I mean, they're taking these points away from D+ Kia as they roll around. And a 2v1 against Diego could be naughty. Reyes with the challenge, but Diego wins it on the first. Diminor with a nade over the top. Diego goes low, but doesn't go down just yet. Maybe not long for it, as the spray with the UMP finally connects. The point earned by the Vicious.
Looking to get involved. One player left remaining from Influence Rage. It will be Lil Boy, but D+ on the march out, looking to send round the eastern side of the map. What a disgusting game.
I think it might be enough if they're able to get all three of these blank. All 3 points remaining for South Korea. One more stumble and it's over, but RCB, despite farming the lobby from the mainland, could not make the swim.
It was an unbelievable performance from RCB. But it is that last game we saw D+ get themselves a second place into. If it's a second place into a chicken dinner, I think you have to accept the fact that D+ deserved it. Circle heads back down D+'s way. But they are pushing onto the Vicious. This is their last obstacle.
2 nades in hand for Nolbu. He's seen them. He knows their location. A flank out wide from Osal, and it's on the money. Nolbu gets one. Now the rest of them need to go their way as well. The nades over the top, and South Korea want to lift this trophy. They want to take it back. And D+ Kia could go all the way.
For Nolbu, the spear point for D+. A change in behavior from him and PMGC descending to the front lines. And they didn't doubt him for a second as soon as he started spearheading into the water. Over towards that east island, they followed him. And they might just be following him to the trophy here at PMGC 2024. 2 players stand in their way.
Influence Rage and the Vicious, the Americas, in the way of South Korea now. And Lil Boy with his back to the blue will be forced out. Point denial could change things here, Blank. I haven't run the numbers on it, but it could have an impact pretty significantly. Could change the tide of this tournament.
It depends on the placement points from RCB. I don't even remember when they went down. So shocked by this circle. If both points are denied, it's 16 points of the 13 elims, and then whatever placement points on top.
There's the first. Well, that goes over to Lil Boy. Blank one has been denied.
Now Lil Boy
spotted.
He's big, and that's D+ with a chicken dinner.
They find the chicken dinner, but have they found the tournament? They don't know. They're waiting for confirmation. It is D+ Kia who have won the title. RCB pipped to the post. It's South Korea.
D+ Kia, A+ on the grind. They leave their rivals behind. They bring their soul to London. Your PMGC 2024 champions.
what has been undoubtedly the best, the wildest, the most sensational Grand Finals we have ever witnessed in PMGC history.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Champions are D+ Kia!
In the year of uncertainty, one thing is certain.
What?
That D+ take home the trophy by 1 point.
You must be joking. A 1 point difference between D+ Kia and Regnum Carabra, down to the most insane finish we have ever witnessed in the last game of a PMGC Grand Finals. And D+ Kia are the one to take it home.
This team was able to show what they were capable of over and over again in Miramar. The biggest question mark was how are they going to be able to do in the other maps. It came down to the last match. They made the swim across first, and we've been talking about the whole year. We don't know what's going to happen. I definitely didn't expect that circle to finish off PMGC.
South Korea finally claiming a global trophy here for the very first time at PMGC 2024. With the circle, what did we just witness? This is a moment going down in PUBG Mobile Esports history, and we just witnessed it right now over here in London.
Congratulations, D+ Kia. I gotta give some big props though to RCB. This team, we have heard over and over again, a lot of teams saying, we just didn't get blessed by the circle. We didn't have any favors from the circle. RCB took matters into their own hands. They made sure they were clearing any squad that came close to water, and they were going after it, and it came down to just 1 point.
I mean, you saw RCB came into that zone knowing what they have to do.
Yes. They knew that we are not winning this game.
Yep.
Impala is the drop location of D+ Kia. They're going to be the first team to have access to the island on the east of Miramar. They knew we're not going to get many placement points, but what we can take in our own control, in our own hands, is eliminating as many teams as we humanly can on the western side of that circle. And that is exactly what they ended up doing. Wild in the car just chasing down TJB, looking for every point they possibly could get.
I don't care how long you've been playing PUBG Mobile, especially at the competitive level. There's no way to prepare yourself for a zone finish like this in the position you're in for Silas. Insane stuff. Not to mention we had some records being broken as well, as Reza able to get himself the 17 rescues to break out Fluke from Vampire Esports. But RCB, man, ridiculous stuff. Like, for them to know we have to go for our limbs, we're not making it to that island, and to come one short with so many great individual clutches, Loxy in particular, keeping his team alive and the hopes alive for Turkey. Unfortunately, 1 point was the difference.
And for this team, I mean, it comes down to just what could have been if they actually would have had their full roster with them. The fact that they were able to get second place finish with Sara, an emergency sub, just shows greatness out of this squad. It shows masterpiece out of Silas as well with his IGLing.
Sara, first place PMGO, second place PMWC, second place PMGC. He can still go home with his head held high because he put up a phenomenal performance here, and so did RCB.
I do have to say that looking back at Silas in particular, right, whatever team he gets on, you know he can make absolute greatness out of any squad he's going to be on. And they were so close to get 1 point in the last game, and they really took matters in their own hands in the final moment. But Silas, I don't know where he's going to be by next year on what team, if he's going to maybe remain on this team. But I can tell you, if you're on his squad, you're going to have a good shot to go the entire way.
Is Sara going to remain on Reject after
That's what I want to know. Move to Istanbul, Sara, please.
Get into some Turkish lessons ASAP, man. It is ridiculous, and obviously you can see the look of defeat in their eyes.
Yes.
They have to come out with their heads held high because that was an amazing performance. There was no expectations on this team having to use an emergency sub, and to come out second place, you have to be happy about
As soon as we heard about the sub, coming into this grand finals, I had him in top 5. I heard about the sub. I put him out of my top 5. I was like, okay, I don't think they're going to be able to adjust. Boy, did they prove me wrong. Sara being able to be clutch, too, for the squad at times. Even though they had that communication trouble, it didn't matter here. Second place finish for the squad.
It was pretty much just eliminate everyone on the
Yeah.
Like, I understood that.
Push, push.
I cannot wait to see all the clips as well. They're going to be happening over on TikTok. Make sure if you do post any content, use that tag PMGC 2024 because there's going to be so many clips made of the most insane ending in PUBG Mobile history.
I said it's one of the best moments in PUBG Mobile esports history. It's one of the best moments in esports as a whole, in my opinion. Like a finish like that, with a circle like that, with as close a finish between those two teams as we just witnessed today, that is madness.
All the faces in the crowd, too, as soon as we saw the circle. Everybody was like, no way this is happening.
It was insane stuff, and honestly, I don't even think the Frostborn Dragon can stand up against D plus Kia right now. You guys can head into the game right now and check out the Icemire Frontier, as we did have a show match on it earlier on today. And also, we still have 100,000 total within the day here of our PMGC homes that you guys can pick up for yourselves. Just use that code PMGC home over at PUBGmobile.com/redeem and help build your own ice home for yourself. There's only 100K of them, so make sure to get them right now. D plus, you know what? Maybe we should reserve some for them because they're too busy lifting that trophy and celebrating.
Even got the cool little capes over there. They dripped out at the end of this match.
But D plus, man, let's look back at this, right? If you think about every year at PMGC, South Korea has never been a force that we ever said, oh yeah, they have a chance to take the title. They have never really been in that conversation.
It's been a long time. It's been a very long time since we have had a South Korean team being like, you know what, they could be contenders. But it's just the progression that we have seen out of this team. And once again, the consistency that this team has in Miramar is absolutely disgusting in a good way.
Yeah, it's just unlucky for the other team that Miramar's the last 2 maps.
Yeah.
Where it's the most important. But like realistically, I think that ever since the start of the league stage, in their group yellow, we were looking at Miran stage, I'm looking at DRX like, oh wait, South Korea bringing the heat, but D plus Kia, which is a completely different beast going in these grand finals. And it's so nice to see a different region for the very first time claim an international trophy. Not just an international trophy, the most important one at that, PMGC Trophy.
That's if you're going to win a first global event for your region, this is probably the best one to take home for yourself. I mean, obviously we're talking a lot about D+, we're talking a lot about Regnum Karya, but what about Enigma Galaxy? I mean, Farouf to bounce back as well with the split up that happened within his team within this year, getting 3rd place at PMGC. I know they're not going to be happy they didn't win, but they should be happy they came this far in such a short amount of time.
I have to be completely honest when it comes to Enigma Galaxy. In spring season, you would tell me they would win. I'd be like, there's no way in hell. But ever since the start of PMSL EMEA Full Season 2024, this year, I was like, wait, this roster they build up is a thing of absolute beauty. And they're able to qualify through EMEA, making it through the league stage, go into the grand finals, and actually being a contender until the very last game. Now that is what you call a comeback story.
I mean, from conversations with Peko too, you said this is the right team for Rauf. He's going to be able to set them up in a way that they're going to be able to follow him, and he's going to set them up for greatness as well. We saw it over and over again. If this team can definitely fix a couple things here and there, who knows what they're going to be able to do next year.
Enigma Galaxy, I'm begging you, please hold on to this team.
Yeah, do not change the roster.
Amazing right now. Do not change the players. Stick with them for the rest of next year. I really hope that's going to happen.
I agree with you.
I mean, not to mention, if we look down the rest of the list here of our grand finals of who actually came in like 4th place as well, you got to give a lot of credit to, I believe, Influence Rage. I mean, Little Boy, if he didn't hit that nade on Regnum Karya, it could have been RCB celebrating the win.
It's down to just that 1 point. We said it at the start of today. A 1 point could make the difference, and guess what? It did. It really did at the end of the day.
What about DRX? If you're talking up D+, they also had a fantastic performance. They've had a fantastic year as well. When we saw them back at PMWC, really not much expectations for them. They come into this putting on a very good fight.
I think they just had a little bit of a slow finish here because so many teams are competing at the top, right? Regnum Karabra, you're looking at D+, you're looking at Nigma Galaxy. It's tough to stand out in the lobby that's just so stacked at the top, but Hyunbin, I know we talked about him so many times. In his first year, I know the next time he's going to come in with a vengeance to try and finally claim the trophy here.
Speaking of coming in for a vengeance next year, what about Void Donkey? They had a phenomenal performance. No one expected them to come out as SCAs to be the team, and yet they finished off 5th place.
Defy.
Coming in with the team that just didn't have that much experience at a global event, the way that they were able to just continue to improve, the way that they were able to just kind of grow up right in front of us in regards to just maturity, the way that they were able to perform overall, I'm excited to see what they're going to be capable of. We know that Defy is going to try to get them back into the PMGC Grand Finals.
Yeah, able to see a team mature so quickly in just the span of a month and a half is just absolutely insanity. And I mean, for next year, again, going back into SCA, I really hope we see Void able to go the entire way and maybe qualify for more global events in the future.
We talk about the year of uncertainty, but what about the year of new blood as well? The Vicious. I mean, obviously they didn't finish up towards the top of the table, but for a team who wasn't even supposed to be here technically, with Twisted Minds Brazil taking their spot, they put on a great performance. I never would have thought they would have made it this far.
We're going to have so many roster changes, I can tell you that much. And who you're going to pick? I mean, you got a good amount of players to pick from this.
On top of that, you got 4MV, Team Fear. I mean, there's just so much to talk about as well with some of these teams.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, for myself, for Max, for Seven, for Blank, for John, and for all the talent who have worked across the world here to make this happen, big shout out and a big thank you to all, of course, of you viewers as well. Let's head down to the stage for a final time.
Welcome back to the main stage for the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship Award Ceremony. We would like to kick things off by first inviting to the stage the General Manager of PUBG Mobile Publishing and Global Esports and Head of Emerging Markets Publishing, Tencent Games, Mr. Herman Zhao. And now, your 3rd place finisher at the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Make some noise for Nigma Galaxy. And presenting your check for $120,000 and your award. It's time for a photo op. Thank you so much, Nigma Galaxy, and congratulations for finishing in 3rd place at the PMGC. You may now exit the stage. Thank you, guys.
And now, joining us on the stage, make some noise for your 2nd place finisher at PMGC 2024 Grand Finals, Regnum Karabra Esports! Thank you very much, Regnum Karabra, for keeping us on the edge of our seats until the very last moment. Thank you very much, boys. You may now exit the stage.
And now, to join us onto the stage for our champion presentation, please welcome Head of PUBG IP Franchise and Head of PUBG Studios, Crafton, Taesok Zhang. And now, your 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Champions. Make some noise for D plus Kia! Congratulations for your award and $400,000. Thank you so much. Taesung Tang, can I please ask you to step off the stage? Thank you so much. You guys, stay on the stage because we have another award to give out. We have the finals MVP award to give out. It is Nobu. Come on up, we're going to have a quick chat. Let's have a quick chat. Come on, you can stand in between, come on. Wow, what a final map. We'll get to that in a minute. But first of all, try to put into words how you guys are feeling right now.
지금 기분이 어때요? 한마디 부탁드립니다.
너무 좋아서 날아갈 것 같습니다.
I'm so happy to standing here.
너무 좋아서 우승한 게 별로 실감이 안 나는 것 같아요. 우승하는 게 별로 실감이 안 난 것 같아요 지금.
I feel it's not real that I'm the champion right now.
We've got to talk about that final map, don't we? I mean, honestly, that was unbelievable.
That zone? Can we talk about that?
사실 거의 4년 동안 이 순간을 좀 상상해 왔었거든요. 근데 진짜 현실이 될 줄 몰랐는데 돼서 너무 기쁜 것 같습니다.
I waited for 4 years and I imagined it before, but when it became truth, I still can't believe it.
Congratulations once again, got to say. Go on, make some noise. Absolutely phenomenal.
Incredible performance, and I do have to ask you, stepping off the stage and you saw that the difference between you and second place was just 1 point. It was that close between you and Regnum Carrier. Did you think it was going to be that close at the very end?
2등 차이나 한 정도 때문에 그거 생각되었습니까?
아니 몰랐어요.
We don't know that.
Oh yeah, there you go. It was just the 1 point difference. Insanely close there, Barney, at the very end of the day.
It was. Is there anything that you would like to say to your fans and your supporters who have been, with you, supporting you throughout this entire journey right up to today?
팬분들에게 원하는 10분만에 한마디 부탁드립니다.
우선 저희가 이렇게 우승할 수 있을 때까지 응원해주신 팬분들 진짜 너무너무 감사하고, 그리고 제가 감사한 분들이 너무 많아서 일단 우선은 저희 회사에 계신 대표님, 부대표님, 단장님 너무너무 감사하고, 저희 스폰서분들도 너무너무 감사하고, 또 이제 저희 같이 열심히 도와준 이제 매니저님이랑 PD님들도 너무너무 감사하고, 그리고 저희가 이렇게 우승할 수 있게 여기까지 올 수 있게 도와줬던 LLL 코치님 너무너무 고맙습니다. 같이 우승 못해서 죄송하고 그러면 일단 응원해 주셔서 너무너무 감사합니다.
First of all, I want to thank all the fans that support us, and also our company's CEO and all the sponsors that support us for the whole time, and our LOL coach. Sorry that we didn't make it here, stand here together, but yeah, we made it, and thanks to all the fans.
저희 항상 옆에서 응원해 주시는 디플러스 팬들 항상 감사하고, 그리고 여기에 같이 오지 못했지만 이번 연도 정말 열심히 도와준 은호 형 감사합니다.
I want to thank to all the fans and everyone that helped me before.
Okay. One final. Oh, come on. Say one more thing to your fans, and then I want you to lift this trophy one more time.
해냈어요, 여러분. 못할 줄 알았죠? 진짜 늦은 시간일 텐데 응원 너무 많이 해주시고 열심히 챙겨봐 주시고 사실 따로 이제 인스타그램 이제 DM이나 연락도 많이 받거든요. 진짜 하나하나 너무 힘이 됐어요. 진짜 되게 많은 감사한 분들이 있지만 역시 팬분들이 있었기 때문에 저희가 힘을 내서 우승을 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 정말 사랑하고 감사합니다.
All the fans, I know you guys waited us for so long, and this is a late time in Korea. And without your help, we cannot make it here. I want to thank all you.
Well, we thank you for an incredible performance, but now we want to give you the opportunity to lift that trophy one more time. So I'll take that check. I'll give it back, I promise. Not like the last time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you the opportunity to lift this one more time. Cement your legacy into the PUBG Mobile Esports history books. Ladies and gentlemen, go crazy. Wait, make some noise one more time in the XL Arena for your champions, D+ Kia!
back for the mix, getting switched tonight. Pure fire. I'm gonna confirm that I'm getting the field, yeah? We're taking the block, making it turn, and we're picking a lot. Selling our beats and we're selling them up. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, can't bring that fire, yeah? We're gonna lift it higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, war. Fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Wait, so lift that fire, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild. That we're lit in the field, fam. Taking a block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, throw that fire. Pure fire, yeah, pure fire, throw that fire. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild.